Chapter 41, Second Spell Model. Chapter 41, Second Spell Model. Translator, J_squared Editor, J_squared. A cavalry group consisted of about 100 knights sped through the wide boulevard, leaving trails of dust and dirt. Merlin, with his eyes closed, was meditating inside the carriage which was traveling among the troop. The mind power should be enough to construct a second spell model. Not bothered at all by the bumpy carriage ride, Merlin opened his eyes while the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. He was currently following Old Wilson's night troop to Blackwater City. Merlin had no idea what Old Wilson had guessed from the captive's words, but Old Wilson's serious expression at that time revealed he must have understood something. "It's only afternoon now. At this speed, we'll probably arrive in Blackwater City tomorrow morning. I should take advantage of this time to construct Frost's spell model in my awareness," Merlin muttered in a low voice as he drew the curtain and looked at the sky. Merlin spent almost all his time in Blackwater City to meditate. Now, a month later, his mind power had finally increased to the level where he can support a second spell model. Hence, Merlin intended to construct a second spell model in the carriage. From within his arms, Merlin pulled out a few yellowish papers which contained several complicated spell models. These were Frost's which Merlin obtained from Rollin. He had long decided for Frost to be the second spell model to be constructed in his awareness. When his mind power was able to control two spell models, he would then commence to construct it immediately. Activate the Matrix. Without hesitation, Merlin activated the Matrix. It was crucial in the process of constructing a spell model. Otherwise, with Merlin's current capability, it would require a long duration to construct a stable spell model. The Matrix is activated. Please set up a mission. Start analyzing Frost's spell model. Beep. Mission established. Ready to analyze. The Matrix had a strong analytical and computational ability. It was also able to analyze spell models with ease. After all, Merlin had analyzed Fireball with the Matrix previously. About half an hour later, Merlin could hear the familiar mechanical female voice in his mind. Beep. Analysis completed. A total of 126,541 spell models are analyzed. Merlin nodded silently. This result was within his expectation. Previously, about 180,000 spell models were analyzed for Fireball. Choose 10 most stable spells and compare them to the prototype of Frost. Then, decide on one spell model that's the most stable and most aggressive. After issuing the order, Merlin waited quietly for the Matrix's final choice. Beep. The Matrix has chosen the sixth spell model for you. Immediately, a complicated spell model appeared in Merlin's mind. Any normie with an insufficient level of mind power would instantaneously feel dizzy at the sight of this spell model. However, after a long period of meditation, Merlin's current mind power had increased tremendously for him to be able to control two spell models. He had attained the conditions for constructing a second spell model in his awareness. He closed his eyes and his mind power began to fully construct the spell model by the Matrix. Constructing a spell model using mind power required a long duration of at least a few hours. It demanded full concentration and complete usage of mind power to simulate the complex spell models in the awareness. Merlin had experience in constructing a spell model, hence, this time he was familiar with the procedure. Soon, he started utilizing his mind power to carefully construct the spell model. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Merlin was completely immersed in the construction of spell model. He did not feel any discomfort despite the bumpy carriage ride. Boom! Finally, Merlin felt as if there was an explosion in his mind, which was then filled with a cold chilly sensation. A brand new spell model appeared in his awareness. At last, Frost's spell model. With his face full of surprise, Merlin opened his eyes. Slowly, he felt Frost's spell model absorbing the surrounding ice elements in his awareness. Even Merlin, who was wearing a thick coat, could not help but shudder at the cold. The spell models in Merlin's awareness, namely Fireball and Frost, were two spell models which behave opposite of each other. However, the two got along well, rotating slowly as each absorbed their respective elements. Merlin rejoiced secretly. Having 2 spell models in his awareness was indeed a relatively huge burden for his awareness, but he was able to withstand it thoroughly. Moreover, he could continue meditating to increase his mind power. Eventually, even this dense feeling would disappear. Let me try the power of frost. Merlin used his mind power to activate the frost spell model. Frost! A group of ice crystals appeared immediately on the wooden bracket inside the carriage, wrapping the wooden bracket tightly and emitting a chilling sensation. It looked solid. Fireball! Merlin cast Fireball right after seeing the formation of ice crystals. Using the control of mind power, Merlin moved the fireball under the ice crystal carefully. This group of ice crystals persisted for a while before finally melting into water droplets by the high temperature of Fireball. Merlin was very satisfied, as the purpose of frost was not to hurt people but to bind the opponent in place. Once frozen by such solid ice crystal, even a 3rd level elemental swordsman could free from it within seconds. If I've obtained frost before the bandits' attack, I could kill those 3 3rd level light swordsmen in a single blow. Merlin's eyes brimmed with brilliance as he watched water droplets dripping from the ice crystals. Now that he attained a binding spell, his strength was undoubtedly doubled. No matter the number of the low-level elemental swordsmen, they would no longer pose a threat to Merlin. However, Merlin had just constructed Frost's spell model. Now, he was only able to release about 2 or 3 frosts. Merlin did not continue casting frost. Instead, he immersed his mind power in the awareness again to carefully examine the changes happening around Frost's spell model. As expected, another grey horizontal frame appeared, just like Fireball. Merlin was overjoyed as he attained his wish to see a grey horizontal frame around Frost's spell model, similar to the horizontal frame in front of Fireball's spell model. In other words, after he released 3 frosts, he had the opportunity to release a more powerful frost, a large frost. Chapter 42, Ambition. Chapter 42, Ambition. Translator, J_squared Editor, J_squared. The carriage kept on moving. There were sounds of running horses outside. Even if Merlin did not look out of the window, he knew a little that the carriage was going at a great speed from the tremor he felt in the carriage. Clang! Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. The curtain was pulled open and a gust of cold wind blew in. Father! Merlin showed a questioned look because the one who pulled the curtain down was Old Wilson. Old Wilson nodded slightly and climbed into the carriage. His face seemed slightly pale, but he looked much better now. Father, how's your injury? Merlin looked at Old Wilson's stomach. There was still a cut on his black armor at that area. I'm all right. It's just a cut. Old Wilson paused a little. Then, he raised his head as his eyes stared right at Merlin for a while. He gave a long sigh. Merlin, you've truly grown up and you can handle the burden of the whole family. There's something I must tell you. Father, tell me anything. Merlin moved his body and leaned toward the back of the carriage as much as possible. It's about the current matter, the church's grand operation. Do you have any idea what this is? Old Wilson had a serious look. Merlin shook his head naturally. He had guessed this was not something small. If it was, Old Wilson would not go back in a rush, but he did not know what was going on. Usually, Church of Light would have sublime authority in the Kingdom of Light and even in a few other small kingdoms. Everyone believed in God of Light. They were the spiritual leaders of the whole Kingdom of Light. Merlin could not think of a reason why Church of Light would want to snatch Blackwater City, putting in so much effort in the process. Old Wilson said as he shook his head helplessly, this matter is the most hidden secret amongst secrets in the first place. I only have some guesses these few years, but it seems to me now my guesses are becoming reality. Church of Light's influence in the Kingdom of Light is not the monopolizing force here. There are still the competing influences like the royal family of Light and the nobles. There's a gap between the two forces, but the difference won't be large. However, in these few years, the church has grown too quickly. It has even attracted a bunch of middle-ranked nobles, and, in the name of God, rapidly expanded its armed forces. Merlin nodded. The armed forces of Church of Light would most probably be the Guardian Swordsmen. Even those who were not light swordsmen, if they were willing to seek refuge with the church, they would be allowed to become the church's swordsmen and given a certain amount of help. These swordsmen had nonetheless turned into the church's force. Ambition. Unstoppable ambition. When the church's force has expanded to a certain extent, it has finally exploded. Although I have no way of knowing the situation at other places, I can guess a little. The church's force has a definite advantage. Its action is to overturn the royal family of light and build a new nation reigned by the church. Merlin's expression changed. He thought of some countries in his past life which merged both politics with religion. The aim of Church of Light was also obvious, to merge politics with religion. The church no longer wanted to be only a spiritual leader but to rule a large nation. The time of change had dawned upon the Kingdom of Light. Seeing Merlin's changing expressions, old Wilson nodded in satisfaction. Then, he said with a bitter smile, "Merlin, there will be chaos in the Kingdom of Light, so we need to get back to Blackwater City as quickly as possible. We have to save all people of the Wilson family." If the church had the ambition just as old Wilson had predicted, then trouble would definitely break out in the Kingdom of Light. Macy, the butler, big-breasted madam and others were still at Wilson Castle in Blackwater City. They were all people who old Wilson cared about, so they must be saved. Old Wilson did not mention Spellcaster all this while. Nor did he ask about Merlin's matter as if he had forgotten about this. However, Merlin knew old Wilson did not mention this matter on purpose. At this moment, Merlin felt that it was necessary to explain this to old Wilson. "Father, my teacher is a spellcaster from the Kingdom of Black Moon, but he's dead now. He was killed by the wizard in the church." Merlin's tone was calm as he explained about the matter regarding Old Man Ether. "Merlin, I've fought for so many years in battle with the Kingdom of Black Moon. I've also seen their spellcasters. They hold strong yet mysterious power that is above Normier's. Even the powerful elemental swordsman is nothing in their eyes. Only the wizards in the Inquisitor can compare to them." Old Wilson paused. Following that, he smiled as he continued, "So, I'm proud that you've become a strong spellcaster now. The whole Wilson family is happy for you." After that, old Wilson turned around and alighted from the carriage. Merlin heaved a sigh of relief. Old Wilson had survived the slaughterhouse at that time. No matter if it was the spellcasters of the Kingdom of Black Moon or wizards of the Inquisitor, he had seen them all. He naturally knew that spellcasters were the true strong ones who held insurmountable power, not the evil heretic described by the church. The understanding of old Wilson had saved Merlin from doing excessive explanation. Merlin pulled the curtain open and saw that the sky had gradually turned dark. Many knights had lit up the fire torch for illumination. With their current speed, even if they continued their journey at night, they would only reach Blackwater City tomorrow. After sitting in the carriage for one whole day and spending a large amount of mind power to simulate the second spell model, Merlin was exhausted. So, he lied in the carriage and closed his eyes to rest. Merlin knew it would not be peaceful when he returned to Blackwater City tomorrow. He had to quickly recover both of his magic power and mind power. The next morning in Blackwater City, snow was falling lightly. There was a layer of frost on the ground which seemed extremely slippery. There were not many people on the street, so it seemed desolate. There were a bunch of people gathered at the city gate. They were all small businessmen and vendors from Blackwater City. They were all prepared to go out of the city and do some business, but the gate remained tightly closed this morning. What's going on? Why isn't the gate open? Last night, many knights seem to have entered the city. I don't know what's going on. When is the gate opening? Many were discussing about this before the gate, but most didn't know what the reason behind the closure of gate was. I'm afraid there may be some big trouble at Blackwater City. Only the smart and experienced ones might have understood some hints from this, so they turned around in a hurry to return home. Chapter 43, Danger at the Castle Eye. Chapter 43, Danger at the Castle Eye. Translator, J_squared Editor, J_squared. In the Castellan's mansion, Castellan Augustine, Baron Vingolt, and the white-robed wizard Jason were in a discussion. Wizard Jason, 6 aristocratic families in Blackwater City except for Wilson have arrived. Do we start now? Augustine asked calmly. Wizard Jason glanced at Augustine and Vingolt without emotion. He said as he waved his hands, "What's the rush? I don't mind telling you now. The robbers who kept disturbing peace in Blackwater City are all from the church. With their attack, the knights of these nobles have gone out of the city to provide protection. Who else do they have in Blackwater City? So, we should give them one more chance. If they're willing to return to God's embrace, then they're still the believers of God of Light. Master Castellan, it's time for you to appear. Augustine's expression changed. Even if he had guessed that the robbers outside of Blackwater City were odd, they were truly people sent from the church, now that it was confirmed by Jason. The church had prepared all of this. Wizard Jason, please rest assured. I'll talk to them clearly out there, but Wilson. Speaking of Wilson, Wizard Jason raised his head to look at Vingolt. A cold smile formed on his lips as he said lightly, Baron Vingolt, I know of your contradiction with Wilson. Now, I'm giving you an opportunity to take revenge. Wilson should be dead by now. His territory will be destroyed as well. So, Wilson Castle should no longer exist. I'll leave this matter to you and will send 2 more Guardian Swordsmen to you. You should get your man to eliminate everyone in Wilson family. Elation bloomed in Vingolt's heart. His expression turned ferocious as he said in a low pitch, Wizard Jason, be at rest. Not a person of the Wilson family will exist in Blackwater City from now on. Then, Vingolt walked out immediately. His heart was filled with elation. Fighting for so many years with old Wilson, he had resented Wilson to his bone. Now he had the opportunity, why would he let it pass? Tirath, bring Vingolt Knights and the 2 Guardian Swordsmen Wizard Jason gave you and destroy Wilson Castle. I don't want to see anyone from Wilson family in Blackwater City in the future. Father, please be at rest. Not a person in Wilson Castle can run away from this. However, such a shame this Merlin bastard has gone to Wilson's territory. Otherwise, I'll kill him myself. Tirath was full of resent toward Merlin. Merlin can't survive going to Wilson's territory. He can only die with Wilson. All right, go quickly. Until the matter is settled, the Vingolt family will definitely welcome our most brilliant times. Then, Tirath brought 200 knights and left the Castellan's mansion. Outside of Wilson Castle, 2 guards seemed listless. Both leaned against the door and exchanged words with one another, feeling bored. Suddenly, an extremely luxurious-looking carriage came dashing forward from afar. Its speed was fast and the master of the carriage seemed flustered. The guards immediately stood alert. They both knew the carriage. That was the carriage of young Master Gut, who always stayed together with young Master Merlin. Soon, the luxurious carriage stopped in front of the castle. A fatty jumped off from the carriage and the guards quickly welcomed him. They said respectfully, young Master Gut, if you're looking for young Master Merlin, unfortunately, he has left Blackwater City 2 days ago. He went to Sir Baron's territory. To the territory? Fatty Gut frowned and seemed extremely anxious. He said in a low voice, quick, bring me to young Lady Macy. The guards knew Gut was good friends with Merlin, so they did not stop him and brought him into the castle. Macy was having breakfast when she heard footsteps. She raised her head to see Gut and furrowed her eyebrows. She did not have a good impression of Gut and Anson and had always thought they were bad influences on Merlin. However, Gut did not care about Macy's attitude. Instead, he approached Macy quickly and said in a rush, Macy, leave Wilson Castle quickly. It's best if you can get out of the city. Go to Baron Wilson's territory and meet with Merlin. What's wrong? Gut, what happened? Macy put down the spoon and looked at Gut. The fatty saw Macy's unwillingness to leave and knew he could not convince her to leave immediately unless he explained the matter clearly. So, he could only cut the story short and said, trouble. The Church of Light has suddenly launched an attack. They've taken most of the cities in the Kingdom of Light like Grand City, Root City and others under control. They are planning to overturn the royal family. The Dugland family has business all over the Kingdom of Light, so our news came earlier than others. Blackwater City should be one of the church's aim, so even the city gate is closed this morning. You and the Wilson family are in most danger. Baron Wilson comes from the army and he swore loyalty to the royal family. The church will not let him go easily. Moreover, I heard that Castellan Augustine of Blackwater City and the Vingolt family have sought refuge with the church. Seeing their issue with the Wilson family, they won't let Wilson Castle off. Gut told her every news he had received without thinking. He spoke too fast that he could not catch his breath. His face was red and he seemed exhausted. Macy's face turned pale instantaneously. She took a step forward quickly. Shaking, she asked softly, "Gut, then what about Father and Merlin? Are they in danger?" Gut caught his breath and shook his head. "No news has come to me about Baron Wilson and Merlin yet. The gate is closed now. No one is allowed to enter or exit. I also came to notify you hurriedly right after I received the news. The most important thing is your safety now. Even you can't go out of the city, you must not stay in Wilson Castle." Gut paused and bit his lips. His expressions kept changing as if he was making some decisions in his head. After a long pause, he raised his head and said as he bit his lips, "No matter what, you can't stay in Wilson Castle any longer. Macy, 5 is the maximum. 5 of you must leave Wilson Castle immediately in my carriage. I'll send you to a safe place. When the situation in Blackwater City becomes calmer, I'll think of a way to send you out of the city." It could be seen that Gut's move was extremely risky. Without caution, he would be involved in this matter as well. Macy took a glance at the butler. At this time, she still needed the butler's decision. The butler looked at red-faced Gut and bowed deeply to him. "Thank you, young Master Gut. You're willing to take such a big risk to save us. Wilson family will forever remember your deed. Young Lady Macy, young Master Gut is right. We must leave the castle as soon as possible now." Gut nodded. "All right. Get ready. I'll be waiting for you in the carriage." The fatty turned around. When he was about to return to his carriage, a bunch of ferocious knights came directly toward Wilson Castle. "It's not good. Tirath has brought his men here. It's finished. Even I can't get away with it now." In an instant, Gut's expression turned ashen and his eyes filled with terror. Chapter 44, Danger at the Castle 2. Chapter 44, Danger at the Castle 2. Translator, J_squared Editor, J_squared. Tirath came with his men in great force. There were originally 200 heavy armored knights at Wilson Castle, but they were brought away by Pratt. Other than the heavy armored knights, there were still some normal knights around, but Merlin brought dozens of them away to the territory as well. Thus, Wilson Castle's defense was almost at zero now. Only a few servants and knights were left. They could not stop Tirath at all. Kill them. Tirath looked at the old castle, his gaze full of killing intent. He led hundreds of knights and crashed into Wilson Castle. Without saying a word, he raised his sword and slashed it on the guards and servants in the castle. A moment later, the smell of blood filled the air. Even Macy and others who were in the hall could smell the thick bloody stench. Macy's expression was sullen while Gut was ashen. He murmured lowly, "I didn't imagine Tirath to be so ruthless. This is eliminating the Wilson family. Young Lady Macy, young Master Gut, come with me quickly, otherwise, Tirath will find us," the butler said in a deep voice. Now that Wilson Castle had no defending forces, if they did not hide now, they were only waiting to be killed by Tirath. So, the butler brought Gut, Macy, and big-breasted Madam directly into old Wilson's room and quickly triggered the switch. The room. An oval-shaped passage appeared in the room. "Go in quickly. This is the basement built by Sir Baron when he took Military Fortress as a reference. Hiding in there is very safe. Tirath won't be able to find this in a while," the butler pressed on. Macy was a little curious. She had lived for many years in Wilson Castle, but she did not know there was such a secretive basement in it. Gut went into the passage first, followed by Macy, big-breasted Madam, and the butler. After all of them had entered the passage, the butler lightly closed the entrance. Wilson Castle had almost become a living hell. Blood was everywhere. Up to hundreds of servants had fallen under the swords of knights led by Tirath. Tirath walked into the hall to see no one was in there. "Search for me. Merlin's not in the castle, but Macy surely is." Tirath ordered his subordinates when Macy was not in sight. He knew immediately she had hidden. Thus, the knights carefully searched Wilson Castle. Merlin woke up from his sleep. He pulled the curtain open slightly and found the sky was already bright. There was a moist feeling in the air. Without him noticing, it was already morning. "Moss, where are we now?" Merlin asked Moss. Moss turned his head around lightly. He looked rather pale and his eyes were puffy red. He seemed extremely exhausted. Moss had followed the knight's unit, rushing through the night. Of course, he was exhausted now. "Young Master Merlin, we'll probably reach Blackwater City in an hour," Moss said softly. "In an hour?" Merlin frowned slightly. Today was the day the Castellan had gathered all the nobles. If they were a step ahead of him and controlled the whole situation in Blackwater City, that would not end in a good way. Merlin was more worried about the safety in Wilson Castle. However, this was already their greatest speed. There was no use in getting anxious now. Merlin then stayed quietly in the carriage and checked the changes in his awareness. The frost he had simulated in his awareness yesterday had accumulated enough ice element after one night. According to Merlin's estimation, he could continuously cast 3 frosts now. 3 times. It's more than enough. Merlin understood clearly the effect of frost. It was not an attack spell but simply a binding spell. It did not need to be cast for many times as long as its binding force was great enough. In terms of attack, he still needed to rely on Fireball. Meanwhile, after months of preparation, the magic power in Fireball had increased tremendously. He could cast Fireball for near 20 times without stopping. Moreover, he still had the bell pendant with him that could release 18 large fireballs. This was also Merlin's most reliable trump card that he would not use easily. In addition, after one night's rest, his mind power was basically recovered as well. Merlin was at his best condition right now. "I hope Macy is all right," Merlin murmured softly. Under his calm gaze, a hint of sharpness flashed by. An hour later, he could already see the tall wall of Blackwater City. Looking from afar, there were archers gathered all over the walls while the city gate remained tightly closed. Not good. The church has moved. Old Wilson waved his hand. The darting knight's unit immediately halted. His stare was set upon Blackwater City silently. The gate which was supposed to be open by now remained close. The city gate would be closed only during an emergency. Some changes must have occurred in Blackwater City by now. Old Wilson raised his head to look at the people on the wall. Looking at their clothes, they should be from the city defense troop. "Sir Baron, what should we do?" General Pratt also came to Old Wilson's side, staring at the closed gate. He seemed clueless as to what they should do as well. "We're still one step late." Old Wilson shook his head helplessly. His original thought was to return to Blackwater City before the church had made its move. Maybe the gate had not been closed at that moment. However, he was still one step late after all. The gate had been controlled by the church. Old Wilson held his fist tight. His eyes were red and he was unsatisfied. However, the gate had been closed. If they did not have a large machine to attack the city, they could not break through the city gate at all. Unless there's a strong spellcaster to blast the gate open with a spell. Old Wilson jumped at the thought. He suddenly recalled the strong spellcasters from the kingdom of Black Moon back in the slaughterhouse, where a terrifying spell fell upon them. Even the strongest fortress could be blasted off in an instant, not to mention this gate. "Quick, get Merlin." Old Wilson immediately remembered Merlin, who was a spellcaster. Soon, Pratt brought Merlin to Old Wilson's side. Old Wilson pointed to the gate and said in a low voice, "Merlin, can you blast the gate open? If you can't, then we can't enter the city and we can only retreat to our territory. I'm afraid Macy and the others will be in danger then." Old Wilson stared at Merlin with anticipation. Merlin squinted his eyes and observed for a while. Then, he nodded lightly and said in a calm tone, "Let me try." Merlin did not have full confidence that he could blast this sturdy gate open. Chapter 45, Fierce Battle at Blackwater City I. Chapter 45, Fierce Battle at Blackwater City I. Translator, J_squared Editor, J_squared. Old Wilson found a few knights. They held shields in their hands as they protected Merlin while approaching the gate. "Let's try it." With only a thought, Merlin cast a fist-sized fireball instantly. This was only a normal fireball. Merlin only wanted to test how sturdy this gate really was. "Go!" Along with Merlin's yell, the fireball immediately flew toward the gate. TSK TSK TSK. The fireball crashed into the gate. Merlin did not cause the fireball to explode. Facing such a sturdy gate, the little fireball surely could not blast the gate off, so it could only burn a hole in the gate with its high heat. However, this gate was exceptionally sturdy. Since the city gate was the last barrier to enter the city, its level of sturdiness was top-notch. Therefore, Merlin's fireball only left a half-inch deep hole in the gate, unable to burn through the gate. I can't do it in one go. Then, I'll do it in the second and third try. Merlin did not give up. Although the fireball did not work earlier, it had an effect on the gate. As long as he continued to cast fireball, he would definitely be able to burn a hole through it. Swish! Another 2 fireballs flew toward the gate at an incredible speed. At the same place the first fireball had burnt, they began to melt the gate again. At that moment, the sturdy gate began to drip liquid iron. Peast! Finally, under the melting of 2 fireballs, a fist-sized hole was burnt through the gate. Merlin showed a hint of elation on his face. At this moment, since he had already cast 3 fireballs, he could cast a large fireball now. Large fireball. Merlin did not hesitate at all. A gigantic fireball appeared out of thin air. One look at it could induce terror in people's heart. Swoosh! The large fireball darted toward the gate and flew directly at the small hole on the gate. Boom! The force of the large fireball was numerous times bigger than the normal fireball. This explosion even released a terrifying power. Infinite heat rapidly spread through the sides along the hole. In a while, a huge hole of human's height was burnt through the strong gate. Old Wilson was poised since the beginning. Seeing the gate had actually blasted open by Merlin, he was filled with elation and immediately raised his sword. He shouted, "In the name of Knight's glory, charge! In the name of Knight's glory, charge!" 200 heavy armored knights behind Old Wilson and 600 normal knights yelled all at once. Their voice was filled with killing intent. Vroom! This was the sound of running knights. It was as if the mountain had crashed and the earth had split. The whole city gate seemed to tremble. Old Wilson was riding in front. A thick flame appeared around him and his whole figure seemed to be engulfed in flames. He led a large number of knights and dashed through the hole into Blackwater City. Soon, the gate was opened. The knights unit led by Old Wilson defeated the city defense troop near the gate with overwhelming spirit. The knights of city defense troop might have some combat ability, but they had no way to block the heavy armored knights led by Old Wilson. Merlin followed behind the knights unit. He was a little relieved that he had chosen Fireball as his first spell model back then. Otherwise, no matter if it was Frost or Whirlwind, he could not blast the gate open. The battle at the gate soon came to a pause. Most of the knights from City Defense Troop had run away, but Old Wilson did not chase after them. Instead, he approached Merlin and said in a serious tone, "Merlin, I'm letting Pratt follow you. Bring 300 knights to Wilson Castle and save Macy and the others. I'll lead the rest to Castellan's mansion and kill Augustine." Old Wilson would not let Augustine, who colluded with the church, go easily. He had to lead the heavy armored knights to attack Castellan's mansion. Merlin thought for a bit, then shook his head. "Father, I'll only bring 100 knights. You're going to Castellan's mansion where it's heavily guarded. Augustine's knights from the city defense troop must be there." Old Wilson thought about it before agreeing to that. Then, he led 700 knights and rushed to Castellan's mansion. "Uncle Pratt, let the knights get ready for battle. It's possible we may get into trouble." A hint of seriousness flashed in Merlin's eyes. In Wilson Castle, up to hundreds of servants had been killed. Regardless of whether they were men, women, the elderly or children, they had not escaped death. Many bodies laid around randomly on the floor. The bloody stench spread throughout the place that even someone from afar could smell it. At this moment, Tirath was sitting on a chair in the castle. He frowned and had a dark look on him because he had only found servants after searching the entire Wilson Castle. Macy and the others could not be found at all. Could it be that they ran away? Tirath doubted. He then ordered his subordinate to bring a servant to him. He asked the trembling servant who kneeled on the ground, "Where's Macy?" The servant looked at Tirath and replied cautiously, "I really don't know where young Lady Macy is." "Don't know?" Tirath stood up and raised the sword. Without hesitation, he pierced the servant's chest in one slash. "Bring the next one." Tirath showed a cruel smile, then let his subordinate to bring another maid. This maid was truly horrified, seeing many bodies on the floor. Without waiting for Tirath to ask, she stuttered, "I saw the butler bringing young Lady Macy and the others to Sir Baron's room." "Good. Lead the way." Tirath immediately stood up and let the maid lead the way. Soon, Tirath was in Baron Old Wilson's room. He looked around and smiled coldly. They must be hiding in this room. Search. Immediately, numerous knights came into Old Wilson's room and began to search all over the place. At the same time, Macy and the rest who were waiting in the basement had all come near the entrance of the basement. They leaned close to the wall and could hear faint footsteps on the other side of the wall. Macy and the butler exchanged a glance. Macy even unsheathed her sword without a sound. She took a deep breath as she held the sword. She had finished the preparation for battle. Among them, the only one with combat ability was Macy. Even though Old Wilson's gear was secretive, Tirath had brought many people to search for them and they would soon find it. At that time, they could only die to try to escape. "Butler, if Tirath found the door later, I'll block him." "Bring Mother and Gut out of Wilson Castle," Macy said in a low voice. At this moment, she was a little depressed. If she had become an elemental swordsman, she would still have a slim chance to survive. At least she could cover for the butler to bring her Mother and Gut to escape. However, once they were found by Tirath, they had almost no hope to survive. Boom! Suddenly, the whole ground of Wilson Castle trembled slightly. The dust on the wall peeled off and fell all over the ground. "What's going on?" Tirath raised his head with a slightly changed expression. His gaze shot right out of Wilson Castle. Chapter 46, Fierce Battle at Blackwater City 2. Chapter 46, Fierce Battle at Blackwater City 2. Translator, J_squared Editor, J_squared. Merlin was not adept at riding horses, so he sat in the carriage. He pulled the curtain open and stared forward directly. Wilson Castle could already be seen from far away. Suddenly, a thick smell of blood hit him as the cold wind blew. Merlin's expression changed and immediately jumped off the carriage. He said to Pratt, "Uncle Pratt, let's stop first." At this time, the bloody stench had obviously hit Pratt as well. His expression turned grim. "This direction. It's Wilson Castle." After identifying the direction where the stench was coming from, Merlin could not wait any longer. He dashed forward and arrived before Wilson Castle in one breath. At his current position, he could see many horrifying bodies lying around in the castle. They were the servants and guards whom he was very familiar with in Wilson Castle. D******. Merlin cursed. With Pratt, he strode into the castle. Merlin, you weren't dead. You even came back?" Tirath brought his men out of the castle quickly and met Merlin. Both sides had drawn their swords. The atmosphere was tense. "Tirath! Where's Macy?" Merlin's face was grim. He scanned the bodies on the ground and did not find Macy's. Tirath did not answer. Instead, he showed a hint of excitement. He quickly pointed to Merlin as he said to the white-robed men who wore silver armor beside him, 2 guardian swordsmen, his Wilson's son. These 2 white-robed men were the guardian swordsmen sent by wizard Jason. They exchanged a glance and howled in a deep voice, "Kill him!" At once, the guardian swordsmen emitted white light. They were surprisingly 2 first-level light swordsmen. They came aiming at Merlin directly. Upon seeing the horrible sight of bodies around Wilson Castle, Merlin was already boiling with a killing intent. His eyes stared deadly at Tirath without even sparing a glance at the guardian swordsman. "Get out of my way!" Merlin took a big stride toward Tirath. Since he had practiced the posture of the mysterious relief sculpture, his physical attribute was not any less compared to a first-level elemental swordsman, possibly even stronger. Thus, his speed was remarkable. A few steps already covered a few meters distance. The guardian swordsman showed a hint of surprise. They could feel that Merlin was not an elemental swordsman, but his physical attribute had gone beyond their imagination. However, the next event surprised them even more. Merlin curled his hands and two fist-sized flames appeared suddenly in his hands. Swoosh! Merlin pointed with his finger and the fireballs flashed slightly and made strokes of shadows in the air. At incredible speed, they headed straight toward the Guardian Swordsman. Not good. It's the spell of evil heretic. The Guardian Swordsman was still considered knowledgeable. They immediately recognized the fireballs released by Merlin was a spell, but they were already too late in dodging the fireballs. Along with the growth of Merlin's mind power, he had gradually mastered the control of Fireball. His Fireball could come and go like a shadow as he pleased. Once Fireball had been cast, even a third-level elemental swordsman could not dodge it. Then, how could two first-level elemental swordsmen dodge it? Bang! Bang! Two fireballs landed a solid crash on the Guardian Swordsman's chest. Their light armor could not defend them against the terrifying heat from the fireballs. Thus, a bloody hole was burnt through their chests by the fireball. The light element within them immediately disappeared while their bodies fell onto the ground heavily. This happened in the blink of an eye. Two strong Guardian Swordsmen had died while Merlin's figure did not even pause and continued to dash toward Tirath. Tirath was already dumbfounded. It was the knights beside him, albeit scared, bravely blocked in front of him and prepared to protect Tirath. As for these knights who were not even elemental swordsmen, Merlin did not bother to waste his magic power. He attacked the knights beside Tirath with his punch which was like the wind. Merlin's physical attribute was near to the best of a first-level elemental swordsman. Naturally, it was easy to defeat the knights. T. There was no one beside to protect Tirath now. Merlin's gaze set upon Tirath. Tirath, where's Macy? Merlin approached Tirath step by step as he asked in a cold tone. At the same time, a fireball emitting horrifying heat appeared out of thin air in front of him and floated silently in the air. Looking at this fireball, Tirath's face turned pale and stared at Merlin in fear. He did not know what he should do now. When Merlin wanted to grab Tirath and questioned him, many knights suddenly came into the castle, yelling as they charged toward Merlin. Tirath had brought 200 knights. In number, it was more than the number of knights Merlin had brought. However, he did not care at all. Looking at the charging knights, a cold hint of killing intent flashed in his gaze. Explode! Merlin pointed at the few knights in front and the floating fireball quickly flew forward. It then exploded according to Merlin's mind power. The fist-like fireball released a strong impact. The knights who were closest to it were directly blown off and they fell to the ground, their armors crumbled completely. Meanwhile, the knights who were further away were burnt by the remaining flames after the fireball had exploded. All of them laid on the ground and howled in pain. At the same time, Prat also pulled out his sword. With a loud howl, he led 100 knights and dashed toward Tirath's knights. Even though they were less in number, their spirit was high. Moreover, they were supported by Merlin's fireball. In great force, they defeated Tirath's knights, leaving them with many casualties. Only a small number of people ran away from Wilson Castle. In Wilson Castle, it was covered with bodies of Tirath's knights and servants of the castle. Many bodies were mixed together, transforming the whole Wilson Castle into a living hell. Young Master Merlin. Prat walked forward in large stride. His armor had already turned bright red. His face stained with blood as well. It was not known whether the blood was from Prat or his enemy. Have you found her? Young Master Merlin, I've looked all over the place. Young Lady Macy, the butler and madam's bodies are not found throughout the castle. Prat smiled. As long as they did not find the bodies, that proved Macy and others were still alive. Tirath was lying on the ground at this moment. His expression was ashen because he had become Merlin's captive. Merlin looked at Tirath, flashing a cold smile at him. He turned around and said to Prat, Uncle Prat, I'll leave Tirath with you. He. Be at rest, young Master Merlin. 148 lives of Wilson Castle. I'll collect that debt from him. Tirath's blood-stained face also flashed a gruesome smile. Merlin did not care about Tirath anymore. He headed straight toward old Wilson's room. In his heart, he had already guessed the place where Macy and others were hiding at. Why isn't there any sound? Macy, who was still hiding in the basement, asked softly. She had heard the footsteps out there earlier, but all of them had disappeared suddenly. The butler thought for a while before saying, "Young Lady Macy, we should wait a little longer. Maybe some changes have occurred and they have left temporarily. We should not be rash. Staying here is the safest." Macy nodded too. The heart that had jumped to her throat had gradually relaxed as well. Chak. Right at this moment, the entrance of the basement before Macy opened slowly. Not good. We're found. Macy took a deep breath, then raised her sword up high. She would fight for their lives. A figure slowly walked into the passage. Macy did not hesitate any longer. When the passage was opened, her sword also slashed toward the figure fiercely. Chapter 47, Fierce Battle at Blackwater City 3. Chapter 47, Fierce Battle at Blackwater City 3. Translator, J_squared Editor, J_squared. In Castellan's mansion, 6 nobles entered the hall one after another. Castellan Augustine and Baron Vingalt were already waiting in the hall. Seeing the 6 of them, Augustine immediately stood up. "Everyone, please have a seat. Today I've invited everyone here to discuss an important matter of Blackwater City." "Are you talking about the issue of the robbers, Sir Castellan?" "We don't know where those robbers are coming from. They appear suddenly and attack our territory. We've already sent our knights to protect the territory. There won't be any large problem at the moment," Baron Parman said. Baron Vingalt, who was beside him, squinted his eyes and glanced sideways at Baron Parman. A cold killing intent flashed in his gaze. Back then, he had asked in name of Tirath for Baron Parman's daughter, Avril's hands. In the end, Baron Parman decided to let Avril to be engaged to Merlin. On top of that, he did that while most of the noble families in Blackwater City were in attendance. Baron Vingalt hated Baron Parman and old Wilson to their bones. He. Baron Parman, the Castellan, didn't gather everyone here to discuss the robber issue today. Vingalt laughed coldly in high pitch. Baron Parman's expression changed. Then, he looked at Castellan Augustine and asked in a low voice, "Sir Castellan, you didn't gather us here to talk about how we can deal with the robbers?" Castellan Augustine seemed cold and detached. He shot a glance at Vingalt, seemingly unsatisfied with Vingalt's interruption. However, he still spoke slowly, "No, I didn't gather everyone here to discuss the robber issue." After a pause, Augustine continued his talk, but Baron Parman stood up suddenly. He said coldly, "Since it's not about the robbers, then I shall first take my leave. I still have some matters to attend to in the territory." Baron Parman's expression was grim and he turned around to leave. However, when he reached the door, he was immediately blocked by a few knights from the city defense troop. Their swords gave off a chilly gleam. Not only Baron Parman, even the other nobles' expression changed slightly. In terms of status, they were all barons and were equal to Augustine, only that Augustine was the Castellan, so he had a larger influence in the city. Now that he had stopped Baron Parman from leaving forcefully, this was already considered a serious challenge. "Augustine, what do you mean by this?" Baron Parman asked loudly in anger. Augustine's expression was dark. At this time, Baron Vingalt stood up and said coldly, "Sir Castellan, since it's inconvenient for you to say it, let me do the work. Actually, it's simple. Sir Castellan and I have already returned to the embrace of God and became members of the Church. The Church will follow the will of the God of Light and replace the royal family to become the kingdom's master. Now, it's your turn to choose." Baron Vingalt's words were overwhelming. Baron Parman and the others still could not believe it, so they turned their gazes to Castellan Augustine. "Augustine, is Vingalt speaking the truth? You've gone to the church?" Baron Parman questioned him in a strict tone. Augustine's gaze toward Vingalt showed a slight hint of regret, but he was clear that he had to accomplish what Wizard Jason had mentioned if he wanted to strengthen his future social standing in Blackwater City. Thinking of this, Augustine could only nod and said lightly, "The Church of Light will follow God's will and replace the royal family. This is already a fact. You may not have received the news yet, but most parts of the kingdom are already under the control of the Church. So, you should make your choice." Wizard Jason is now in Castellan's mansion. He said that if you're willing to return to the embrace of God, then he won't mind your previous mistakes and will allow you to become a member of the church. As Augustine finished his words, up to hundreds of city defense troop knights rushed in and flooded the hall and stared at Baron Parman and others with hostility. Many nobles had fallen silent. After a while, Baron Parman suddenly pulled out his sword and laughed sardonically. Augustine, don't forget about the ones who have bestowed your baron title to Augustine family. Augustine's expression darkened and said with a cold smile, Baron Parman, the Augustine family's ancestors have fought for the baron title in battle. It wasn't bestowed by anyone. Baron Vingalt stared at Baron Parman darkly and said, Baron Parman, are you still thinking Wilson will come to save your day? He. I don't mind telling you now. The robbers who attack the towns around Blackwater City are disguised by the guardian swordsman of the church. I'm afraid Wilson, whom you have placed hope on, will never come back again. Wilson? Is he really dead? Baron Parman seemed a little sad. He was very close to old Wilson and their relationship was like brothers. Knowing Wilson's grievous news, he could not help but felt a sense of melancholy. Everyone, it's time for you to make your choice. Augustine's expression darkened. Suddenly, the city defense troop knights around them appeared more murderous than before. Do we have a choice? After a long while, a noble asked helplessly. He put down his sword willingly. Augustine felt a tinge of happiness. Suddenly, when he was about to say something, the whole ground seemed to tremble lightly. He could faintly hear a series of shouts coming from outside of Castellan's mansion. In the name of Knight's glory, charge! In the name of Knight's glory, charge! The shouts became clearer in time and were filled with an austere atmosphere. It's Wilson! Wilson is here! Hearing the shouts, Baron Parman immediately became worked up. This slogan was too familiar to him. Every time this slogan was shouted, it indicated the arrival of Wilson and his heavy-armored knights. Not good. It's Wilson's heavy-armored knights. Augustine and Baron Vingalt exchanged a glance, both expressing shock. They had heard directly from Wizard Jason that Wilson had died in his territory. However, it was obviously Wilson who had led his heavy-armored knights to attack Castellan's mansion right now. Only the nobles of Blackwater City knew deeply how terrifying the heavy-armored knights of Wilson was. Even up to thousands of city defense troop knights, they still could not defend against Wilson's heavy-armored knights. Quick! Notify Wizard Jason. Augustine thought of Wizard Jason in the first hour and immediately prepared to walk to the back. Bang! The door in the hall was smashed to pieces by a strong force. A muscular man who wore black armor directly came crashing into the hall. His whole body was engulfed in flames. Drops of red blood were dripping from his sword. A violent aura filled his entire being. The man was old Wilson. He crashed into the hall and scanned the crowd. After seeing Augustine, Baron Vingalt, Baron Parman and others, he flashed a smile on him. It seems I'm not too late. Old Wilson's voice was a little hoarse as he held his sword and strode forward. Chapter 48, Too Weak. Chapter 48, Too Weak. Translator, J_squared Editor, J_squared. In Wilson Castle, Macy was watching the entrance of the basement as the door opened. Right at that instant, she used up all her strength to slash the sword at the figure standing outside the door. The speed of the sword was fast, but the figure was even quicker. He got hold of Macy's arm instantly. Macy, it's me. The familiar voice and figure stunned Macy for a while. Instead, it was Fatty Gut, with mixed emotions, said in an exaggerated way, Merlin? Ha ha. I didn't think it was you. If you don't come any sooner, I'm afraid we can't get out of this mess. Right, where's Tirath? Gut looked around, but he did not see any of Tirath's men. He thought it was odd. He saw with his own eyes that Tirath had led hundreds of knights into the castle. Gut, why are you here? Merlin stared at Gut with an odd expression. The butler came forward and explained, Young Master Merlin, it's all thanks to young Master Gut this time. If he didn't risk his life to alert us of the danger, we would already be dead by now. Merlin stared at Gut from top to bottom seriously this time and said earnestly, "Gut, I'm thankful that you've alerted Macy." At this time, alerting the people at Wilson Castle came with a great risk. Once he was found, he would be tied down with the whole Dougland family. Fatty Gut rubbed his hands and shook his head quickly. He said with an awkward smile, "Actually, it's not much. You're my friend. How can I not help you?" However, in the end, I didn't get to do much as well. Until now, Gut was still terrified. Not only he did not help much, he almost brought himself right into this mess. Macy had also recovered from her shock and looked at Merlin from top to bottom. Only after she found that Merlin was not injured, she sighed in relief and asked in a soft voice, "Merlin, did you come back with father? Where is he?" Merlin told her the current situation. "Father has gone to Castellan's mansion while Uncle Pratt and I brought our men to the castle. We found that you're not among the bodies in the castle, so I guessed you must be in the basement." At this point, footsteps could be heard coming from outside. General Pratt came in hurriedly and said to Merlin, "Young Master Merlin, the enemy in the castle have been eliminated. Only a small number of knights have run away. It may not be safe here. We should go to the gate and wait for Sir Baron." General Pratt was stained with blood. His beautiful, silvery white armor was now painted with blood. His whole being smelled of a stinking blood stench that induced fear in others. Merlin, has Tirath run away?" Gut asked in doubt. He. How can Tirath run away? He is caught by young Master Merlin and I ended his life with my own hands just now." Pratt showed a cruel smile. It could be seen that he must have used a cruel method to torture Tirath in all ways before letting him die. "Merlin caught him?" Gut stared at Merlin with an odd expression. He only realized that Merlin seemed different than before. His eyes revealed a sort of confidence all the time. "Let's leave first. Go to the gate and meet father." Merlin did not want to explain much on this question, so he brought them out of Wilson Castle. However, just when he reached the hall, Macy, Gut, and others saw the bodies on the floor. The thick blood stench had even caused Macy to go pale. The fatty could still take it, but when he saw Tiratha's body, he could not endure it any more. He threw up in terror. Tiratha's body laid on the ground with a contorted expression. Anyone could see that he had gone through horrible torture when he was still alive. Merlin took a glance at Pratt, while the latter simply sneered. Pratt did not think there was anything wrong with this. When he was with old Wilson at the slaughterhouse, he had watched scenes which were 100 times crueler than this. Merlin and the rest did not waste any time and left the castle. Many knights were waiting outside for them. Merlin scanned the crowd and realized that he only had around 60 knights with him. During his fight with Tirath, albeit Merlin's spells were at their advantage, he had still lost nearly 40 knights. Upon thinking about this, Merlin could not help but worry about old Wilson. The security at Castellan's mansion would be way tighter than this. Up to thousands of city defense troop knights were all stationed around Castellan's mansion. Even if old Wilson's heavy armored knights were incredible, they would still sustain a lot of damage. Quickly, to the city gate. Merlin immediately brought the remaining knights to the city gate. After sending Macy, big-breasted Madam, and the butler into the carriage, Merlin turned around and said to Pratt, "Uncle Pratt, you stay here and protect Macy and Madam. I'm a little worried about father's situation, so I want to go to Castellan's mansion immediately." Pratt thought about it for a while. When he recalled Merlin's identity as a spellcaster, he thought Merlin's safety should be guaranteed, so he nodded. "Young Master Merlin, please be at ease. I'll definitely protect young lady and Madam." Merlin did not know how to ride a horse, so he asked a knight to bring him to Castellan's mansion. When he was about to leave, Macy popped her head out of the carriage and said hurriedly to him, "Merlin, what use do you have by going there? Father is protected by the heavy armored knights. He must be fine. You'll only cause trouble for father if you go." "Cause trouble?" Merlin looked strangely at Macy, only realizing that Macy and the others did not know of his identity as a spellcaster. Thus, his mouth quirked into a smile as he pointed to the city gate nonchalantly. Boom! A fireball crashed onto the city gate. A hole was burnt through the gate which was already crumbling in the first place. Then, ignoring Mace's shock, Merlin let his knight bring him to Castellan's mansion. This. Mace and Gut stared at the huge hole on the thick-walled gate, wide-mouthed. They could not utter a word for a long while. In Castellan's mansion, old Wilson strode toward Augustine step by step. The aura around his hole being pressed onto everyone like a heavy rock. Imposing aura. Are you coming close to become a third-level elemental swordsman? Augustine asked with a bitter smile after he felt old Wilson's shapeless imposing air. Only third-level elemental swordsmen and above could possibly understand aura and use the element aura to suppress his enemy. Wilson. What's going to happen even if you return today? The church will replace the royal family. It's what the current situation is heading to. Returning here today only will give your life away. Augustine, you don't have to be courteous. We're both second-level elemental swordsmen. Why should we be afraid of him? Baron Vingelt quickly unsheathed his sword and his whole body emitted an earthy yellow light. This was the light of Earth element. He was a second-level Earth swordsman. Earth swordsmen specialized in defense. It would take a large amount of effort for a third-level elemental swordsman to defeat a second-level Earth swordsman. Thus, Baron Vingelt was not afraid of old Wilson. He held his sword with both hands and blocked right in front of old Wilson. Old Wilson was covered in flames. After seeing Baron Vingelt, a hint of mock flashed across his eyes. Flame cleave. Old Wilson moved. An undecorated sword slashed right at Baron Vingelt straight from top to down as Baron Vingelt prepared himself. The earthy yellow on him was already at its thickest. Bang! Vingelt stared at old Wilson in disbelief. In just one swing, old Wilson had blasted him off. He fell on the ground. He had no chance to strike back at all. Baron Vingelt and old Wilson had fought for numerous years. It was his first time feeling so hopeless like now. You're too weak. Vingelt, you're not worthy of becoming my opponent. Old Wilson simply spared a glance at Baron Vingelt who was on the floor now. Then, without minding him, old Wilson turned his gaze to the Castellan. Augustine was his opponent. Chapter 49, Battle of Spellcaster's Eye. Chapter 49, Battle of Spellcaster's Eye. Translator, J_squared Editor, J_squared. Old Wilson placed his gaze on Augustine. Augustine also raised his head as he sensed old Wilson's violent aura. He took a glance at Baron Vingelt indifferently, then showed a dejected expression. He said in a low voice, Wilson, I'm not your opponent. Augustine was very clear that old Wilson could injure Vingelt who specialized in defense badly with one hit. Augustine could not do it because he was far behind old Wilson. Right at this time, sounds of footsteps could be heard from the outside. Some knights rushed in rapidly. They were the knights brought by old Wilson. Other heavy armored knights were still fighting with the knights from City Defense Troop. A knight approached old Wilson's side quickly and said, Sir Baron, more and more knights from City Defense Troop have gathered outside. We should leave as soon as possible. Old Wilson understood well that Castellan's mansion was not a place to stay long, but before that, he would not let Augustine go easily. Augustine, you collude with the church, trying to put me to death. Now, I'm giving you a chance. Pick up your sword and fight with me in a proper match. Defeat me, then I'll spare your life. Old Wilson said. Augustine and he had always been said as the strongest people in Blackwater City, but they had never fought in a match before. However, old Wilson had absolute confidence in himself. Augustine took a glance at old Wilson and said coldly, Wilson, if you don't leave now, you may never leave again. Ha ha. Augustine, who can stop me? You? Or your City Defense Troop? Old Wilson's aura gradually increased and indistinctly suppressed Augustine. His sword also shone a sharp flame. Pick up your sword, Augustine. Standing in front of Augustine, old Wilson's muscular body was just like a large piece of shadow hovering over Augustine. Old Wilson did not hesitate at all. He swung his sword and slashed at his opponent. Furious flame rubbed against the air, causing a sizzling sound. The move was horrendous. Augustine seemed a little pale. He had to move, so he quickly picked up his sword and raging flame burst out of his sword. Just like old Wilson, he was a fire swordsman. Bang! Both, who was named the strongest in Blackwater City back then, had now engaged in a battle. The ferocious flames intertwined and dispersed directly. Meanwhile, Augustine took a few steps back. His sword was, in fact, covered with cracks and could not stand any hit anymore. Old Wilson remained unmoved. The outcome had been decided. Augustine, you're also too weak. Back in those years, you're filled with boundless enthusiasm. In these years, you've put aside your cultivation for the position of Castellan. You've disappointed me. Old Wilson shook his head and was greatly disappointed. In those times, Augustine and he were named the strongest people in Blackwater City, both equal in power. However, 10 years had gone by. Augustine was no way stronger than old Wilson. Die! Old Wilson had no plan to let Augustine go. He raised his sword up high and the flame on the sword burnt even more ferociously, emitting scorching heat. The knights around him all felt the heat. Augustine could not block this hit no matter how. The sword slashed toward Augustine quickly and the aura suppressed him. This Castellan, who used to be in high spirits, did not even have the courage to raise his sword now. He simply closed his eyes in silence, waiting for the moment of death to arrive. Bang! A dull noise was heard. Old Wilson's expression changed slightly. His sword had not killed Augustine. Instead, a bright, white light had blocked in front of Augustine. It was this light that had caused old Wilson to take a few steps back. The heavy, black armor he wore also let out a creaking noise. Apparently, the impact of the force was too great. Who is it? Old Wilson looked in front in an alert. Behind Augustine, a middle-aged man had appeared since some time ago. He wore a white robe that had silver crossed swords sewn on it. Wizard Jason. Augustine saw the white-robed man and was elated. He had almost forgotten that Wizard Jason from the church was around. Augustine did not know Wizard Jason well. He only knew slightly that Wizard Jason was a person who had a special power and could easily defeat an elemental swordsman. Even the evil heretic that appeared in Blackwater City back then could not win against Wizard Jason. Thus, as soon as Wizard Jason had arrived, Augustine was extremely excited, as if he had caught hold of a life-saving straw. A wizard from the Inquisitor? Old Wilson's tone sounded serious. He saw the silvery crossed swords on Wizard Jason's white robe. He was rather familiar with this logo. When he was in the slaughterhouse, he saw many people in the same sort of clothes. They were all wizards from the most mysterious Inquisitor in Church of Light. The wizards of the church were the ones who could fight the strong spell casters from the Kingdom of Black Moon. The white light earlier should be the spell cast by Wizard Jason. Baron Wilson, you're the one who has survived the slaughterhouse. You should be aware of how strong we, the church, are. Put down your weapon. If you have a sincere heart and believe in the God of Light willingly, then you're still a God's child. Wizard Jason's expression was calm. His whole being was filled with a friendly aura, causing others to feel that he was extremely kind and sincere. God will not instigate you to commit these foolish acts. Old Wilson raised his sword again and his aura became even stronger. The raging flames appeared as if they were about to blast through the critical point. Old Wilson had already reached the peak of second-level fire swordsman and could possibly go into third level any time. Wizard Jason shook his head slightly. With his indifferent tone, he said calmly, Wilson, your soul has fallen. If you oppose God, your soul may never be at rest. After saying that, Wizard Jason reached out his pale hands and thick, white light was emitted from his body. He chanted softly. Swoosh! Bundles of light crashed toward Old Wilson at an incredible speed. Old Wilson was not able to attend to everything at all. Moreover, these white bundles had a strong impact. Every time they hit Old Wilson's black armor, the armor with great defensive ability would let out creaking noises. This indicated that even the strong armor could not stand Wizard Jason's spell attack and would break any time. Once the armor crumbled, Old Wilson had no way of blocking Wizard Jason's strong spell, no matter how excellent his physical attribute was. Only in an instant, Old Wilson, who had an advantage earlier, was in a dangerous situation now. After Wizard Jason had appeared, the situation had quickly gone dire. Chapter 50, Battle of Spellcasters 2. Chapter 50, Battle of Spellcasters 2. Translator, J_squared Editor, J_squared. It was very quiet in the street near Castellan's mansion in Blackwater City. Usually, this place would be very crowded. However, sometimes some people would stick their heads out of their house and look at the direction of Castellan's mansion. They were observing the situation. The yelling sounds that came from Castellan's mansion and the bloody stench spread in the air had halted them from going out. Suddenly, a horse dashed past them. Looking at its direction, it was heading toward Castellan's mansion. On the horse were Merlin and the young knight, Yarghez. "Yarghez, are you afraid?" Merlin suddenly asked the young knight. Yarghez's face was bright red from the cold, but his gaze faintly highlighted his determination. He shook his head. "Young Master Merlin, to be honest, in the territory, I was scared when I faced so many robbers. However, after looking at Sir Baron and his heavy armored knights, I suddenly became fearless. With Sir Baron and the invincible heavy armored knights around, we'll always win." Merlin smiled. This young knight had been deeply captured by the heavy armored knights. He now only wished to join them and become one of them. "You'll become one of the heavy armored knights and even a great knight in the future." Merlin could see the courage, determination, and persistence from this young knight's eyes. If he lived this time, he would become someone great. The young knight rode very quickly. They could already see Castellan's mansion from far away. "Young Master Merlin, it seems like Sir Baron has already moved. The city defense troop cannot defend against the heavy armored knights." The young knight saw the bodies lying around by the roadside. They were all the knights from city defense troop, and rarely would they see the bodies of heavy armored knights led by old Wilson. Merlin had to exclaim in his heart. Old Wilson had proven himself to be a strong soldier who survived the slaughterhouse. The heavy armored knights he trained, albeit only 200 of them, had won numerous times under old Wilson's command. No matter if they were dealing with the guardian swordsmen of the church who were disguised as robbers in the territory, or attacking the city defense troop at Castellan's mansion, the heavy armored knights had always gotten the better of the situation. "Follow the direction of these bodies," Merlin said in a low voice. He knew that these bodies must be killed by the heavy armored knights. Following the direction of these bodies would surely get him to old Wilson. Merlin and the young knight kept dashing toward Castellan's mansion. Gradually, the bodies on the ground increased. They could faintly hear the killing sound. "Young Master Merlin, look at that. It's the heavy armored knights, but they seem to be trapped." Yarghez yelled loudly, and Merlin also raised his head. He saw many knights from city defense troop gathered in front of the castle. They formed a large circle and had encircled the heavy armored knights led by old Wilson. "Get in there. Father must be in there." Looking at this situation, Merlin became worried about old Wilson's situation. The young knight did not care about anything else. He simply controlled his horse and ran toward the encirclement. In the hall, old Wilson was in imminent danger. The white light in Wizard Jason's hands appeared one after another. Like zero-level spells, Wizard Jason could cast this spell continuously for many times without wasting a lot of magic power. However, even if it was a zero-level spell, it was not something old Wilson could defend against. Kachak. Finally, after receiving the attack for more than 10 times, old Wilson's armor finally could no longer withstand the attack. Cracks began to appear on the armor. Just like spider webs, the cracks spread out in an instant. Finally, the whole armor crumbled to the ground into pieces. Old Wilson was pale as he took a few steps back. He glared in an alert at Wizard Jason. After seeing that old Wilson's armor had crumbled, Wizard Jason showed a smile on his face. He said in a low voice, "It's the end." Swoosh! 3 bundles of white light were shot directly at old Wilson at an incredible speed. Without the protection of the armor, if any light was to hit old Wilson, the strong impact would be enough to kill him. "Come!" Old Wilson seemed slightly ferocious. With a yell, the clothes he had on him all seemed to burst open due to the flexing of his muscle, showing his extremely strong body. Old Wilson was near 2 meters in height. Now that his muscle was flexed, his whole being had become taller than 2 meters. Also, he was surrounded by a sort of raging air, expressed strongly in the flames of his sword which burnt furiously. The air even became distorted due to the intense burning. Old Wilson was fighting with his life now, displaying his strongest force. His horrifying physical attributes and his elemental force that had almost broken through to 3rd level were comparable to Angus, the elemental swordsman who was near to 4th level in the territory. However, Old Wilson did not hold any hope when he faced Wizard Jason's fierce spell attack. Explode! Suddenly, a fist-like fireball flew into the hall, leaving smoke in the air. Following an indifferent voice outside of the door, the fireball exploded. The scorching fireball spread throughout the hall and the terrifying explosion had directly destroyed Wizard Jason's spell. The 3 bundles of white light were immediately engulfed in the fire. The sudden change had caused everyone to be in shock and at a loss. However, Old Wilson seemed to have guessed what was happening and he immediately stepped backward, his eyes staring outside of the hall. As expected, a familiar figure slowly appeared in the hall. Merlin. Old Wilson took a deep breath and yelled with mixed emotion. His tone was full of happiness after surviving a disaster. If Merlin was late by a little, he was afraid he had already been killed. Wizard Jason squinted his eyes. When he had a clear look at Merlin's face, he could not maintain his calm expression anymore. He almost yelled in surprise, "It's you?" Wizard Jason had obviously recognized Merlin. After Wizard Jason had killed Old Man Ether, he had checked Merlin with his own spell, but he did not find anything odd. However, the fireball that Merlin cast had clearly indicated his identity as a spell caster. This had caused Wizard Jason, the one who had checked Merlin himself, to take on a ghastly expression. "Wizard Jason, we've met again." Merlin was a little surprised as well. He did not think he would meet Wizard Jason once again. During Wizard Jason's battle with Old Man Ether, he had realized the strength of a spell caster, so he had a deep impression about Wizard Jason. Now, Merlin had become a spell caster himself who was even stronger than Old Man Ether. Merlin was not the same as before when he met Wizard Jason again. His stare toward Wizard Jason had also revealed his great confidence. The spellcasters simply stared at each other in silence. The atmosphere was tense as the battle would be triggered at any moment. Chapter 51, Battle of Spellcasters 3. Chapter 51, Battle of Spellcasters 3. Translator, J_squared Editor, J_squared. Kill him. Without saying anything further, both moved. Swoosh. Wizard Jason's white robe moved without the presence of wind. Bundles of holy light were shot from his hands as if they were raindrops and 5 pillars of light flew out in the blink of an eye. These 5 pillars of light were the 0-level spell Holy Light Bolt released by Wizard Jason. Every Holy Light Bolt had immense strength. Even Old Wilson's specially tailored armor could not defend against Holy Light Bolt's multiple attacks. Merlin also refused to admit being inferior. His mind power suddenly stimulated the fireball spell model in his awareness. Suddenly, 5 fist-like fireballs floated beside him. Go! Merlin's fingers simply pointed and the fireballs directly clashed into Wizard Jason's Holy Light Bolt. In red and white, both 0-level spells began to clash. Bang! 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 The clashing sounds resembled the rumbling of thunder, causing everyone in the hall to temporarily lose their hearing. The terrifying thing was the flame and holy light that dispersed in all directions after the clash of spells. They had destroyed everything they met directly, almost as if they could do it easily. In a short while, the whole hall was in a mess. Wooden debris was scattered all around the floor, and even the bluestone bricks had turned charred black. Go! We can't stay here any longer. Old Wilson said in a deep voice and waved his hands and brought his knights out from the hall quickly. Augustine, Vingalt, and others were the same. They had quickly gone out of the hall. If they were slightly touched by the remaining force of the spells, they would have to pay a heavy price. In the blink of an eye, the whole hall had been vacated. Only Merlin and Wizard Jason were still facing each other. Your spell is even stronger than the evil heretic. Wizard Jason had an aghast expression. Merlin and he had only tested each other earlier. Through the clash earlier, Wizard Jason found that Merlin's magic power was greatly powerful. It was even about the same as Old Man Ether back then, so he was extremely shocked by this fact. Wizard Jason, where's your first level spell? If you don't cast your first level spell now, I'm afraid you don't have the chance to do so anymore. Merlin appeared calm. He knew Wizard Jason was a true first level spell caster. Old Man Ether had died from Wizard Jason's first level spell back then. Thus, Merlin was very cautious against Wizard Jason's first level spell. First level spell? Heretic, even a 0 level spell is enough to deal with you. Wizard Jason shot him a haughty look. A thicker white light began to emit from his body. This was a sight that light element was rapidly gathering in him. Merlin's expression changed. As a first level spell caster, Wizard Jason was obviously stronger than Merlin in terms of recovery speed of magic power and mind power. If it was a duel that would exhaust magic power like this, Merlin would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Merlin naturally wanted to finish the battle as quickly as possible. Frost! Merlin suddenly cast Frost, the second spell he had grasped recently. K-A-Chak, K-A-Chak. Almost as soon as Merlin's voice dropped, a chilly wind directly engulfed Wizard Jason. Ice crystals instantaneously appeared on Wizard Jason's body, completely freezing his lower half body. This sort of binding-type spell, albeit not strong in power, had a strong binding ability. Merlin even cast Frost 3 times to secure the bind on Wizard Jason. 3 frosts were already the limit Merlin had of casting normal frost. Of course, after 3 frosts, Merlin still had a chance of casting a large frost. However, in the current situation, 3 frosts were enough to bind Wizard's spell. He did not need to waste his precious large frost. After binding Wizard Jason, Merlin pointed at Wizard Jason with both hands and performed his strongest spell. Large Fireball. Voom! A gigantic fireball appeared out of nowhere, emitting scorching heat as if distorting the air. Merlin had almost cast Frost and Large Fireball at once, so Wizard Jason had changed his expression as soon as he realized he was bound. Explode! Merlin showed a slight smile. Wizard Jason did not even have the chance to cast his first level spell. The body of a spellcaster was usually weaker, only slightly stronger than Normier's. Facing the large fireball, which was way stronger than the normal 0 level spell, Wizard Jason had no way of blocking it. Boom! The gigantic fireball exploded. Terrifying flame engulfed Wizard Jason's body. The whole hall was filled with ferocious flame. The inside of the gigantic fireball released by the large fireball was not stable to begin with, so its impact could cover about 10 meters in radius once exploded. Even Merlin had to retreat from the hall hurriedly. A scorching fiery air came straight at him and almost pushed him out of the hall. K-A-Chak! Cracks that resembled spider webs began to appear on the sturdy white walls in the hall. They were formed from the direct impact of the explosion of Merlin's large fireball. Everyone was gawking at the hall with a wide mouth. That furiously burning flame was like the flame of a death god. Everyone felt a chill down their spine looking at it. Too strong. Evil heretic? Having similar strength with the church's wizard. He's simply too strong. Castellan Augustine sneaked a glance at Merlin. The strength Merlin and Wizard Jason showed had gone far beyond his understanding. With such terrifying strength, even thousands of knights could not stop Merlin alone. The flame in the hall slowly disappeared. Merlin, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, had changed his expression suddenly. Others might not be able to see the situation in the hall, but Merlin's mind power could see it clearly. He could faintly sense that the light element was still gathering rapidly in the hall. Who? A gust of chilly wind blew from outside the castle, blowing away the dust in the hall. A figure stood before everyone's sight once again. Not dead? The dust had already dissipated in the hall, so everyone could clearly see Wizard Jason. The ice crystals on him were already gone since long ago. The crazy explosion just now seemed to have no effect on Wizard Jason at all. Even his white robe did not have a speck of dust on it. Chapter 52, Battle of Spellcasters 4. Chapter 52, Battle of Spellcasters 4. Translator, J_squared Editor, J_squared. Wizard Jason did not die. Instead, he strode out of the hall step by step, glaring deadly at Merlin with a dark expression. Merlin was also observing Wizard Jason. He noticed that a translucent light shield had surrounded Wizard Jason's body. It kept absorbing light element from the outside. Spell scroll? On top of that, it far exceeds first-level spell. Merlin murmured in a low voice. He could sense that translucent light shield on Wizard Jason was also a spell. Moreover, it was a high-level spell. It was not something Wizard Jason could cast. The only explanation for this was that Wizard Jason had a spell scroll on him. When Merlin had surprised him by casting Frost and Large Fireball, Wizard Jason felt that he was threatened, thus he took out the scroll and initiated the spell in the scroll. After Wizard Jason strode out of the hall, he seemed to have heard Merlin's murmur. He showed a hint of a smile as he said, "That's right. I have a spell scroll with me. The spell in the scroll is a purely defensive type second-level spell, Holy Light Ring. Lowly heretic, your plan did not work on me. Now it's your turn. Receive your judgment." Merlin squinted his eyes. A thick white light appeared from Wizard Jason's body. The raging light element was gathering, causing a sense of danger in Merlin's heart. He knew Wizard Jason was about to cast his first-level spell. Holy Light Adjudication. As expected, Wizard Jason shouted while holding his palms together, as if he was praying. As soon as his voice dropped, pillars of white light quickly formed and blotted out the sky. Glimmering white light seemed to have covered up the sun in the sky. This was the first-level spell that had crushed all of Old Man Ether's hope. The spell had not formed itself completely. Merlin had already felt a large pressure on him. There was no wind before, but along with the release of the spell, Holy Light Adjudication, gusts of wind came straight at him, almost causing Merlin unable to open his eyes. First-level spell? Come at me! Merlin yelled. His mind power stimulated the spell model in his awareness in a frenzy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Balls of fire kept flying out of Merlin's hands, trying to stop the large piece of white light, but to no avail. Numerous fireballs were drowned by the white light, vanished forever. In Merlin's mind, he thought of the scene where Old Man Ether had cast Fireball to burn himself into ashes. Maybe that showed how hopeless Old Man Ether was when he faced Holy Light Adjudication. Large Fireball. Merlin yelled and cast Fireball in a frenzy. When the grey frame had turned red, he cast Large Fireball without hesitation. The gigantic fireball appeared once more, but this time, Merlin was using Large Fireball to block Wizard Jason's first-level spell. Boom! The gigantic fireball exploded again, and the violent impact had caused Holy Light Adjudication to halt a little. Merlin's fireball could be cast to nearly 20 times continuously. In such a life-and-death situation, he could not mind other things anymore. He simply cast fireball without stopping. Regardless of normal fireball or large fireball, he shot them at Wizard Jason crazily. Outside of the castle, many nobles and knights were staring at the large piece of white screen in the sky and Merlin's raindrops like fireball. They all seemed slightly pale. No matter if it was Wizard Jason's spell or Merlin's spell, it was not something any of them could defend against. Those were two forces with chasm-like differences. They had shaken everyone's heart. Merlin, hang on. Old Wilson held his palm together. His muscular chest was heaving up and down, showing how nervous he was on the inside. Young Master Merlin, please hang on. Young Yugez was also rooting for Merlin in his heart. Everyone knew that the battle of two strong spellcasters had entered its most crucial stage. Boom! Finally, white light was ferociously blasted upon Merlin's body like heavy hammers. The endless flames burning in the air were blocking the impact of holy light on Merlin. Merlin felt an overwhelming brute force was pressed on his chest, then an unbearable pain exploded in his chest. K-A-chak! His bone was broken. Merlin finally could not hold on any longer. His body was blasted backward and fell to the ground. Hee. I blocked it still. What about first-level spell, huh? Merlin, who fell to the ground, supported himself with one hand and stood up in difficulty. Some of his ribs were broken by the great force, causing him a burning pain. However, Merlin did not die. He had blocked Wizard Jason's first-level spell. Even Old Man Ether had not achieved this. Wizard Jason squinted his eyes. After seeing Merlin had stood up in shivers, his expression was calm and indifferent when he said, "Cunning heretic, you're very lucky. You didn't die, but you won't be so lucky next time." Wizard Jason planned to cast Holy Light Adjudication once again. Merlin pressed the area where his ribs had broken lightly with his hands. This could lighten his pain slightly. The reason he did not die was that, other than the large fireball had blocked a part of the impact of Holy Light Adjudication, Merlin had a physical attribute that was comparable to a first-level elemental swordsman. Strong physical attributes had allowed Merlin to bear a part of the shock given off by Holy Light Adjudication. He. Wizard Jason, you have no more chance. Everything is over. Merlin looked at Wizard Jason, who was about to cast a spell. His gaze faintly revealed a sign of madness. Large frost. Merlin shouted. Almost exhausting the last magic power in the frost spell model, he had cast a large frost. Ka-chak, ka-chak. The effect of large frost was far greater than a normal frost. Its binding ability was also remarkable. Even if Wizard Jason was prepared for that, he was still bound and would not be able to get out of it in a short amount of time. However, Wizard Jason did not panic at all. He looked at the translucent light shield beside him. Since he was very confident with second-level spell, Holy Light Ring, he simply sneered. HMPH, lowly heretic, stop the useless struggle. Holy Light Ring is not something you can defeat. Is it? Holy Light Ring is the second-level spell? Merlin's mouth suddenly quirked into a strange smile. In front of his chest, an ancient-looking pendant had appeared since some time ago. Let's see if it can block 10 large fireballs. After he said that, Merlin's mind power immediately initiated Bell Pendant. In an instant, 10 gigantic fireballs that emitted terrifying, scorching heat flew toward Wizard Jason. Chapter 53, Departure I. Chapter 53, Departure I. Translator, J_squared Editor, J_squared. 10 gigantic fireballs flew toward Wizard Jason in the blink of an eye. Even with the protection of Holy Light Ring, Wizard Jason's expression changed greatly. Merlin was a little pale. His mind power was greatly exhausted. For a feat like that, he had already exhausted half of his mind power. With his current mind power, controlling 10 gigantic fireballs was nonetheless putting too much on his plate. However, these gigantic fireballs did not need Merlin's control much. After the fireballs had flown behind Wizard Jason, he only needed to detonate the unstable fireballs directly with his mind power. V-Room. The fireballs exploded and endless flames drowned Wizard Jason's body instantly. The flicking flame hissed around, sweeping small rocks and dust from the ground and formed a mushroom-shaped flame in the air. The knights and nobles took a few steps back. They stared in horror at the raging, terrifying flame. Even for Merlin, it was his first time casting 10 large fireballs, so he could not predict how terrifying its effect would be. However, Merlin would not let down his guard, so he stared in an alert at the center of the explosion. Who? A gust of wind blew away all the dust. Merlin was pale, one of his hands pressed lightly on his injured stomach. His chest was heaving rapidly. It was easy to see how seriously exhausted his mind power was after casting 10 large fireballs from Bell Pendant at once. If he did not have an excellent physical attribute, he could not have held on any longer and fell on the ground by now. At the center of the explosion earlier, Wizard Jason's figure appeared. However, the Holy Light Ring which surrounded Wizard Jason had completely disappeared. His white robe had been turned into ashes. Meanwhile, Wizard Jason had been charred. He fell on the ground and his face was beyond recognition. Finally dead, Merlin smiled. Just when he felt relieved, he could not hang on any longer and lost consciousness. Augustine's eyes were bright red. His whole being was giving out a scary aura. He seemed just like a beast that had human flesh. Thus, even though this was the perfect timing to kill Merlin, Augustine and the injured Baron Vingult did not dare to make any rash move. Merlin. Old Wilson approached Merlin and lightly held him up. Merlin had not lost his consciousness completely at this moment. It was just that the damage on his mind power was too great, so he temporarily passed out. Father, don't worry. Uncle Pratt is waiting at the city gate. We should leave Blackwater City quickly, Merlin said between large mouthfuls of breaths. He was not sure if the church had only sent Jason. If there were other wizards, Merlin could not cast the spell in his current situation even if Bell Pendant still had 8 large fireballs left. Therefore, they must depart from Blackwater City immediately. Old Wilson nodded and helped Merlin up. Then, his gaze lightly scanned Castellan Augustine and Vingalt. Besides them, many city defense troop knights had gathered. Even if Old Wilson had his strong heavy-armored knights, it was still impossible to kill them in a short amount of time. If they stayed any longer in Blackwater City, they would be in more danger. "Let's go!" Old Wilson ordered. Many heavy-armored knights quickly dashed out of Castellan's mansion. Augustine and Vingalt did not stop them this time. Along with Old Wilson, some nobles also left the place quickly. There were still some nobles who decided to stay after thinking for a long time. After all, they could not give up their family's business in Blackwater City, so they were prepared to surrender to the church. "Augustine, you're just letting Wilson go like that?" injured Baron Vingalt questioned Augustine loudly while standing up in difficulty. Swish! Augustine stared at Vingalt sharply with a cold aura surrounding him. "Baron Vingalt, you're too ambitious. Wilson should have killed you just now. However, I can help Wilson one more time." Augustine let out a sneer, then he raised his sword. "What are you doing?" Vingalt's expression changed and took a few steps backward in a struggle. "Die!" Scorching flames burst out from Augustine's sword and slashed toward Vingalt. Since Baron Vingalt was heavily injured, he could not make any effective block at all. TSK. The ferocious flame gulped Baron Vingalt's body. When the sword was pulled out, it was still tainted with red blood. Augustine shot his gaze at the other nobles. With his eyes squinted, he said calmly, "You saw it just now. Baron Vingalt and Wizard Jason are killed by the Wilson father and son." The nobles all exchanged glances and nodded all at once. At the city gate, Merlin was placed lightly into the carriage by Old Wilson. Old Wilson's gaze was very gentle. Only when he was treating Merlin, Old Wilson would have such gentle gaze. In the carriage were also Macy and big-breasted Madam. Macy and the others immediately panicked when they saw Merlin's weak situation. Old Wilson also asked in a heavy tone, "Merlin, how are you doing?" Merlin struggled to sit up and leaned against the carriage. He shook his head slightly. "Father, I'm fine. We must leave Blackwater City as soon as possible. We can't waste any minute." Merlin reminded Old Wilson again that it was dangerous to stay in Blackwater City. They must leave now. Old Wilson nodded, then he said to big-breasted Madam and Macy, "Merlin is injured. You take care of him." After that, he jumped off the carriage and began to gather his knights. He was preparing to leave Blackwater City. "Merlin, you're leaving Blackwater City?" Fatty Gut's voice rang outside the carriage. Merlin quickly called Macy to pull the curtain open. After seeing Gut, Merlin nodded, "Gut, we must leave Blackwater City. The Kingdom of Light no longer exists now. You can come with me and leave Blackwater City, maybe even leave the Kingdom of Light." Merlin truly wanted to help Gut. If Gut was willing to do so, he would bring Gut together. Hearing Merlin's words, Gut shook his head slightly, "I don't have to leave. No matter who's the one in control of the kingdom, they won't be able to survive without businessmen. So, I'll be fine." Gut clearly knew that with his status, he should not be in any danger in Blackwater City. Both did not say anything further. The air fell into silence. Old Wilson had gathered the knights. He had lost 30 heavy-armored knights, so he was left with 170 of them. He also had lost more normal knights. There were only 500 knights under Old Wilson's command now. Along with Old Wilson's order, the unit began to depart from Blackwater City. Merlin kept looking out of the carriage. Gut's figure became smaller gradually until it was completely out of Merlin's sight. "Merlin, will we be able to return to this place?" Macy suddenly asked after a long silence. "Yes, we'll definitely return to this place." Merlin took a deep breath. As he stared at the faraway Blackwater City, his tone was full of determination. Chapter 54, Departure 2. Chapter 54, Departure 2. Translator, J_squared Editor, J_squared. In his territory, Old Wilson had arranged many knights to stay on guard outside the castle. It was already midnight and it was pitch black all around. Only the castle was still brightly lit. Old Wilson had changed into another silvery armor and was carefully wiping his sword. He did not raise his head when he listened to his territory knight's report in the hall. During the time Old Wilson was gone, there was no robber attack in the territory. It seemed the robbers they defeated last time had collapsed and were no longer a threat to the territory. Merlin leaned against the chair. Some colors had returned to his face, and it was not as pale as before as he meditated and recovered his mind power during his journey in the carriage. It seems the ribs are not broken. They are probably only dislocated. Merlin's left hand was pressing lightly on the ribs area. This was the injury he sustained when he battled with Wizard Jason. He originally thought his ribs were broken. Without a few months' rest, his injuries would not recover. However, when Merlin checked his injuries carefully earlier, he found that his ribs were only dislocated and were not broken, and this was easier to solve. "Uncle Pratt, my ribs are dislocated. Please help me to correct it." Pratt was stunned and immediately came forward to help Merlin to correct his ribs. However, Old Wilson stood up and rushed to Merlin's side. He said in a low voice, "Let me do it." "Merlin, which part is dislocated?" Merlin pointed to the area in which the pain was felt most. Old Wilson nodded and pressed both of his hands there. "K-A-chak." A crisp sound could be heard clearly. Merlin broke out in cold sweat and endured the intense pain silently. After that, Old Wilson moved his palms. Merlin's injured part seemed much better except for a little redness. "Who?" Merlin heaved a long sigh. He stood up slowly and stretched a little. Even though he was still in pain, a slight exercise would not be a hindrance to him. At this crucial stage, it was good news for everyone that Merlin could still move. "Merlin, are you all right?" Old Wilson appeared extremely concerned. "Yes. I still have some minor injuries, but it doesn't matter." "Father, we should discuss where should we go now." Merlin pointed out the most serious issue about their next course of action. Grand City must have been controlled by the church already. Although Blackwater City might be slightly better, Wizard Jason was killed by Merlin. The church's force had faced a great loss, but Merlin and Old Wilson did not dare to stay in Blackwater City. If the church at Grand City had realized the situation, then Old Wilson and Merlin's situation would become greatly dangerous. Thus, the first thing they must confirm was the current situation of the whole Kingdom of Light. However, both Old Wilson and Merlin did not receive any news, so they could not analyze their current predicament at all. The atmosphere was tense as if a huge rock was placed in everyone's heart. Right at this time, Macy suddenly spoke. "Gut once said that the church has controlled most parts of the Kingdom of Light." Merlin nodded silently. His guess was, in fact, the same. The church had prepared for such a long time. They had to in an advantageous position now. If the royal family of light could not stop the church, then the whole Kingdom of Light would fall into chaos. After a long time, Old Wilson's voice became hoarse as he said, "It seems the royal family cannot stop the church. There's no place in the whole Kingdom of Light for us to live in. Merlin, what's your plan?" Old Wilson asked and turned his gaze toward Merlin. Old Wilson's attitude directly indicated Merlin's status in the Wilson family. Merlin thought for a while and raised his head. He met Old Wilson's gaze and answered, "The church has tremendous strength and it has prepared for so many years to replace the royal family of light. Becoming the actual ruler of the Kingdom of Light is almost a fact now. Thus, we can't stay in the Kingdom of Light any longer. We can only go east, over the border and enter the Kingdom of Black Moon." After Merlin had finished his words, the whole hall fell silent. "To a foreign country?" Macy was the one who spoke. She looked confused. Merlin just realized that he was still different to everyone else in Wilson family. He did not care if he was in the Kingdom of Light or the Kingdom of Black Moon. Maybe due to his identity as a spellcaster, he hoped to stay in the Kingdom of Black Moon. There was no limitation set on spellcaster there. Furthermore, a spellcaster had a high status in the Kingdom of Black Moon. The eastern countries represented by the Kingdom of Black Moon were the sanctuary for all spellcasters. If Merlin went to the Kingdom of Black Moon, not only he could hide from the church's chase, but he could also attain stronger spells and become a stronger spellcaster. However, Macy, the butler, big-breasted Madam, General Pratt. Even old Wilson had lived in the kingdom of light all their lives. Even if they were not deeply involved in the church, they were greatly influenced by some thoughts of the church. In their hearts, the kingdom of Black Moon was a foreign country which was horrifying and dark. Old Wilson did not speak, but his expression kept changing. Obviously, he was considering Merlin's suggestion. In the Wilson family, there was no one who understood the kingdom of Black Moon more than old Wilson. After all, old Wilson had participated in the war against the kingdom of Black Moon and had even survived from the cruelest slaughterhouse. Telling him to go to an opposing country gave the largest impact to old Wilson. This made him more indecisive than ever. "Sir Baron." A knight suddenly crashed into the hall from outside of the castle. This knight lowered his head and kneeled before reporting to old Wilson respectfully, "Sir Baron, there's a large number of knights outside. They seem to come straight toward the castle." Could it be that the church has come here? Old Wilson's expression changed drastically. This reporting knight shook his head slightly and said, "Due to the dark sky, we can't see clearly who those are. I come here for Sir Baron's order." "Let's go and take a look." Old Wilson also could not sit still. He immediately picked up the sword he had wiped clean and followed the knight outside. "I hope it's not the church," Merlin murmured in a low voice. He had a ghastly look on him. Merlin knew clearly that if it was the church, he could not escape from a battle. His mind power had just barely recovered by half. There were also only 8 large fireballs in the bell pendant. Once he met another first-level spellcaster like Wizard Jason, Merlin had no confidence to kill him again. Walking after old Wilson, Merlin quickly left the castle. Chapter 55, Departure 3. Chapter 55, Departure 3. Translator, J_squared Editor, J_squared. In the dark night, the sounds of horses' neighs became clearer as time passed. Just from the sound, there were at least a few hundreds of knights. Old Wilson was already outside the castle. Many knights had lit their torches to light up 100 meters away from the castle, but they still did not have a clear view of the knights in front of them. "Line up. Prepare for battle." Old Wilson unsheathed his sword and jumped onto a black warhorse. He glared in front with flashing eyes. Once he confirmed that the knights were from the church, old Wilson would not hesitate to lead nearly 500 knights and charge forward. Soon, the noises became nearer and clearer as it was utterly quiet outside the castle. Only the breathing sounds of the warhorses could be heard at times. Merlin stood against the chilly wind and held his coat tighter around him. His mind power slowly extended forward to observe the uninvited guests in the dark. "Ha ha! Wilson, it's me, Parman." From far away, a roaring laughter came through the night. The nervous old Wilson was finally relieved when he heard this voice. "Baron Parman, I thought it's the church. Why have you come to my territory?" As the knights approached them, old Wilson finally had a clear look at the crowd. It was surprisingly one of the rare nobles of Blackwater City, Baron Parman, who was old Wilson's good friend. Baron Parman wore a black armor and held a sword in his hands. He looked exhausted and seemed to have gone through a harsh journey. "Wilson, the influence of the Church of Light is great. I'm afraid the whole Kingdom of Light will be under its control in the future. I don't want to serve the Church, so I've come to discuss with you." "Ha ha. I brought all members of the Parman family to seek refuge with you, Wilson. You mustn't say no." As expected, behind Baron Parman, there were many carriages carrying ladies and madams in the Parman family. "Let's talk when we get in." Old Wilson took a glance at the team behind Baron Parman. Just from this, he had a basic judgment of what he would do. There were at least 700 knights with Baron Parman. Even though their combat ability was less than the heavy armored knights, they were a substantial combat force. Both entered a wide hall and Baron Parman immediately recognized Merlin. He nodded slightly and had a satisfied expression. "Merlin, come and meet Baron Parman," old Wilson said to Merlin. Merlin went forward and performed a standard noble's etiquette to Baron Parman. Then, he retreated to one side. Meanwhile, Baron Parman was observing Merlin from top to bottom as he nodded and said, "Good job. I saw Merlin's performance today. Spellcaster, huh? Wilson, can you still recall how we felt when we first saw the spellcasters from the Kingdom of Black Moon back then? Baron Parman had participated in the war against Eastern heretics during that time. However, he had quickly returned to Blackwater City and inherited the Baron's family title. Even though he had spent a short time in battle, Baron Parman had also seen the strong spellcasters of the Kingdom of Black Moon destroying completely a tough military fortress as easily as breathing. Those indescribable power left a deep impression on Baron Parman. Thus, those who had participated in the war against the East would not take the word heretic mentioned by the Church seriously. From their point of view, the so-called heretics were only Normies who had obtained stronger power than others. The Kingdom of Light had this sort of power as well, but it was controlled by the Church. Normies had no chance of meeting these special people at all. After Baron Parman finished observing Merlin, his expression turned grim. He said in a heavy tone, "Wilson, what's your plan now?" Old Wilson hesitated for a while, then shot a gaze at Merlin. He said softly, "Merlin and I were discussing it earlier. We've made a primary decision. That is to go east and into the Kingdom of Black Moon." Hearing these words, Baron Parman, in fact, showed a hint of elation. "Good. Wilson, that's what I thought too. We can only go east. Your heavy armored knights are very tough. From here to the Kingdom of Black Moon, the journey is harsh. If you meet a large number of robbers during the journey, your heavy armored knights and the knights of Parman family that I brought should be sufficient to ensure our safety to the Kingdom of Black Moon." Old Wilson nodded. Joined by Baron Parman, albeit their speed would be slowed down, he would be able to organize a unit of 1,500 knights from their tough armed forces. With many knights around, even if they meet robbers during their journey, they would still be safe. Finally, Old Wilson had made his decision and agreed to Merlin's suggestion. They would go east into the Kingdom of Black Moon. With that decision, Old Wilson quickly put his mind into action. The migration of the whole family must not be taken lightly. Some things must be brought with them, so they would need a few hours' time to prepare even if they were doing it at lightning speed. Merlin, Baron Parman called him out with a smile. After a long journey, Baron Parman was obviously exhausted, but as soon as he had arrived in Old Wilson's territory, he had relaxed his nerves. Although he was still tired, he was still clear-headed. Baron Parman came in front of Merlin and said, "Merlin, I haven't seen you in a few months. I can't believe your change is so great." "Right, you haven't seen Avril for a few months as well. She's right in the carriage. Let me call her and you two have a good talk together." Merlin paused slightly. When Baron Parman mentioned Avril, a familiar memory popped up in his mind. Avril? Fiancé? Merlin suddenly took on an odd expression. Light City was the capital of the Kingdom of Light. The extravagant palace and the Church of Light headquarters all sat in Light City. However, the booming Light City, which was usually surrounded by a cacophony of noise, had now become an ocean of blood. In every street, large or small, intense fights had broken out. Cherise, the royal family is finished. Its influence is gone. Bring your little brother and leave Light City. Out of the city, I've prepared 2,000 knights for you. They'll protect you during your journey. Go! Go as far as you can to preserve the bloodline of the royal family. In the darkness, the Prince of the Kingdom of Light, Frederick, exhorted two teenagers of around 17 years old softly. His tone was filled with helplessness. The princess of the royal family named Cherise quickly said, "Uncle Frederick, aren't you coming with us?" Prince Frederick took a glance at the dark sky and shook his head. "No, I'm not. Otherwise, none of us can leave." "Right, take this ring. Remember, take care of it. It's a shame that both you and Benin don't have the spellcaster quality. Otherwise, with this ring, you can go to the dark magic region in the Kingdom of Black Moon and become a spellcaster's apprentice." Frederick seemed to care about this ring deeply. He handed it to Cherise with much reluctance. "Quickly, go. Don't think of revenge. If any of your later generations has the spellcaster quality, pass this ring to him and ask him to go to the dark magic region. Only when he goes there, he'll become a great spellcaster." After saying that, Prince Frederick waved his hands and indicated the guards beside him to bring Cherise away. Boom! Just when Cherise and the others left Light City, a terrifying white light exploded. The bright light almost engulfed the entire Light City. "Uncle Frederick," Cherise mumbled softly. Holding both her hands tight, she wiped the tears off her face and turned around. She followed the guards and quickly disappeared into the night. Chapter 56, Members of the Royal Family I. Chapter 56, Members of the Royal Family I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Alright, everyone. Take a rest. Right after they walked out of the woods, old Wilson let the large unit to take a break. Since there was a small river in front, they could replenish the water of the unit. Old Wilson had merged his forces with Baron Parman's team, barely organizing a unit of 1,400 knights. The unit was led jointly by Old Wilson and Baron Parman. If the family members and servants were added, the whole unit consisted of approximately 3,000 people. Such a large unit could only advance slowly. However, the church seemed to be busy with controlling the entire Kingdom of Light. Thus, they did not chase after Old Wilson and his group. Save for seeing some individual knights of the church, they had not met any large group of church knights. This had allowed the unit to carry on for 10 days safely. Now, they were already close to the border of the Kingdom of Black Moon. In the carriage, Merlin also opened his eyes. There was only Merlin in this carriage. Macy and Big-Breasted Madam had already moved to the carriage of the ladies in Baron Parman's team. After 10 days, Merlin's injuries had healed completely, and there was also an enhancement of his mind power. The magic power accumulated by his frost was also enough to cast the spell for about 7 times. As time passed by, the magic power in frost would become richer. However, the largest benefit Merlin had attained this time was not the magic power. It was the combination of spells. From the battle with Wizard Jason, Merlin became greatly familiar with the combination of spells. If it was Fireball or Frost alone, it would not have brought about a big impact to the outcome. However, once those spells were used in a combo, their power could be increased in multiple times directly. However, this was far from enough. Although he had gained a lot, at the same time, Merlin also realized his own weakness, which was his slow speed. If his speed was fast enough, Merlin could have effectively dodged Wizard Jason's spells even if they were first-level spells. Since he was too slow, Merlin could only choose to take the hit directly. He was almost killed by Wizard Jason. Thus, during these 10 days of rest, Merlin had already confirmed the overall type of his third spell model. It was a supportive spell. On top of that, it was also a speed spell. If he had such a spell, Merlin could cast the spell on himself and increase his speed greatly. Combined with Fireball and Frost, his power would elevate rapidly. The spell manual of Old Man Ether once introduced that the spell would not be better simply because it was powerful. The best spell was one that was most suitable to the spellcaster's condition. However, Merlin did not have a speed spell currently. He only had a whirlwind now that was recorded in Old Man Ether's spell manual. This spell, however, is an attack-type spell, not the speed spell Merlin was looking for. For an entrance-level spellcaster like Merlin, it was enough to only have Fireball as the attack-type spell. He would not need to worry about his offensive force. If he added Whirlwind to that, it would only seem unnecessary, considering his overall power would not increase much. Therefore, Merlin did not plan to use the Whirlwind recorded in the spell manual temporarily. Only until he found a more suitable spell in the future would Merlin consider constructing the third spell model. Merlin pulled the curtain open and jumped off the carriage. He came to the river, wanting to move around a little. At the river, Merlin saw Macy chatting with a young girl. The young girl was tall and had a long, blonde hair that was pulled into a ponytail. Her hair softly swayed, giving off a youthful aura. However, it was the girl's face that had attracted Merlin. Although he was looking from afar, Merlin could still have a clear view of her face. That was a sort of beauty beyond words. Or maybe, the word exquisite would be suitable. The young girl looked exquisite, much like a porcelain doll without a flaw. Even Gia, whom Merlin thought as the most beautiful girl, could not compare with this girl. Merlin's gaze had gotten Macy and the young girl's attention as well. The young girl slightly nodded to Merlin from afar, then returned to the carriage with Macy. Avril? It doesn't seem bad to have such a fiancé. Merlin thought about it. He had guessed the girl's identity before. She should be Avril, who was engaged with him since a long while ago. After such a long time, this was Merlin's first time seeing his supposed fiancée in person. At least, just from the looks, Avril seemed decent. Right at this time, old Wilson came to him from afar. He took a glance at Macy and Avril and flashed a smile as well. He said, "Merlin, Avril and you have reached the age to get married. After this, when we have settled down in the kingdom of Black Moon, Baron Parman and I will organize the wedding for you." Merlin smiled, "Father, you don't have to rush." However, Merlin's smile immediately stiffened. He looked behind old Wilson suddenly and said, "Father, there's a large team of knights behind us." This time, it was not only Merlin who had noticed this. Everyone had noticed the team of knights as they caused too large of a commotion. The rumbling sound persisted for a while. Even a slightly experienced knight would know there were at least up to thousands of knights dashing behind him. Unorganized sounds of horses came from the woods behind them. The sounds were becoming clearer and clearer, indicating that the team was about to approach old Wilson and his unit. Formation. Prepare for battle. Old Wilson immediately unsheathed his sword and, together with Baron Parman, led thousands of knights to quickly protect the unit. Just like a barrier, the knights blocked in front of the others. The women and servants who were resting all returned to the carriage in panic. They carefully stuck their heads out to watch from afar. Merlin also came to the front. When he saw old Wilson's grim expression, Merlin said in a low voice, "Father, let me go in front. I'll try to see who we're dealing with." Old Wilson knew Merlin had recovered from his injuries and was a strong spell caster. He knew there would not be any problem. Yet, he still advised Merlin, "Merlin, you can go have a look. If it's the church, don't do anything rash. After all, they outnumber us a lot. You can't defend against them alone." Merlin nodded and strongly agreed to old Wilson's words. He was simply an entrance-level spell caster now. He was far from the being able to destroy a military fortress as effortlessly as breathing. If it was to scare off thousands of knights, perhaps Merlin could still do it. However, if he was to defend against thousands of knights all by himself, Merlin had no way of doing it. "Father, please be rest assured. I won't do anything rash," Merlin said in a low voice. After promising old Wilson, he carefully snuck into the thick woods. Chapter 57, Members of the Royal Family 2. Chapter 57, Members of the Royal Family 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There were vines all over the quiet forest in the mountains, the trees were growing densely together. Such a complex terrain proved difficult for the knights to move through. A troop of knights charged directly into the forest, alarming the birds in the trees. Everyone in this troop of knights was wearing a set of bright and neat armor. Carved on the armor was a strange bird formed by flames. They were led by two young people, one male and one female. "Sister, we should be able to reach the kingdom of Black Moon safely, right?" The young man leading them had a very frail body. There was also an extreme expression of fear on his face. "Don't worry, Benin, we'll definitely be fine," Princess Cherise reassured Benin. Although she was also merely 17 years of age, she had already seen the slaughters of the royal family with her own eyes, and the situation had not boded well with Prince Frederick either. In addition to that, she had been on a wild run for over 1,000 miles and had experienced countless hardships before she had finally escaped. Therefore, Princess Cherise had already become very strong. In fact, the true control over the entire troop was in her hands. This was extremely difficult for a princess who was merely 17 years old and had led a normal life of luxury and privilege. "Commander Mance, how many of us are left?" With a grim face, Cherise asked in a deep, quiet voice. A burly man who had been following Cherise closely came forward in a hurry to give his report. "Princess Cherise, we've charged out from Light City all the way and encountered a few troops of the Church's knights who possess rather more powerful capabilities, so our losses have been greater. So far, we only have 800 knights left." Unexpectedly, they only had 800 knights left. Cherise's heart tightened slightly. She knew very clearly that Uncle Frederick had given them more than 2,000 knights, and these knights formed the most elite army troops in the entire Kingdom of Light. The Knights of the Firebird Legion. However, even such elite knights had suffered losses amounting to almost 60% of their number. That was enough to show how difficult their journey had been. Cherise lowered her head and saw a ring, as black as ink, in her hand. She caressed it with her fingers gently as determination appeared on her face. "Uncle Frederick, we'll definitely survive." Following which, Cherise gave orders to the troop to increase their speed. They were not allowed to stop and had to hurry to the kingdom of Black Moon as soon as they could. Otherwise, no one could tell whether the people of the church were behind them in a relentless pursuit. Rustle. The noises of the densely packed tree branches moving caused old Wilson to be on immediate alert. However, when he saw the figure in front of him clearly, he let out a soft sigh and quickly went up to receive it. "Merlin, what did you see? Is it the people of the church?" Old Wilson's greatest worry right then was that the great horde of masters from the church had caught up from behind. Merlin shook his head. There was a hint of doubt on his face as he relayed everything he had seen in the woods in detail to old Wilson. "Father, these knights look really tired. They must have just been through an intense battle and slaughter. They don't look like they're from the church. Perhaps they are also aristocrats who aren't willing to depend on the church." Merlin guessed that these people were also some aristocrats in the Kingdom of Light, and their positions were definitely not low. Just by looking at the excellent equipment of the knights, it was likely that only old Wilson's heavy armored knights could dare say that they would win against this other party. "Did you just say that there's a small bird made of flames carved on the front of those knights' armor?" Old Wilson's expression was very grave, he was extremely serious. Merlin nodded. He would not have mistaken such details. The fiery bird on those other people had looked rather similar to the phoenix from Merlin's previous life, so he could remember it very well. A small bird made of flames, that must be the Firebird. "Baron Parmon, I'm afraid you've also guessed it. That's the Firebird Legion, one of the 4 great legions under the direct control of the royal family of light. Those knights should be the Knights of the Firebird Legion, and the people being protected by them are most probably the later generation of the royal family." Old Wilson's tone of voice was very solemn. His expression seemed rather agitated. Merlin knew that old Wilson had been a military man before. Due to the accumulation of his achievements in war, he had finally been conferred the title of an aristocrat by the royal family. Old Wilson had turned from a commoner into an aristocrat who owned territories and all sorts of special rights. Therefore, old Wilson still possessed a certain loyalty towards the royal family of light. This was also why the church had directly given orders to eliminate old Wilson back then. In fact, old Wilson was not the only one. The church had immediately gotten rid of all the aristocrats who had been conferred their titles by the royal family based on their accumulation of war achievements. They would not try to rope them in. This was because those who had been conferred their titles of aristocracy based on their accumulation of war achievements had gratitude in their hearts and were extremely loyal to the royal family. Most of them were unwilling to betray the royal family. Merlin did not feel much for the royal family. Even Baron Parmon, who had inherited his position as an aristocrat, was not really that loyal to the royal family. He merely felt pure hatred for the actions of the church. Therefore, Merlin and Baron Parmon exchanged looks when they saw old Wilson's agitated expression, and revealed a hint of a wry smile at the same time. They both knew what old Wilson was thinking about. "Father, we still can't be sure now that they are the people of the royal family. After all, the church has prepared for so long this time, and even more so, has gathered terrifying forces against the royal family. They'd absolutely not allow a single member of the royal family to escape, so we should still remain vigilant." In a tactful manner, Merlin advised old Wilson not to act rashly. However, old Wilson immediately waved his hand and said, as resolute as steel, "People escorted by the Firebird Legion are definitely the members of the royal family. Back then, when I was conferred my title by the royal family and became a baron, I'd personally been received by Prince Frederick, and the highest-ranking commanding officer of the Firebird Legion is Prince Frederick. But Merlin, what you've said is rational as well, so let's just stay put for the moment. Based on what you've said just now, all the members of the Firebird Legion should be very tired now. Perhaps they'd just been through a battle against the church earlier on, and they really need help now. We'll wait here, and after we see the members of the Firebird Legion, I'll be able to tell for myself whether they are the real deal." After hearing old Wilson's determined words, Merlin felt a slight headache. Old Wilson had a very resolute attitude. If he really was to confirm that this other party was the members of the royal family, he was afraid that old Wilson would definitely offer them a helping hand. In that case, this team of theirs would be in even greater danger. The members of the royal family would surely be the focus of the church. If old Wilson were to make a rash decision in the heat of the moment and follow those members of the royal family, the entire team's safe arrival into the kingdom of Black Moon would become questionable. Baron Parman also knew old Wilson's stubborn attitude very well. All he could do was say, in a helpless manner, "Then all right, we'll wait here. But we cannot be unprepared. Let's be on alert and ensure that nothing goes wrong." Therefore, under old Wilson's orders, the entire troop rested and reorganized themselves there. However, his 200 heavy armor knights were set at the very front, ready to charge at any time. Chapter 58, Her Highness the Princess I. Chapter 58, Her Highness the Princess I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Coming, Merlin said in a soft voice. He was able to know about any movements in the mountain forest due to the outward radiation of his mind power. His voice fell when, as expected, there were bursts of rustling noises coming from within the forest. Very soon, a few hundred knights darted out from the forest. Although these excellently equipped knights had traces of exhaustion upon their faces that they could not hide, they were immediately on alert when they saw the knights led by old Wilson. Every one of them drew out their great swords, making the atmosphere turn fierce immediately. Only knights like these were the true elites. They had experienced numerous battles and slaughters, so they were able to face any situation that arose out of the blue. "Princess, your highness, be careful. There are traps." The burly Commander Mance was extremely vigilant. He immediately commanded the weary troop of knights to assemble into a charging formation quickly, all the while glaring like a tiger at old Wilson and the heavy armored knights behind him. These knights of the Firebird Legion were the most elite amongst the elite, therefore they could naturally perceive how powerful old Wilson's heavy armored knights were with just one glance. With that, they did not dare to underestimate them. Both parties immediately stood facing each other. "They aren't enemies." Princess Cherie slowly walked out from the midst of the crowd. She was also wearing an armor, with her long, golden tresses bunched up behind her head. They had already become somewhat withered and yellow, perhaps because she had not cleaned or washed them for a long period of time. Although Princess Cherie's face looked exhausted, her voice was still very steady and firm. "Who are you people?" Princess Cherie swept a cool glance over old Wilson, Baron Parman, Merlin, and the others, before letting her eyes set upon old Wilson. This was not because Princess Cherie had some brilliant insight. Instead, it was because old Wilson was just too unique. It was impossible for him not to attract the attention of others. Old Wilson was almost 2 meters tall, with a stout and strong body. There were traces of blood stains all over the armor on his body, and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura like that of a wild beast. Anyone would feel a sense of danger upon laying their eyes on old Wilson. Swoosh! Suddenly, Commander Mance, who was next to Princess Cherie, drew out his great sword. An earthy, yellow light began to flash from the blade of the sword. That represented the earth element. Mance was a powerful third-level earth swordsman and was much stronger than Baron Vingelt of Blackwater City. It was obvious that Commander Mance had felt old Wilson's dangerous aura. Therefore, it was natural that he did not behave indifferently when he saw how old Wilson, who kept on walking forward in such a direct manner. "Stand still!" Commander Mance bellowed. His sharp eyes fixed directly onto old Wilson. No mistake about it, they're indeed the knights of the Firebird Legion. Old Wilson halted his footsteps and took a deep breath, before kneeling down before Princess Cherie and placing his right hand upon his chest lightly. This was an extremely solemn decorum for an aristocrat. "Baron Wilson Learman of Blackwater City. I offer my sincerest regards to your highness. May I know which highness is before me now?" This great salutation by old Wilson immediately loosened up the tensed atmosphere between the two parties. "Baron?" Watching old Wilson, who was down on one knee, Princess Cherie could feel the loyalty, determination, courage, and righteousness in old Wilson's eyes. This was a standard knight, a knight who was loyal to the royal family. There had been simply too few of such nights the moment the church had launched their attack. Most of them had thrown down their weapons and believed in the church. Baron Wilson, please rise. I'm the 6th princess of the royal family, Cherise, and this is the 7th prince, Benin. Cherise was very satisfied with old Wilson. In addition, old Wilson's actions earlier had caused her heart to warm up slightly. It seemed that there were still many who were loyal to the royal family in the entire Kingdom of Light. So, it's your highness, the 6th princess. Back when I had been conferred the title of a baron and personally received by Prince Frederick, the commander of the highest position in the Firebird Legion had been Prince Frederick. I wonder how the prince is now. Old Wilson seemed to have received some favors from Prince Frederick back then, so he was extremely grateful to the prince. Uncle Frederick. Princess Cherise's expression darkened. She then shook her head, sighing softly as she spoke. I'm afraid Uncle Frederick had been put in a really bad situation because he wanted to cover and protect Benin and me when we left. Hearing the news that tragedy had probably befallen Prince Frederick, old Wilson's expression darkened slightly. In actual fact, he was not surprised. As the commander-in-chief of the Firebird Legion, Prince Frederick would definitely have received a heavy blow from the church. The chances of him being able to survive were slim to none. Your Highness, how many members of the royal family have managed to escape? Merlin suddenly stepped forward and asked. His eyes did not stop flashing as he fixed his stare tightly upon Princess Cherise. Members of the royal family. Benin and I have been lucky enough to escape until here. As for the other members of the royal family, perhaps a few have been able to escape as well. Cherise spoke in a tone that showed how unconfident she was. She had seen the horrifying white curtain of light that had covered the sky over Light City back then. There had been a destructive force within it. Under such a power, practically no one would have been able to escape. Perhaps only the two of them, Benin and herself, were left of the entire royal family of light. Your Highness. Hearing how Cherise divulged such confidential matters before everyone, Commander Mance could not help but shake his head. Cherise was still too young, after all. There were many things that she had not given full consideration to yet. How could she speak out about such private issues so easily? Was she not attacking the prestige of the royal family by doing this? If people were to know that only a few members of the royal family had been lucky enough to escape, then would their situation become extremely precarious. Having been given a reminder by Commander Mance, Cherise came to her senses. She looked at Merlin, her eyes flashing with a hint of fury. Merlin ignored Cherise's fury, however. He lowered his head slightly and murmured in a thoughtful manner, looks like the royal family of light is completely hopeless now. With only a few of them left, they can't pose a threat to the church at all. Merlin had no inherent sense of respect toward the royal family. In Merlin's eyes, the so-called princess and prince before him were not different from other ordinary people. In fact, it was even because of the special identities they held, they would be in a very dangerous position. Old Wilson frowned. In a deep voice, he said, Merlin, you mustn't be rude to the princess. After reproaching Merlin, old Wilson stood up and gave a slight bow. He spoke in a grave tone, Your Highness, my knights are ready to serve you. Father! Wilson, are you mad? Merlin and Baron Parman shouted at the same time. There was a great anxiety on their faces. Baron Parman walked over to old Wilson's side in great strides, suppressing his voice to speak, Wilson, have you really gone mad? Let's not even talk about the fact that the identities of these people are unclear. The so-called titles of princess and prince are just one-sided terms, and even if they really are members of the royal family, the church would definitely be focusing on them greatly under the current situation. Aren't we just looking for trouble if we stay with them? Merlin advised him as well, saying, Father, Baron Parman is right. We can even provide them with some food and drinking water, but we absolutely cannot be with them. The entire fate of the Wilson family rests with you, Father. You must not act rashly. No matter how Merlin and Baron Parman tried to persuade him, there was not the slightest bit of change in old Wilson's expression. Merlin, who was familiar with old Wilson, knew that this was his decision, and it would not be easily changed. Chapter 59, Her Highness the Princess II. Chapter 59, Her Highness the Princess II. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Princess Cherise could not help but be slightly stunned to see old Wilson taking the initiative to offer his allegiance. Throughout this journey, she had already seen the betrayal of too many aristocrats, and had even encountered the hindrances of some who had pledged their dependence upon the church. However, old Wilson's expression was very solemn. The etiquette with which he treated Princess Cherise was also the most honorable amongst the aristocrats, enough to prove old Wilson's attitude. Furthermore, there were also many knights behind old Wilson, especially the small number of heavy-armored knights. With one look, she could tell that they were the most elite amongst the elite. To gain old Wilson's allegiance would be to gain the allegiance of so many knights. This was an exceedingly great help to the fleeing Cherise, as well as the others. Nevertheless, just as Princess Cherise was about to agree, Commander Mance, who was next to her, took a step forward and said in a soft voice, "Your Highness, our main focus now is to escape from the Kingdom of Light, so we cannot be too slow. This Wilson is merely a baron, and even if he has 100 or 2 heavy-armored knights with strong fighting capabilities, how can he be compared to our knights of the Firebird Legion? If we bring these people, they'll undoubtedly become a burden. Look at their convoy, there are womenfolk, goods, and materials. Surely, they'll be slow, and that's a great disadvantage to us, especially when it's very likely that there are still people from the church chasing us from behind. Your Highness, please reconsider." Commander Mance's words caused Princess Cherise, who had been in an extremely good mood, to immediately fall silent. Indeed, setting old Wilson himself aside, he might be a strong elemental swordsman, and with his 200 heavy-armored knights, they might have great combat power. Nevertheless, 200 heavy-armored knights were not all that Wilson had. He also had even more ordinary knights, some womenfolk who had no fighting capabilities at all, and heavy goods and materials. If they were to bring all these with them, the speed of the entire troop would definitely slow down. If there was a great horde of knights from the church chasing after them, then they would be in a very dangerous situation. A hint of hesitation appeared on Princess Cherise's face. Although she had gone through many hardships during the past few days, she was still far too young. There were many decisions that had to be made by Commander Mance. Commander Mance's words impacted Princess Cherise greatly. Princess Cherise was somewhat unable to make a decision. Commander Mance gave old Wilson a cold glance, before saying in a low voice, "Your Highness, our knights of the Firebird Legion possess extraordinary combat power. I believe Your Highness has already seen it. We're definitely capable of protecting Your Highness and His Highness the Prince very well, and we will arrive in the Kingdom of Black Moon safely. As for the others, we should do our best to not risk having new problems and complicating the situation." Princess Cherise could sense a hint of unhappiness in Commander Mance's words, from his tone of voice. At the moment, Princess Cherise and Prince Benin needed the protection of the Firebird Legion, which was under the leadership of Commander Mance. Therefore, on the issue of old Wilson, she could not afford to create any more conflicts between herself and Commander Mance. Thus, after a moment of hesitating, as she murmured to herself, Princess Cherise made her decision. "Baron Wilson, you are an upright, courageous and loyal aristocrat. But we still have to hurry on, and if we bring all of you along, our objectives will become tremendous. It'd be really dangerous instead. So, we should still go our separate ways." Princess Cherise sighed softly as she spoke. Following which, she left the place slowly, leading the knights of the Firebird Legion. "Who?" Seeing Princess Cherise leave with her men, Merlin let out a long sigh of relief instead. The other party not accepting old Wilson's allegiance had saved Merlin from having to talk a lot. "Wilson, get up. They've left." Baron Parman came to old Wilson's side. Seeing that old Wilson was still kneeling on the ground with one knee, he shook his head helplessly and spoke to him as such. Old Wilson stood up slowly. He turned around to watch the backs of the Firebird Legion knights as they left, with a complicated expression on his face. A long time elapsed before old Wilson finally opened his mouth to speak. He said in an inexplicable manner, "Back then, Prince Frederick had pointed out my mistakes during training. Without him, there would be no Wilson Learman on the battlefield, and I'd have most probably died in the slaughterhouse." Merlin and Baron Parman exchanged looks. It turned out that there was the existence of this reason as well. Old Wilson had never mentioned it in the past. Prince Frederick had given old Wilson an exceedingly great help in the past. Perhaps, to Prince Frederick, it had cost him little to no effort at all. Perhaps he had never even remembered giving pointers to a quiet and nameless knight, but old Wilson remembered it deep in his heart. Because of that, he had not even hesitated in pledging his allegiance to the royal family when they were in their most dangerous condition. "Let's go. We might be safer following them from behind." Old Wilson had recovered the side of them that was merciless and decisive, moving quickly and vigorously. Merlin nodded. Old Wilson was right, they would be safer indeed if they followed after the Knights of the Firebird Legion. At least, if any problems were to occur in front, the Firebird Legion would solve them one by one. They would practically be clearing off obstacles for Old Wilson's convoy. After all, on their path of escape, danger did not come merely in the form of the church, but also as bandits that existed everywhere. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Did you take a good look? Is it really the Firebird Legion, one of the 4 great armies of the Kingdom of Light? A man with strange patterns drawn on his face asked in a low voice. Big Boss, we've already looked at them clearly, the armor they are wearing is indeed the standard armor of the Firebird Legion. 3 men wearing clothing made out of rough cloth answered in soft voices, with traces of excitement upon their faces. Not bad. The man with the strange patterns drawn on his face was the big boss of this band of people. He nodded slightly and stood up from the ground. Rubbing the black armor on his body lightly, he said with a cold smirk, "The royal family of light has direct command over the Firebird Legion. Now that the Kingdom of Light is in chaos, the ones who can afford the protection of the Firebird Legion Knights must be the members of the royal family. This is a fattened goat, members of the royal family will definitely have loads of wealth on them. All we have to do is take them down, and we, the Hurricane Bandits, will be able to buy sophisticated armor and sharp weapons. By then, we could even take advantage of this disorderly situation in the Kingdom of Light and attack a few cities. We won't have to be stuck here anymore." There was a flash of excitement in the eyes of the big boss. Not only was he the leader of the Hurricane Bandits, but was also a bandit chief who possessed extremely wild ambitions. He even dreamt of being able to take over a few cities one day. Now, the best chance had come. These members of the royal family, who might be bringing with them immeasurable treasure, currently had the protection of merely a few hundred knights. This was an opportunity gifted to them by the heavens. But, Big Boss, there seems to be a gigantic convoy behind this Firebird Legion, with approximately 1,000 or more knights. The few bandits hesitated for a moment, before reporting the truth. Big Boss did not care, however. He smirked as he said, "Those are merely some small aristocrats fleeing for their lives. We've already encountered quite a few of such small aristocrats over the past few days. They've been living lives in comfort and prestige, and their knights no longer know what bloodshed in battle is. There is no more fighting blood in their bodies. We'll just scare them casually, and they'll run off pathetically. How about this? 3rd Commander and 4th Commander. The both of you lead 1,500 brothers to go and deal with this convoy. Remember, kill all the men and bring all the women back." The strange patterns on Big Boss's face glinted dimly with light the color of blood, causing his expression to look exceptionally savage. Chapter 60, The Strange Bandit's Eye. Chapter 60, The Strange Bandit's Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the carriage, Merlin observed the 2 spell models within his awareness. The magic power accumulated by the spell model of the fireball was already very deep and rich. Merlin made a rough estimation that he could unleash approximately 25 normal fireballs. Such a magic power was already immensely rich and thick. Old Man Ether's spell manual had mentioned that a typical spellcaster would only have just enough magic power to unleash 30 spells, after accumulating it for a long time. By now, though, Merlin had only been constructing his spell models for 2 or 3 months, but he was already coming close to achieving an accumulation that a typical spellcaster would need several years to attain. In the midst of all that, the spell models that Merlin was using the Matrix to construct were the best spell models chosen from 180,000 spell models. Naturally, they would be better than the spell models of a typical spellcaster. At least the spell models in Merlin's awareness were definitely far from being limited to merely 30 ordinary spells. The accumulation of the Frost's magic power was not too slow either. He could already unleash 7 or 8 spells by now. However, compared with how vigorously fast the increase of his magic power was, Merlin's mind power was growing at a lethargic pace. the speed at which his mind power could increase was severely limited because he was relying only on a beginner meditation spell. If he were to follow such a pace and undergo cultivation step by step, at least half a year would be necessary for Merlin's mind power to reach a level where it could support a third spell model. Half a year might not be considered slow to the average spellcaster, but Merlin had taken only 2 or 3 months to transform himself from a normie into a powerful spellcaster. Therefore, half a year could already be deemed an immensely long and arduous period of time for Merlin. Other than the slow growth of his mind power, there was also the problem of how scarce spells were. Merlin was no longer considering Old Man Ether's whirlwind, but it was still an absurdly tedious task to find a suitable spell. A brilliant meditation spell and a suitable zero-level spell. Those were the two things that Merlin lacked now, therefore he really hoped to be able to reach the kingdom of Black Moon sooner. That place was the holy land of spellcasters, so perhaps it would be easier to find some advanced meditation spells and zero-level spells there. En? Why have we stopped? Merlin frowned. He felt the carriage jolt slightly, as though it had been halted in a rather hasty way. Thus, he pulled the curtains in the carriage aside and looked out. Master Merlin, there are bandits attacking us. Moss had a very calm and steady expression. He did not seem to be panicking. Moreover, when Merlin saw the bandits in front of them, he could not help but reveal a hint of an odd look on his face. All he could see in front of the convoy was a group of people wearing colorful outfits. Their attires were not uniform, most of them had only rough linen over their entire bodies, while some of them had it slightly better, having put on some broken and old pieces of light armor. Their weapons were also laughable and embarrassing. Most of them only had a wooden stick in their hands. These men are bandits. Merlin recalled the encounter with the guardian swordsmen from the church who had disguised themselves as bandits back in the Wilson territory. They had been disciplined and well trained, with excellent equipment. Perhaps those could not be considered bandits anymore, but a true army troop. Perhaps only these people before his eyes could be considered real bandits. There were more than 1,000 of these bandits. Merlin could see very clearly that not a single one of these bandits looked frightened of the team of knights led by old Wilson. Instead, a look of uncontrollable greed was flashing through their eyes. Merlin looked at the heavy armored knights who had been practically armed up to their teeth, and then at the bandits with a variety of colorful outfits and irregular weapons. He could not help but feel rather speechless. Moss, could it be that we seem very weak? The moment Merlin's voice fell, old Wilson's heavy armored knights had already prepared themselves by changing into a charging formation. All they were waiting for was a single command from old Wilson, and they would charge right up into those bandits and shred them into pieces. ******. Commander Mance, there are bandits. What do we do? Princess Cherise had a very grave expression. The bandits who had appeared in front of them were densely packed. She was afraid that there were 2,000 or 3,000 of them. Commander Mance, however, did not feel that there was anything to be worried about. He said loftily, "Your Highness, mere bandits are nothing. Even if there were more of them, they are just a motley crowd. I can crush this band of bandits just by leading 600 Firebird Knights." Princess Cherise could only depend on Commander Mance now, so she nodded and said, "All right, Commander Mance. Lead 600 knights and defeat those bandits utterly." Very quickly, Commander Mance headed 600 knights and prepared their assault formation. In a deafening voice, he roared, "Charge!" Immediately, smoke and dust flew up everywhere as 600 knights charged towards the bandits in front of them like a ferocious tiger rushing down a mountain. Commander Mance led his men into a charge. His entire body exuded a rich, earthy yellow light as he wielded his great sword tightly. There were no bandits who could rival him, no matter where he went. Just as Commander Mance felt that this band of bandits would be defeated and scattered after a few more assaults, the bandits suddenly spread out. A dozen or so excellently equipped knights rushed out straight away from behind them, surrounding Commander Mance all at once. Commander Mance did not panic. He stared coldly at these dozen or so people as a realization dawned on him. Although these people were coming at him menacingly, there did not seem to be any elemental aura inside their bodies. This proved that these knights were not elemental swordsmen. "Die, bandits!" Commander Mance aimed at one of the knights and raised his greatsword high up into the air. The earthy yellow light from the blade enveloped the whole of Commander Mance's body. Although Earth swordsman specialized in defense, he had already reached the level of a third-level elemental swordsman, so his powers were still exceedingly great. Even the typical second-level elemental swordsman would not be able to block his attack, not to mention these bandits who were not even elemental swordsmen. Bang! Commander Mance's great sword struck an iron sword brutally. The powerful reactionary force almost caused his great sword to slip out of his hands. In some disbelief, Commander Mance stared at the bandit in front of him. As always, there was no fluctuation of the elements. The bandit before him, with strange patterns drawn on his face, had unexpectedly blocked his attack without employing the use of any elements. How is this possible? Commander Mance was still in shock, but the bandit with the strange patterns on his face had already begun laughing maliciously. There's nothing that's impossible. Charge! Every one of the dozen or so knights who had surrounded Commander Mance drew their great swords out and charged towards him in a frenzied attack. All of them did not seem inferior at all to a second-level elemental swordsman, but none of them had the aura of any elements upon their bodies. In other words, they were able to rival a second-level elemental swordsman by relying purely on the energy in their bodies. If only one had appeared, then perhaps he could be deemed extraordinarily gifted, and it would be a special situation. However, more than a dozen of them appearing at the same time was definitely not a coincidence. Just like Commander Mance, the 600 Firebird Knights were also facing extremely fearsome bandits. There might not be anything special about their training, and there was not much to say about their coordination, but every one of them seemed competent enough to rival a first-level elemental swordsman. How terrifying was the accumulative power of a few hundred first-level elemental swordsmen! Therefore, no matter how elite the Firebird Knights were, they had still been plunged into a difficult battle now. There was the danger of them being eliminated at any moment. In the blink of an eye, the motley crew that they had thought was incapable of withstanding a single blow, was currently besieging Commander Mance and the Firebird Knights. The tables had turned, the Firebird Legion was now in a precarious situation. Princess Cherise, who was observing the battle from afar, had an anxious and uneasy expression on her face. She was also somewhat confused as to how the great and mighty Commander Mance, as well as the elite Firebird Legion, could not even defeat a motley crew of bandits. Chapter 61, The Strange Bandits 2. Chapter 61, The Strange Bandits 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bang! The heavy armored knights led by Old Wilson began to charge. Although there were barely 200 of them, the momentum and power with that they charged seemed capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas, causing some degree of panic to arise in the midst of those bandits in front of them. In the name of the knight's glory, charge! Close to 200 heavy armored knights roared in one voice. This slogan had already become the soul of the heavy armored knights. Amidst the great roars of the slogans, the heavy armored knights led by Old Wilson charged towards the bandits like a black mudslide. Their force was unstoppable. Numerous bandits were immediately thrown into the air just through a light contact. The power of the heavy armored knights had long been verified in Blackwater City. The typical knights were not at all comparable to them, so what more this motley crew of bandits? Even though there were many bandits, this rabble was immediately scattered by the assault of the heavy armored knights. It was just as Merlin had expected. Countless bandits were trampled alive under the hooves of the horses, emitting bursts of wretched screams as they died. Damn it! These weak and despicable aristocrats dare to come at us? The leader of the bandits saw how the heavy armored knights continuously charged into and attacked the groups of bandits. They were invincible. There was no resistance that could come into contact with them, and a hint of fury had appeared on their faces. Thus, the two leaders brought the 50 knights behind them in a direct rush toward Old Wilson and the heavy armored knights. There were only 50 knights. In addition, they were wearing merely thin and light armor on their bodies. To charge at Old Wilson and the heavy armored knights like this would be having a death wish. It caused people to feel rather unbelievable. Although Old Wilson thought that it was strange, he did not hesitate at all. He commanded the heavy armored knights to move into their assault formation and immediately dashed toward those 50 somewhat exceptional bandits. The two teams of knights soon collided with each other. Immediately, Old Wilson engaged one of the leaders in a fight. Flame cleave! Old Wilson had already reached the critical point of becoming a third-level elemental swordsman, just a little more, and he would be a third-level elemental swordsman. Furthermore, being naturally endowed with a great strength, the power and might of his entire body was infinitely close to that of a fourth-level elemental swordsman. At the moment, Old Wilson had only used half of his strength, but even so, it was still very difficult for a typical second-level elemental swordsman to block him. However, although there was no elemental fluctuation on the bodies of these two bandit chiefs, they could easily defend against Old Wilson's attack just by relying on their physical strength. Old Wilson's attack had not been the only thing that stopped. Not only had about 200 heavy armored knights dashing in together for the attack failed to cause a destructive blow to those bandits, they had also broken a few heavy armored knights. No, something's wrong. Merlin's face changed slightly after seeing those 50 bandits from afar. Those 50 knights were exceptionally special. Although there was no elemental fluctuation on their bodies, which meant that they were not elemental swordsmen, their physical attributes were such that they could rival those first-level elemental swordsmen. Even if these 50 bandits who could equal first-level elemental swordsmen had never gone through training and were not moving in coordination, all they had to do was gather together to unleash an unimaginable result. Even the undefeatable heavy armored knights were at a disadvantage after encountering these special bandits. Merlin was not worried about Old Merlin, he knew Old Merlin's capabilities extremely well. If he were to strike in full force, those two bandit chiefs would be no match for him at all. However, if time were to be dragged on, then the losses of the heavy armored knights would definitely reach a huge number. These heavy armored knights were Old Wilson's blood and sweat, produced after more than 10 years. Losing any one of them would cause him unbearable heartache. Therefore, Merlin attacked. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Clusters of fireball flew out. Every fireball hit a bandit accurately, due to the fact that the bandits and the heavy armored knights were all entangled together. He could not make the fireballs explode. All he could do was to fix his aim and eliminate them one by one. However, although that was all he did, Merlin had cleared out 5 bandits in just a blink of the eye. His mind power had grown greater, whereas his power of control over the spells had become stronger, therefore, as long as it was within 100 meters of him, which was the area enveloped by his mind power, Merlin was able to control his spells with excellent accuracy. It's a spellcaster, run fast, we're done for. Report to Big Boss quickly that there's a spellcaster. The two leaders amongst the bandits had already seen signs of danger flashing everywhere under the hands of Old Wilson, and had merely been hanging on despite the difficulty. Now that they had seen Merlin appearing, the hopelessness in their hearts grew even more. Immediately, they wanted to flee. For many years, they had forcibly occupied the vast buffer zones in between the Kingdom of Black Moon and the Kingdom of Light. Therefore, they were extremely well versed with those mysterious and powerful spellcasters in the Kingdom of Black Moon. They knew that, with a spellcaster like Merlin around, they did not stand a chance to attain victory at all. However, it was already too late for them to escape now. Frost! Merlin had long fixed his eyes on those two bandits. Seeing that they had the opportunity to escape, he immediately unleashed his frost. Crack, crack. The ice crystals hardened, freezing the two bandit chiefs directly. Even if they had physical attributes that rivaled those of a second-level elemental swordsman, it was completely impossible for them to break free from Merlin's frost. Bang! Old Wilson swung his blade down, chopping one of the bandit chiefs into 2 halves, fresh blood spurted onto the ground. Seeing that Old Wilson was about to kill the other bandit chief, Merlin hurriedly came to his side and said in a low voice, "Father, leave this man, he can be of use." Old Wilson nodded before turning around and charging toward the other bandits. There had originally been 50 bandits. After Merlin had killed 5 in an instant, and seeing him overcome the 2 leaders, some of them began to flee from the battlefield. Then, Old Wilson, who had been pulled out from the crowd, charged and killed more of them. Only 20 or so were left of the 50 bandits whose capabilities equaled those of the first-level elemental swordsman. They escaped in a pathetic manner. Old Wilson regrouped the heavy armored knights and did a head count, only to announce that they had lost 15 heavy armored knights in this battle. The original sum of 185 heavy armored knights had now been decreased to 170. Old Wilson felt great heartache at such a heavy loss. Back when he had led the heavy armored knights into battle against the guardian swordsmen of the church who had disguised themselves as bandits, and attacked the city defense troop knights of Blackwater City, there had only been a total loss of 15 knights. Right now, fighting against mere bandits, a motley crew had unexpectedly caused such heavy losses to the heavy armored knights. Old Wilson's face was dark and heavy. His eyes continuously sized up the body of the bandit chief, like a wild beast selecting its victim. This caused the bandit chief to be panic-stricken. Thus, the bandit chief turned his sights onto Merlin. In a slightly panicked manner, he said, "Great, honorable wizard, what do you wish to ask?" The bandit chief knew very well, in his heart, that the only person who could let him live now was the mysterious and powerful spellcaster before his eyes. Chapter 62, Big Boss I. Chapter 62, Big Boss I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin fixed his eyes on the bandit chief in front of his eyes. This other person's body was not bulky, neither did he look strong and mighty. It seemed that his physical attributes would not have been considered exceptional. However, the truth of the matter was that this bandit's physical attributes were comparable to that of a second-level elemental swordsman. This was very abnormal. Furthermore, there were also 50 bandit knights whose physical quality were similar to that of first-level elemental swordsmen, which was even more extraordinary. You're not an elemental swordsman, so how can you possess such great power that isn't inferior to that of an elemental swordsman? Merlin asked him directly. Old Wilson, who was standing beside him, nodded subconsciously as well. It was evident that he was also very interested in the question. The expression of the bandit chief changed slightly. His lips squirmed, as though he wanted to speak, but he did not make a sound for a long time. Crack! A cluster of ice crystals immediately appeared again on the body of the bandit chief. The ice crystals enveloped him at an extremely fast pace, practically freezing his entire body. All that was left was his bald head. As a binding spell, the power of the frost was not great. It was far weaker than a fireball, but still easy enough for the purposes of handling a mere bandit chief like this. Feeling the ice crystals on his body as though it could continue spreading onto his head, the chief bandit could no longer be silent. He could only yell out, "Great wizard, please stop, I say. Our physical attributes are exceptional due to Big Boss." Big Boss? Merlin did not continue to unleash the frost. Instead, he took 2 steps forward and said to the bandit chief, "Talk about your Big Boss's condition in detail." The face of the bandit chief was already rather pale. His body was trembling, and although his physical attributes were exceptional, Merlin's frost caused temperatures to plunge extremely low. Being frozen for a long period of time would still injure him. Big Boss came here 3 years ago. Back then, 2nd Commander, 4th Commander, and I were small-time bandits in this region, with hundreds of bandits under us. Our power was extremely small and weak. Big Boss found us and defeated all of us utterly, before becoming our Big Boss. Then, he taught us a strange posture. We cultivated according to this strange posture daily, and the quality of our physique improved very quickly. Then, Big Boss led us and annexed a few great groups of bandits successively. As his force swelled up, he formed the Hurricane Bandits with 3,000–4,000 bandits. After that, Big Boss picked 500 young bandits and taught them a strange posture. They practiced every day, and now, practically everyone can rival a first-level elemental swordsman. With such power, Big Boss's greed and ambitious heart grew as well. He was no longer satisfied with being a bandit, he even wished to take advantage of this chaotic situation in the Kingdom of Light now and conquer a few cities. But, because the numbers of our men have expanded greatly, you've also seen how our pieces of equipment, like weaponry and armor, are lagging behind. This time, we've encountered a few members of the royal family who only have a few hundred knights as protectors, so Big Boss has brought men to go rob those members of the royal family. He ordered us to come and block you, so that you wouldn't ruin Big Boss's plans. By the time the bandit chief had finished speaking, his entire body was already shaking. His enunciation had become somewhat poor. There were no changes to Merlin's expression, but there was a great shock in his heart. A strange posture that was able to strengthen the physical attributes of a normie quickly, to the point where one could rival an elemental swordsman. Everything about all of this was so similar to the mysterious relief sculpture he had obtained before. Merlin only had one piece of the relief sculpture, but after practicing the posture on the relief sculpture, his physical attributes were now already comparable to that of a first-level elemental swordsman. The physical attributes of these bandits can already rival those of a second-level elemental swordsman. That bandit chief, how strong can he be? As strong as a third-level, or even a fourth-level elemental swordsman? Numerous ideas turned in Merlin's head. If that big boss had really obtained a relief sculpture, then he should have at least 3 of them with him. The postures on those relief sculptures were really frightening indeed. Merlin had never given them much thought before this, but now, he had seen the mysterious, big boss passing out knowledge on the postures on the relief sculpture. All he had to do was to pass on one posture, and within a few months, he would be able to quickly create large numbers of powerful fighters who could rival first-level elemental swordsmen. The battle just now had said it all. A lot of old Wilson's heart and effort had been spent on his heavy armored knights. Practically half of the taxes collected within the territory had been used on those heavy armored knights. Furthermore, they had needed to undergo training often before achieving the fighting capabilities they had now. However, although the combat power of those heavy armored knights now could be deemed terrifying, they had unexpectedly been caught at a disadvantage after encountering those bandits who had been without the slightest bit of cooperation amongst each other. If Merlin and old Wilson had not been so overwhelmingly strong and valiant, he was afraid that those heavy armored knights would have been defeated by a mere band of 50 bandits. The terrible aspect of the mysterious relief sculpture was manifested therein. Moreover, that mysterious big boss had 500 of such bandits heeding his commands. Many thoughts passed through Merlin's mind in the blink of an eye. Old Wilson beside him, however, did not think so much. All he heard from the bandit's mouth was the news of the big boss going up against the members of the royal family. Merlin, Princess Cherise, and the others might be in danger. I want to bring the heavy armored knights and go rescue them. This time, Merlin did not stop him. He knew that old Wilson had a lot of gratitude in his heart towards Prince Frederick. Although Princess Cherise had rejected old Wilson's allegiance before, old Wilson would not leave them to die now that the princess and the others were in danger. Nevertheless, this was a good thing as well. Old Wilson would not have any ties with the royal family anymore if he could rescue them once. Father, you go first, I'll catch up after you. Light flashed through Merlin's eyes. The mysterious big boss was his target. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A look of despair could already be seen in Commander Mance's eyes. His entire body had been shaken so much that he was numb, despite the fact that he was a third-level Earth swordsman. This man before him, with the strange patterns drawn on his face and a name called Big Boss, was just too powerful. Every time the other person brought his great sword crashing down, it had contained terrible power. That body, which did not look burly at all, seemed to be filled with the strength of a ferocious beast, causing Commander Mance to feel like he could not withstand it. An elemental swordsman at the peak of the third level. Commander Mance was aghast. This other person was able to rival a third-level elemental swordsman at his peak, just by relying on the strength of his body. He had never even heard of such a thing, what more seen it. Moreover, this mighty commander was not the only thing that was horrifying, there were also the densely packed bandits around them. Every single one of them seemed to be on par with first-level elemental swordsmen, and judging by their numbers, there were about 400-500 of them. 400-500 first-level elemental swordsmen. Such a terrifying number was difficult for Commander Mance to imagine. Even the Firebird Legion, one of the 4 great armies of the Kingdom of Light, had only been able to gather 1,000 first-level elemental swordsmen during their peak. Just like that, this bunch of bandits with broken weapons, who did not even have armor. This motley crew was able to rival half of the Firebird Legion? Bang! With another heavy blow, Commander Mance was shaken and thrown off by a powerful force. He fell heavily to the ground, before struggling to stand up, but his internal organs were in such pain that he felt as though they were on fire. Serious injuries had already been inflicted upon him. As for the 600 Firebird Knights, they had long been swallowed up in the sea of people. Surrounded and attacked by the bandits, half of them had been injured and killed. Now, less than 300 of them were left. We're finished. Commander Mance closed his eyes in pain. He had never thought that he would die in the hands of a gang of bandits. Princess Cherise's face was already a shade of ghastly white, as she watched the battle from afar. Her entire body was trembling due to fear. The situation had rapidly worsened. She had not expected that a bunch of bandits who had seemed so weak that they would not be able to withstand a blow, would be so fierce. She saw how the 600 Firebird Knights, the entire army led by Commander Mance, were about to be completely annihilated. Princess Cherise no longer had a choice. It had also been difficult for her to imagine how tragic it was to fall at the hands of bandits. Deputy Commander Wayne, prepare for battle, for the honor of the Firebird. There was a complicated mix of expressions on Princess Cherise's face. She drew out her silver greatsword as well, ready to fight to the death. Swoosh! The remaining 200 Firebird Knights pulled out the great swords in their hands as well and raised them up high with solemnity upon their faces. In the name of the Knight's glory, charge! In the name of the Knight's glory, charge! All of a sudden, Princess Cherise and the others heard a deafening sound rumbling from behind them. Something that seemed like a black mudslide came crashing down from the mountain slope. Chapter 63, Big Boss 2. Chapter 63, Big Boss 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The black mudslide was a group of knights dressed in heavy armor. Princess Cherise was slightly stunned before recalling the identities of these heavy-armored knights. They are Baron Wilson's heavy-armored knights. I'd never thought that he'd still lead his knights to come and rescue us after I rejected Baron Wilson's allegiance. Still, it's no use, these bandits aren't ordinary bandits. Baron Wilson's heavy-armored knights are definitely no match for them as well. Deputy Commander Wayne, prepare to charge up there with Baron Wilson, rush in and kill the bandits together. Princess Cherise was somewhat moved and rueful. Old Wilson taking action at such a time as this was enough to prove his loyalty to the royal family. However, Princess Cherise did not know that this was not due to Old Wilson's loyalty to the royal family, but his gratitude towards Prince Frederick. This would be the last time Old Wilson stretched out a helping hand. The heavy-armored knights led by Old Wilson dove down the slope of the hill. They were an unstoppable force, immediately rushing in for the skill and leaving a blood trail behind. Numerous bandits were slaughtered by the heavy-armored knights. After all, with the exception of the bandits who possessed extraordinary physical attributes, the rest were just a motley crew formed by a bunch of normies gathering together, at best. Even an ordinary knight would be able to kill them easily. Old Wilson was completely enveloped by the flames. His gigantic stature was like a small giant, with every strike of his sword, followed by immeasurable amounts of flames. 3 to 5 bandits would lose their lives at Old Wilson's hands. Because of that, Old Wilson soon reached the place where Commander Mance was being surrounded. He fixed his eyes on the great commander who had strange patterns drawn on his face. Where are my third and fourth brothers? When the big commander saw Old Wilson, he immediately guessed his identity and knew that he was the small aristocrat that he had instructed the third and fourth commanders to block. They're already dead. Old Wilson answered coldly. There was a great aura of power around his body that went toward the big boss of the bandits oppressively. This was an ability that only 4th-level elemental swordsmen possessed. Although Old Wilson was merely a 2nd-level fire swordsman, he was able to reach the peak of a 3rd-level elemental swordsman by coupling with the extraordinary strength he had been gifted with. Thus, he also possessed some imposing aura of oppression. HMPH, I underestimated you, but out of everything that you shouldn't have done, you shouldn't have come here to die. With a sharp flash of light in his eyes, the big boss pushed back with both his legs forcefully. Bang! It felt as though the entire surface of the ground was shaking. Using the force from that one kick, Big Boss's entire body crashed toward Old Wilson with a whiz, like a cannonball fired from cannon. Flame cleave! Old Wilson let out a roar. The armor all over his body began to emit creaking noises. He was utilizing his power to the maximum, which caused his muscles to swell up. His armor was being spread open. When Old Wilson engaged in battle, his body would practically be pulled up by a lot in a forceful manner. He was almost 2 meters tall and could inflict a great psychological shock on people just by standing still. This was the real extraordinary gift, the real unlimited power, unlike Big Boss, who still retained the physique of a normie even though he possessed great, superhuman strength. The two men wielded their great swords. In the blink of an eye, they brandished and moved them over a dozen times. Collisions between the blades emitted ear-piercing sounds. Crack! Both their greatswords shattered at the same time, breaking into few pieces as the blades were no longer able to withstand the terrible power of the other party. The two men were then left fighting barehanded, coming at each other in a series of crazy attacks. Every punch unleashed by old Wilson was shrouded in flames, like a god of fire. His force was unstoppable. On the other hand, Big Boss did not seem to be imposing or powerful, but he was exceedingly fast and his strength was great. The two of them clashed like a rock going against a rock. He was not at all inferior to old Wilson. "Ha ha, that's fun, let's go again." Old Wilson let out a great roar. It had been a long time since he had encountered an opponent who could go against his pure power and be equally matched, like two hard objects colliding against each other. His will to fight was raised up high. Ignoring everything else, he and Big Boss got embroiled in battle. Everywhere the two of them passed through, both bandits and heavy armored knights were either wounded or killed if they came into contact with them slightly. Therefore, everyone hurriedly backed off from wherever they were fighting. Although old Wilson and Big Boss's battle was difficult to finish, his heavy armored knights were no match at all for those bandits who had practiced the special posture. There were 400 to 500 of those bandits, with extremely powerful capabilities. By now, they had surrounded the heavy armored knights once more. If there was no other solution, the heavy armored knights would soon be completely destroyed. The moment the heavy armored knights were annihilated, it would not be of any use even if old Wilson was an equal match to the Big Boss of the bandits. On a hill far away, Merlin stood in front of a horse carriage as he observed the battle at the foot of the hill carefully. The focus of his attention was the Big Boss of the bandits, who was fighting old Wilson in a battle that was difficult to win to either side. As expected, there's no elemental aura whatsoever, it's entirely the strength of his body. The mysterious relief sculptures must be on him. Merlin's eyes narrowed slightly. He had sensed that the fiery aura on old Wilson's body seemed to have weakened a great deal in a very short period of time, causing the power of old Wilson's attacks to be weaker than before. When it comes to depletion, Father still needs to rely on the fire-attributed elements in his body that he has accumulated over days and months. He won't be able to persist for long at all, attacking in such a crazy manner. As for Big Boss, the strength in his body seems to be endless. Merlin understood. If the two were to continue fighting, old Wilson's defeat would be inevitable. By then, Merlin finally decided to strike. He had had some concerns previously. If the Big Boss of the bandits was a 4th level elemental swordsman or higher, then it would cost Merlin some trouble to defeat this other party. However, he had now discovered that the Big Boss of the bandits was more or less at the same level as old Wilson. His overall strength could rival that of a 3rd level elemental swordsman, which made him much easier to fight. Thus, Merlin struck. Merlin slowly walked down the slope of the hill alone, directly into the midst of the bandits. When some of the bandits saw Merlin, they immediately brandished their greatswords and swung them down without hesitation. Crack, crack. Before one of the bandits could bring his greatswords down, his entire body was already frozen in place. Still maintaining the pose of a man brandishing his greatsword, he was unmoving, looking like an ice sculpture that was true to life. Merlin's footsteps did not falter. He walked into the midst of the bandits, as before. Not only that, several bandits were mysteriously frozen into ice sculptures wherever he went. It was extremely strange. This weird situation caused many bandits to exchange looks. They did not dare to charge at Merlin again. In his heart, Merlin was clear that he had just unleashed 6 frost in just an instant, moments ago. He was lucky that the spell model for the frost had accumulated a lot of magic power over a period of time. Only because of that, Merlin could squander them so recklessly. Although it looked like he had spent his magic power lavishly, the effect was superb. At least, no more bandits dared to rush at Merlin. A spellcaster. Big Boss had also noticed Merlin. After clashing forcefully against old Wilson once more, he speedily retreated and increased the distance between him and old Wilson, fixing his eyes upon Merlin vigilantly. Chapter 64, DLI. Chapter 64, DLI. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Stop. Princess Cherise, who previously wanted to rush toward the bandits, was shocked at Merlin's appearance, as well as the sight of all those bandits that were frozen into ice sculptures. Immediately, she commanded the team to stop moving forward. A spellcaster. Princess Cherise muttered in a low voice. Being the royal princess, she had a certain understanding of both spellcasters from the Kingdom of Black Moon and wizards from the Church of Light. Moreover, there were still some spellcasters hidden secretly among the royal family, such as Prince Frederick. Princess Cherie stroked the black ring on her finger gently. Prince Frederick was a powerful spellcaster. He, whose identity remained hidden among the royal family, possessed a terrifying power. It was also because of Prince Frederick's hindrance that Princess Cherie's and the others were able to escape Light City safely. Because of the Church of Light, spellcasters from the Kingdom of Black Moon had been proclaimed as an evil heretic, an embodiment of terror, evil, and despicableness. However, here they were at the border between the Kingdom of Black Moon and the Kingdom of Light. These bandits had encountered some powerful spellcasters, hence they were no strangers to the latter. Most bandits stopped what they were doing, their faces full of fear as they looked at the ice sculptures around Merlin. The big boss was still silently withdrawing, but Merlin, who has been paying attention, would never allow the other party to leave. Hence, in small, quick steps he approached the big boss. Big Boss frowned, his face full of dread for what might happen. He said in a low voice, "Honorable spellcaster, I don't know that you are among this troop. I am terribly sorry if I've offended you. I'll leave with my people immediately." "Leave? You think so?" Merlin took his time to approach the big boss. Big Boss's expression changed, and suddenly he waved his hand in an exaggerated move. Immediately, several bandits rushed to his front. Still, he did not dare to loosen down. He asked in a deep voice, "Honorable spellcaster, I don't know what is the relationship between you and these people, but once I order my men to attack, I am afraid that apart from you, the whole troop will not survive. Try it, then, and see if you stand a chance." Merlin's calm eyes suddenly turned sharp. Frost! A group of ice crystals appeared on the body of the big boss as a dozen more bandits gathered in front of him simultaneously. Their physical qualities rivaled even first-level elemental swordsmen. "Father, now!" Merlin shouted aloud. With a fierce wave of hands, he sent 3 balls of fire that flew quickly at bandits. When the fireballs blasted, strong flames burned continuously. The bandits immediately fell into chaos. Old Wilson, who grasped the meaning of Merlin's call, quickly shouted. He resembled a humanoid beast as he waved his great sword and rushed toward the big boss. Bang bang bang. The frightening Old Wilson, whose strength was infinitely close to the level of a 4th-level elemental swordsman, forcefully threw off several bandits who guarded in front of their big boss. Cracks! Unbelievably, the ice crystal frozen on Big Boss cracked. His face was filled rapidly with redness. There were also bloodshot in his eyes. He shouted in a twisted grimace, "Ha ha, you can't ground me." Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, he had underestimated his opponent. A common beginner elementary swordsman could never have broken out of Merlin's frost. However, like Old Wilson, the big boss was infinitely close to the existence of a 4th-level elemental swordsman. Ordinary frost could limit his movement only for a while. Big Boss struggled forcefully to shatter the ice crystal on his body. Immediately, he turned around, prepared to run frantically to the opposite direction. Large frost. Merlin did not hesitate to release the large frost, which was several times stronger than ordinary frost. Big Boss had just lifted 1 foot when, almost instantaneously, he was covered by ice crystals. His whole body was completely frozen by thick ice crystals except for his head. "Ah, break at once!" Big Boss screamed hysterically. The blue veins on his forehead bulged, and his muscles seemed to expand to their limits. He had exhausted all his strength, wanting to break free from the ice crystals on his body. However, no matter how hard he tried, the ice crystals on his body showed no sign of rupture. Swoosh! Merlin accelerated and sent out more fireballs, one after another, despite this requiring a large consumption of magic power. They blasted around Big Boss to prevent other bandits from coming forward to rescue. "Father, we want him alive," Merlin blurted as he noticed Old Wilson approaching the big boss. He was afraid Old Wilson would lose control and kill the target. Old Wilson came to the side of Big Boss, who was frozen into ice crystals. He sneered and kicked the man in Merlin's direction. Swoosh! A fireball emitting a horribly high heat appeared in front of the big boss instantly. Merlin's mouth curled upward into a smile. He looked at old Wilson, who was still slashing the bandits, and said calmly, "Big Boss, I think your men should stop the attack." Big Boss's expression kept shifting like the clouds. As he felt the scorching temperature of the fireball floating in the space, he knew that he had no choice but to scream aloud. "Stop fighting at once. Second Commander, order the men to retreat." These bandits dared not defy the command of their big boss, and gradually retreated backward. Although they did not move too far back, all the while keeping their glares at old Wilson and others fiercely. There were thousands of bandits, not including those fierce bandits whose bodies were comparable to those of the first-level elemental swordsmen. If they gathered and attacked, perhaps it would turn out as the big boss had mentioned earlier, that no one would be spared other than Merlin. "Father, take him to the carriage." Merlin let old Wilson brought Big Boss to the carriage. The latter was frozen by the large frost. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to break free in a short time. Old Wilson then raised Big Boss and threw him into the carriage directly. Merlin followed closely and got into the carriage, while old Wilson gathered the remaining black-armored knights and stood facing the thousands of bandits located not far away. In the carriage, Merlin did not rush to speak. Instead, he just looked at Big Boss quietly. The latter could not help and finally broke the silence with a sneer. "You don't dare to kill me either. If I die, my men will tear you all into pieces." Merlin shook his head and smiled playfully. He said in a calm tone, "It seems that you still don't understand the current situation. Your immediate man, that leader, is not content with his lot. Perhaps he wishes for your death even more so than myself." The expression of the big boss changed and fell gradually. After what seemed like a long time, the big boss finally asked in a hoarse voice, "What do you want?" Big Boss eventually understood that this mysterious spellcaster in front of him was hoping to obtain something from him. Chapter 65, Deal 2. Chapter 65, Deal 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin gave a slight smile before gently opening his palm, revealing a relief sculpture in his hand. Shivers went down Big Boss's spine as he stared at the relief sculpture in Merlin's hand. The shocked look on Big Boss's face already told Merlin the answer. With that, he asked nonchalantly, "You should know this relief sculpture?" Big Boss finally recovered from his surprise after a long time. His expression eased down when he looked at Merlin again. Before, he had no idea what Merlin's purpose was. Now that he knew Merlin only wanted the relief sculpture, it set his mind at rest. At the very least, Merlin would not cause him harm until he obtained his goal. "I didn't expect you to also have a relief sculpture. I assume you've noticed the strange posture on it?" Big Boss stopped speaking for a while as he scanned Merlin up and down with his eyes. However, one's physical state would not change significantly even after practicing the posture on mysterious relief sculpture. Therefore, Big Boss was not able to figure out Merlin's physical quality. "I do have these relief sculptures. 3 of them. I've them kept in a secret place. If you let me go, I can exchange one of mine with yours." Big Boss collected himself and began to bargain with Merlin. Merlin shook his head and said in his usual calm voice, "I never thought of killing you. To do that will end up with your bandits killing my entire troop. A battle that even I can't win. My invitation to you over here was only to make a deal." As soon as his voice ended, several fireballs appeared within Merlin's hands. They began to float around Big Boss. The high heat emitted gradually melted the ice crystals that trapped the man. Frozen ice crystals quickly turned into water droplets. Big Boss stretched himself slightly. It seemed he was not very much affected by it. However, he did not leave. Instead, he continued sitting opposite Merlin. His eager eyes glanced at the relief sculpture in Merlin's hands from time to time. He was dreaded to obtain that relief sculpture in Merlin's hands, as it could enhance his physical quality. "I want all 3 of your relief sculptures," Merlin announced eventually. His unexpected request astounded Big Boss, who later sneered, "Honorable spellcaster, although you've just let me go, and my life is in your hands at any time, but don't you think your request to exchange a relief sculpture with 3 of mine is rather ridiculous?" Big Boss clenched his fist, and his whole body went on the alert. He would definitely go all out if Merlin wanted to start a fight again. I can make you a spell caster, Merlin said softly. However, these words which carried the weight of feathers landed like a deafening thunder in Big Boss's ears. He felt as if he has been struck by the lightning. What did you say? I can make you a spell caster, Merlin repeated himself. The composed Big Boss just seconds ago was already shaking slightly. His fists were still clenched tightly, as he could not restrain his inner excitement. My name is Gulliver Keene. Big Boss suddenly stood up. His face was a little flushed because of his boiling excitement. You've got yourself a deal. Big Boss Gulliver Keene agreed to Merlin's conditions without any hesitation. Keene also expressed his sincerity to Merlin by immediately revealing his real name. A spellcaster mastered extraordinary power. Keene was definitely clear about this. He who loitered actively on the border of the kingdom of Black Moon all these years had surely heard numerous rumors about the spellcasters. At the moment, even though his physical quality has reached the terrifying peak of third-level elemental swordsman with the help of these three mysterious relief sculptures, he was still easily subdued by Merlin. This also further proved the power of a spellcaster. Being able to become a spellcaster was something Keene would have never imagined. Now he was being offered such an opportunity only at the cost of exchanging 3 relief sculptures. He had long memorized those postures on the 3 relief sculptures in his mind. In fact, they were of not much use to him anymore. Spellcaster. Keene stood up, wanting to say something, but felt slightly embarrassed as he realized he did not know Merlin's name. Wilson Merlin. Merlin finished his sentence. Merlin, my 3 reliefs are kept hidden in a secret place. Do you want to go with me, or wait here as I pick them up? Big Boss Keene turned around to ask after he jumped off the carriage. Merlin thought for a moment before replying, I'll go with you. Keene smiled. Of course, he knew that Merlin still had some concerns. Besides, he would not dare to have any extraordinary behavior if Merlin followed along. All right, let's go. Keene nodded and led the way at the front. He waved slightly at the second commander of the bandits. The man hesitated for a second but eventually came forward with a few other bandits. Merlin, what are you doing? Old Wilson frowned and asked in a puzzled tone as he noticed Merlin was actually letting the bandits' leader off. Merlin could not explain in detail. Hence, he brushed him off with a simple reply, Father, this is a misunderstanding. I will first leave with Keene, and explain to you in detail when I get back. After that, Moss hopped on the carriage behind Big Boss Keene and slowly drove to the bandits. Merlin has not yet learned to ride horses. In the process of fleeing, Merlin had felt a lot of inconvenience because of this. He secretly made up his mind that he must learn how to ride after settling down in the kingdom of Black Moon. Stop right there. Merlin drew the curtain at the sound of that angry yell. Prince Benin from Firebird Knights was blocking himself in front of Big Boss Gulliver Keene. His face was filled with rage. He pointed a finger at Keene and shouted, You despicable bandits want to leave now after killing so many of my knights. Deputy Commander Wayne, kill these mean and shameless bandits immediately. Big Boss Keene glanced at Merlin and noticed that Merlin's expression had not changed. He could not help but sneer. What an idiot! He then ignored Prince Benin and quickly returned to the bandits. Merlin also shook his head helplessly. He shifted his attention to Princess Cherise. Prince Benin was still a naive child who knew nothing, but Princess Cherise should be well aware that Big Boss Keene was a captive of Merlin's, not of the royal family. Princess Cherise bit her lip tightly. She knew that Merlin had definitely reached an agreement with the bandits' leader without taking the royal family into consideration. At the thought of this, Princess Cherise took a deep breath and gradually calmed her mind. She was not Prince Benin. It was clear that their current situation was actually extremely dangerous. Their troops of 800 Firebird Knights was only left with 400. Besides, many of them were wounded, so there was not much combat power. Hence, their priority now should be to settle down in the kingdom of Black Moon as soon as possible. Baron Wilson, thank you very much for saving us. However, we'll not stay any longer as we have a long journey ahead of us. Please forgive us. Princess Cherise bit her lip again as she suppressed her anger. She did not look at Merlin at all, but took the remaining Firebird Knights and left quickly. It's good for them to leave, as it means one less trouble for me. Merlin glanced at old Wilson. He did not care much about the departure of Princess Cherise and others. Merlin was glad that they had taken the initiative to leave because that meant he did not have to worry about old Wilson insisting in escorting the royal members to the kingdom of Black Moon. Therefore, Merlin ordered Moss to move the carriage. They followed closely behind a large number of bandits and gradually drifted away to the distance. Chapter 66, Deal 3. Chapter 66, Deal 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin sat in the carriage. Although his eyes were closed, his mind power was expanded out there, inspecting Big Boss Keen's every move. Once the other party made any strange movement, Merlin was definite that man would be killed in an instant. However, he had already lured him with the temptation of becoming a spellcaster, something he believed Keen would never refuse. Moreover, Keen did have the qualifications to become a spellcaster. Merlin had long realized that anyone who was able to see the strange postures on those mysterious relief sculptures possessed extraordinary mind power than other people, and that was one of the most important conditions for becoming a spellcaster. As long as one's mind power reached the required qualifications for becoming a spellcaster, the person could try constructing spell model in their awareness with mind power. Once successful, the person could then become a spellcaster. Big Boss Keen possessed such qualifications. His mind power was actually even greater than Merlin's before he turned into a spellcaster. Using a spell model in exchange for 3 mysterious relief sculptures, coupled with the possibility of resolving a crisis for the entire troop, the deal was indeed worthy. Otherwise, even if Merlin could kill Big Boss Keen, he could not handle the thousands of bandits left behind. Especially those bandits to whom Keen had taught the strange postures on the relief sculptures. They were more powerful than old Wilson's knights and were difficult to deal with. Brief moments later, the bandits arrived at a massive valley surrounded by mountains and water. Its environment was very suitable for living. There were several simple wooden houses in the valley, as well as numerous caves of different sizes. Old people, women, and children shuffled around the valley. The whole valley appeared like a thriving little village. As the many bandits returned to the valley, many women stepped forward and looked at the crowd to see if their husbands were well. This was nothing like a bandit's lair. It resembled more like a peaceful, quiet village. What do you think? It took me 5 years to build it. Keen revealed a hint of pride in his face as they looked at the busy scene under the valley. Not bad. Those elite bandits and knights have physical qualities comparable to first-level elemental swordsmen. Was it you who taught them the posture on the relief sculptures? Merlin had high regards to those 400 or 500 extraordinary bandits, whose physical qualities were on par to that of a first-level elemental swordsman. Even the Firebird Legion at its peak had no more than 1,000 elemental swordsmen greater than the first level. Keen looked at Merlin, his eyes showing deep emotion as he whispered. That's right, I've carefully selected these people. I only taught them one set of posture, hence they can just cultivate to the level of a first-level elemental swordsman. On the other hand, those who are more talented and more loyal, I will teach them 2 sets of posture, so that their physical qualities rival a second-level element swordsman. It's with their force that the Hurricane bandits run wild in this area. No other bandits gang is able to compete with us. Merlin nodded. These rabbles not equipped with many armors were invincible in this area, by relying on just those 500 bandits endowed with a force comparable to first-level elemental swordsmen. Even a heavy armored knight troop specifically trained by old Wilson could not stand as their opponent. Do you know the origins of the relief sculptures you obtained? Merlin continued asking. Keen frowned and shook his head. I retrieved these relief sculptures by chance. I only know they're probably relics from the Malta Empire. I don't know the specifics. The Malta Empire had always remained a mystery. It unified the whole continent but was later overturned within a night. It seemed that no one knew the reason for the collapse of this huge empire. Moreover, more ideas developed in Merlin's mind now that he saw these relief sculptures and the 500 powerful bandits. These relief sculptures were the product of the Malta Empire. If every ordinary soldier of the Malta Empire had practiced the postures of those relief sculptures, and possessed the strength of first-level elemental swordsman, second-level elemental swordsman, And even third-level elemental swordsmen, they would have thousands of soldiers comparable to the powerful elemental swordsmen. With such an army, it was not unbelievable that the Malta Empire could unify the entire continent. However, why would a strong empire that was too mighty to even imagine been overturned in a short period of time? There were even many historical rumors that mentioned the Malta Empire collapsed almost overnight. What actually happened? What kind of force had led to the collapse of the Malta Empire overnight? Come with me, the relief sculptures are stored in the place I live. Merlin shook his head slightly, as if to dismiss the doubts and puzzles about the collapse of the Malta Empire from his mind, and followed behind Keen closely. Keen lived in a massive cave. There were traces of artificial excavation in it. The exterior environment looked peaceful and quiet, with no one around. It seemed that Keen has made some arrangements for the place to receive only Merlin and Keen. Please take a seat. After Merlin sat down, Keen turned around and entered a room in the cave. It took him a while to reappear, but when he did, he was holding 3 relief sculptures in his hands. Keen put the relief sculptures on the stone table, allowing Merlin to examine them. Sure enough, they are the same type of relief sculptures. A hint of sparkle flashed across Merlin's eyes. He picked up one of the relief sculptures and gently stroked it with his hand. His vision became blurred and was covered with an illusion. Only to his eyes, some strange postures began to surface on the relief sculptures. They appeared quite different from the postures that Merlin had practiced before. This time, he did not dwell too long in the illusion. With Merlin's current mind power, he was able to regain consciousness from the illusion at any time. As part of the deal, this relief sculpture is for you. Merlin also handed his relief sculpture over to Keen. Keen narrowed his eyes slightly, but he was not anxious to pick up the relief sculpture on the table. Instead, he looked at Merlin with eager eyes. Merlin, you mentioned that you can make me a spell caster. Obtaining another relief sculpture would allow Keen the strength to cross a big realm to be on par to compete with a 4th-level elemental swordsman. His strength would multiply, but that seemed to be less alluring than the idea of him becoming a spell caster. The key to becoming a spell caster relies on mind power and spell model. You already equip sufficient mind power. As for the spell model. Merlin trailed off for a while and finally took out the whirlwind spell model from Old Man Ether's spell manual. He spoke without much interest. Here's whirlwind spell model. It's only a 0-level spell. If you can construct the spell model into the awareness, then you can become a spell caster. Spell model. Keen's eyes were glued to the spell model on the table. Even his voice trembled a little because of overwhelming excitement. Chapter 67, The Kingdom of Black Moon Eye. Chapter 67, The Kingdom of Black Moon Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Swoosh! A whirlwind appeared out of thin air. Some dust and gravel were caught into it, whistling and rotating constantly. Big Boss Keen beamed with joy. This was his first time casting a spell. The whirlwind dissipated quickly as Keen was so overwhelmed with excitement that he did not control his mind power carefully. However, he did not care. He could practice slowly in the future as long as the spell model did not collapse in his awareness. Not bad, you've gotten hold the basics of whirlwind. You're now an entrance-level spell caster. You only need to increase your mind power continuously and practice on more 0-level spells to enhance your strength. Merlin said with indifference. He had spent a day here explaining to Keen the general knowledge of a spell caster and certain aspects that needed more attention. Then, he successfully helped Keen to construct Whirlwind's spell model in his awareness. It's time for me to leave. Merlin stood up after seeing that Keen had completely mastered Whirlwind. The deal between them was completed, and both parties had benefited tremendously. Keen looked at Merlin and thought for a while before offering, I'll send you a team as an escort if you're going to the Kingdom of Black Moon. You'll not encounter any more bandits along the way with the presence of the Hurricane Bandits. Merlin nodded in agreement. Although they could definitely take down common bandits with the strength of Old Wilson's Knight, encountering great numbers of bandits along the journey would be troublesome anyhow. Naturally, it would be better if they could avoid the problem altogether. Later, the team of 20 knights sent by Keen waved the flags of Hurricane Bandits proudly in the air, and made their loud departure as they escorted Merlin out from the valley. Father, will Merlin be in danger? Macy was practicing her swordsmanship. She wiped the sweat off her face and asked in a low voice. After the unexpected change of events in Blackwater City, Macy truly felt how weak she was, hence she was impatient and spent all her time in practicing her swordsmanship. However, the more eager she was, the lesser amount of fire elements were absorbed into her body. Naturally, old Wilson understood Macy's anxiety, but right now he was not able to teach Macy properly. He could only wait until they settled down in the kingdom of Black Moon before he could direct Macy's cultivation in the right direction. "Wilson, is Merlin going to be okay?" Baron Parman also asked with slight concern. Old Wilson's expression was unchanged as he replied calmly, "There should be no problem. There's nothing we can do but wait. If Merlin still has not returned tomorrow." Before his words were finished, the knight in charge of the vigil rushed forward to report, "Lord Baron, young Master Merlin is back." Sure enough, when old Wilson looked to the said direction, Moss was slowly bringing the carriage to a stop. Though, behind the carriage were 20 bandits. Merlin alighted from the carriage, looking the same as before he left. Old Wilson quickly came to Merlin and murmured as he looked at the 20 bandits, "Merlin, what are these bandits doing here?" Merlin did not answer but whispered back, "Father, I'll give you a detailed explanation regarding this." Later, Merlin asked for Commander Pratt. He and a dozen knights were ordered to surround the carriage so no one would come forward to disrupt. Inside the carriage, the expression on old Wilson's face grew even more concerned. He knew that it must be some matter of great importance since Merlin was being so cautious. "Merlin, what actually happened?" Old Wilson, who had always maintained a composed manner, finally felt uncertain about this. Merlin took out 3 relief sculptures from his arms and placed them in front of old Wilson. He then asked in a hoarse voice, "Father, don't you ever wonder how those bandits become so strong? Their physical qualities rival those of first-level elemental swordsmen, and the leader of the bandits is even powerful enough to stand as equal with you." Old Wilson was confused regarding this matter for a long while, but he did not know what the specific reason was. Now that Merlin mentioned, an idea flashed in his mind as his eyes swept past the 3 relief sculptures in front of him. "Is it because of these relief sculptures?" Old Wilson asked in confusion. He picked up the relief sculptures, turned them over and examined for a while, but found nothing special. "Father, an average person can't discover the secrets of these relief sculptures. Only people with strong innate mind power can realize the mystery. Each piece of these relief sculptures contains a set of strange postures. Practicing these postures with perseverance will increase one's physical quality to rival even the elemental swordsman." As soon as Merlin's voice faded, old Wilson's face changed. Only now did he know these small relief sculptures in front of him had such a huge effect. If one piece of relief sculpture meant the possibility of becoming a first-level elemental swordsman, then 2 pieces, 3 pieces or even more, coupled with the pure body strength, could make one completely comparable to those powerful elemental swordsmen. The value contained in these relief sculptures was priceless. It might cause an immediate uproar if the news was leaked. Old Wilson was an excellent soldier. Naturally, he realized the military value of these relief sculptures. These relief sculptures belong to those bandits? Old Wilson could not resist his curiosity. Merlin nodded in reply. "Yes, I exchanged these relief sculptures with the bandits with a spell model. It was a fair deal. The people outside are the bandits instructed by their leader to handle the small bandits we might encounter along the way. They can guarantee us a smooth and pleasant journey to the kingdom of Black Moon." Old Wilson said nothing but sat there as if in a trance. Even though he had experienced numerous peculiar things in his life, this was the first time he heard of such a magical thing in the world. Elemental swordsmen constituted the foundation of a kingdom. They represented the pillar strength. However, it was not simple to cultivate an elemental swordsman. Naturally born talents were fundamental. Without an elemental affinity, one could never be an elemental swordsman. However, the postures on this mysterious relief sculptures did not require any elemental affinity. Any ordinary people, like Big Boss Keen of the Bandits, could practice it. In a short period of time, he managed to train 500 bandits who were equally strong in strength as first-level elemental swordsmen. His men made a clean sweep of all the bandits in this area and eventually became a tremendous force. These are all thanks to the mysterious relief sculptures. If such powerful relief sculptures were passed on, those elemental swordsmen would no longer be the backbone of the army, and the entire continent might encounter a massive change. These relief sculptures might bring forth an intimidating change. It was no wonder Merlin was being extra cautious. Merlin, always bring these relief sculptures with you. Never pass them on to others, and never mention this again. Old Wilson finally spoke after a long time. A smile washed over Merlin's face, and he nodded. Father, be rest assured, I'm well aware of the importance of these relief sculptures. That's why I'm going to pass all these relief sculptures, a total of 4 sets of postures, to you, Father. After settling down in the Kingdom of Black Moon, you can choose whomever you want to pass on these 4 set of postures to. Merlin had high expectations. When old Wilson mastered these 4 postures, with his natural innate talents, his strength would increase to an unbelievably strong level. This could ensure Wilson House would not decline when the time comes for Merlin to leave the family. Chapter 68, The Kingdom of Black Moon 2. Chapter 68, The Kingdom of Black Moon 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Raven's Castle, located in the Kingdom of Black Moon, was an enormous military fortress. The population used to be scarce, but recently, Raven's Castle was visited by many people. These were the people who escaped from the Kingdom of Light. Some were refugees, some were businessmen, some were small aristocrats, all of them wanted to make their way into Raven's Castle. That was because Raven's Castle was the only entrance leading to the Kingdom of Black Moon. Otherwise, they would have to go through thousands of miles of deserted mountains. The deserted mountains contained with them all sorts of dangers. Almost no one had crossed the barren mountains to get into the Kingdom of Black Moon. Therefore, the deserted mountains became a natural barrier between the Kingdom of Black Moon and the Kingdom of Light. However, it was not easy to enter the Kingdom of Black Moon through Raven's Castle either. Everyone must pay the required amount of gold coins before they were allowed to pass through. On the other hand, those dressed in ruin and had not enough gold coins were denied entry and held up outside. These refugees either returned to the Kingdom of Light, or waited endlessly for the day Raven's Castle might grant free entry for all until they eventually died in front of Raven's Castle. Hey, look, there's a troop of knights with numerous horse carriages. Hee, there's even heavy armored knights. Seems like they're from an affluent house. We can definitely rip them off with a huge deal later. Some of the guards in Raven's Castle noticed a huge fleet in the distance dressed in bright, shiny armors that came with numerous carriages. From experience, they knew they could rip this other wealthy family off for passing through Raven's Castle. The troop approached Raven's Castle in a steady motion. It was headed by a sturdy middle-aged man who frowned at the sight of Raven's Castle and waved for the troop to stop. Father, why did you stop? Merlin jumped off from the carriage and walked to the side of old Wilson. The troop that the guards were eyeing on was indeed old Wilson's troop of nearly 2,000 people. After spending 3 to 4 days of long journey, they finally arrived at the border of the Kingdom of Black Moon. The bandits that escorted Merlin had left. According to the information they provided, the only way to enter the Kingdom of Black Moon was through Raven's Castle. Merlin noticed a fortress not far away and assumed that must be Raven's Castle that the bandits mentioned. As long as they passed through Raven's Castle, they would be finally safe, and no longer have to worry about the pursuit from the Church of Light. Old Wilson pointed at Raven's Castle and said in a deep voice, Merlin, we must remove our armors and weapons in order to enter Raven's Castle. We're a large troop, and our combat power will be drastically reduced without weapons and armor. We'll be in a difficult situation if something unfortunate happens. Merlin looked toward the direction of old Wilson's finger and noticed that, indeed, several knights were removing their armor and weapons before entering Raven's Castle. It was not difficult to understand. The Kingdom of Black Moon would never allow a large number of armed personnel to pass through Raven's Castle. They would be inflicting troubles on themselves if these people were sent by the church. Father, we certainly can't have our large troop bring in armor and weapons. We have no choice but to unload them first, and then find another way upon entering Raven's Castle. Merlin thought for a moment but could not come up with a better solution. They had to bear patiently for the better good. Well, Merlin, Baron Parman, the 3 of us can go ahead first. Therefore, old Wilson urged Pratt to look after the troop. Along with Baron Parman and Merlin, the group of three headed for Raven's castle to get a hold of the situation. The castle guards that have long noticed Merlin and the others immediately barred them aside, then announced in a cold tone, "Leave the horse, remove your armors and weapons, and then pay 10 gold coins for each person as entrance fee." Old Wilson and Baron Parman's face fell simultaneously. To remove armor and weapons was not impossible, even if the whole troop of nearly 2,000 people had to pay the fees of 20,000 gold coins in total. That was also not a problem to the wealthy Wilson family and Parman family. However, to leave behind the horses? That exceeded their limit. Without horses, how should they ride their carriages? Were they supposed to let the ladies travel on foot? Besides, without the horses, this massive troop consisted of 2,000 people would move extremely slow, not to mention the problems and tricky situation that would arise along the route. That idea made Merlin frown. Even the horses? But why did that knight that passed through earlier didn't leave his horse behind? Baron Parman tried to press down the boiling anger beneath his skin and asked in a hoarse voice. Those guards threw a sideways glance at Baron Parman and sneered. He was alone. Besides, he's an elemental swordsman, so he's allowed to keep the horse. You mean, elemental swordsmen can keep their horse? A guard shifted his attention to Merlin and nodded. That's right. Not only elemental swordsmen can keep their horse, they can enter right through Raven's castle in their armors and weapons. Merlin and Old Wilson exchanged glances and nodded slightly at each other. Perhaps the Kingdom of Black Moon was trying to encourage the influx of elemental swordsmen from the Kingdom of Light. After all, the Kingdom of Black Moon and the Kingdom of Light was still in hostility. If they could attract more elemental swordsmen, which were the opposition's strongest military force, that would definitely deal a blow to the Kingdom of Light. The only thing was, even if Old Wilson and the others would be grant entry, not every person among the 2,000 people were elemental swordsmen. We can leave behind armors and weapons, even the gold coins are not a problem, but can we keep the horses? We have a massive troop, after all. Without horses, we'll encounter many difficulties even if we manage to pass through Raven's castle. Merlin said to the guards in Raven's castle calmly. The guards looked at the huge fleet stopped in the distance, and the corners of their mouths curled up into smiles. They also pressed down their voice. Actually, you can keep your horses, though at the price of 60 gold coins per horse. You can bring your horses along by paying 60 gold coins per person. What? 60 gold coins? Old Wilson's expression changed immediately. Simultaneously, imposing aura and sparks of flames appeared around his body. If they had to pay the insane amount of 60 gold coins per person, that would mean a total of 120,000 gold coins for the troop of nearly 2,000 people. Although the Parman family and the Wilson family were wealthy, 120,000 gold coins was an astronomical figure far exceeded their family properties. What are you doing? Want to attack the fortress? Old Wilson's natural burly build was already intimidating. As he released the imposing aura, the guards of Raven's castle immediately became nervous. Therefore, on top of Raven's castle, a team of guards appeared within seconds, densely packed around the entire fortress. The heavy crossbows in their hands aiming accurately at Old Wilson, Merlin, and the others. In an instant, the atmosphere in the air tensed up. Merlin looked up at the guards on the fortress, and his face revealed a slight sense of helplessness. A military fortress as such was itself a terrifying war machine. Although Old Wilson once said that powerful spellcaster could destroy a military fortress alone, Merlin still had not possessed such ability for now. Even he could not handle if these many arrows shoot across the sky. Chapter 69, The Kingdom of Black Moon 3. Chapter 69, The Kingdom of Black Moon 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The guards in front of Raven's castle sneered as they saw Merlin and others stand there motionless. This is Raven's castle, the Kingdom of Black Moon. Yesterday, there were even some people that came claiming to be royal prince and princess. In the end, they still paid us gold coins obediently just to pass through here. Either leave the horse or pay the gold coins. There is no other choice. Old Wilson and Baron Parman were furious. They stared hard at these guards, but they were still rational enough to not start a fight. In front of such a military fortress, let alone 1,000 knights, even tens of thousands of well-equipped, well-trained knights, were unlikely to succeed in taking down this heavily guarded military fortress. Merlin was reduced to no options, so he whispered to old Wilson, "Father, let's go back to the troop for a more comprehensive discussion." Hence, old Wilson and the others returned to the troop. Merlin took the lead and spoke, "We're never going to surrender the horses. It seems that Princess Cherise and her troops have also paid the required gold coins to the guards so they could bring their horses through Raven's castle. If there is no other way, we have no choice but to work hard to gather 120,000 gold coins." After a while, old Wilson whispered, "I've spent almost all of the taxes collected from my territory on the heavy armor knight troop. Right now, Wilson family can only contribute 40,000 gold coins at most." Merlin frowned slightly. The entire Wilson family's income was supported only by the taxation on the territory, and almost half of the taxes had been used by old Wilson to train the heavy armor knight troop. Hence, several years down the road, the wealth of the Wilson family was left with only a small amount. "Baron Parman, how much can you contribute?" Merlin looked at Baron Parman, who later forced a smile. "I can contribute slightly more, but only 60,000 gold coins at most. It's still far away from 120,000 gold coins." The gap of 20,000 gold coins was, indeed, not a small amount. What should we do? Merlin was really out of ideas. 20,000 gold coins were not a small number. Besides, even if they managed to gather the required amount, how were they going to support the daily life after nearly 2,000 people after arriving at the Kingdom of Black Moon? On the other side of the coin, they only needed to pay 20,000 gold coins if they surrender the horses. However, without horses, the traveling speed of the large troop would be unimaginably slow and might possibly cause numerous other incidents to arise later. Forcing their way through Raven's castle was an even more whimsical idea. Even tens of thousands of elite knights were not necessarily strong enough to break through a terrifying military fortress such as Raven's castle, let alone their troop of 1,000 knights. If there is really no other way, I might have to return along the same path we came from, and finally exchange some gold coins with Keen using another spell model. Merlin felt extremely helpless. Since he arrived in this world, he had never been worried about money. Never had he expected to fall to the point where he had to exchange a spell model with bandits for some gold coins. "Don't worry, you guys should wait here for a few days while I go back to the bandits' dash." Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly before he could finish his sentence. He noticed a large number of knights appearing outside of Raven's castle. There was about 1,000 of them, well equipped, gradually moving towards Raven's castle. After seeing these knights, those guards in Raven's castle hurriedly went forward to greet them respectfully. "Dear my lord, Lady Countess just sent someone to ask about your lordship. It seems like an urgency that requires your lordship to head back quickly." "All right." The troop was headed by a count, which seemed like an important figure of Raven's castle. These guards, who treated the count with utmost respect, immediately opened the gates of the fortress. "Maybe there is a way." Merlin's eyes lit up as he said to old Wilson and Baron Parman, "Wait here for a minute, I will come back soon. Hopefully with a solution to our obstacle." After saying that, Merlin walked straight toward the big number of knights. "Honorable Count, my lord." A strong-built count dressed in bright, shiny armor turned his head around at the direction of the unfamiliar voice. He then frowned and asked, "Who are you?" It was Merlin. He raised his head fearlessly at the count who had just spoken. "Honorable Count, I'm Wilson Merlin, who had just escaped from the Kingdom of Light with my family. However, we've encountered a little trouble at Raven's castle. If my lord will be so generous to lend us a helping hand, in return, my lord will have me as your friend." "A friendship with a fallen nobleman who's on the flee?" The count laughed immediately as he looked at old Wilson and other people in the distance. Small aristocrats like Merlin that tried to escape from the Kingdom of Light were so common recently, that he had already become accustomed to them. "Yes, that's right. A friendship with a spellcaster." Merlin rested his hand on his chest and bowed slightly, but on his face was still his usual composed, calm look. "Spellcaster?" The smile on the count's face froze in an instant. Then, the expression turned into something strange and undecipherable, as if it was an emotion filled with disbelief and absurdity. Click! Merlin smiled faintly, then extended his finger and pointed toward the count's hand. The big sword in the Count's hand was immediately frozen by a thick layer of ice crystals in the blink of an eye. The knights around the Count became nervous. An earthy yellow-colored light even flashed around several knights. Those were the light of earth elements. The strong aura clearly revealed they were earth swordsmen that reached the peak of 3rd level. Relax, Commander Bane. This is a respected spellcaster. Lord Count recollected his thoughts and ordered his knights to stop. Then, he looked at Merlin with a smile on his face and announced aloud, "Dear spellcaster, welcome to Raven's Castle in the Kingdom of Black Moon." Unexpectedly, in a barbaric kingdom like the Kingdom of Light, there exists also spellcaster who pursues true knowledge. After a pause, the Count turned to look at old Wilson in the distance and somehow guessed what was going on. "Wizard Merlin, I, Beckons Fuman, sincerely invite you and your family to be a guest in my residence." "I'm grateful, my lord, for the invitation." Merlin finally felt slightly relieved. Before he came to the Kingdom of Black Moon, he knew that this was the holy land of spellcasters. Numerous spellcasters lived in the Eastern Realm represented by the Kingdom of Black Moon. It was only in this land where people were respectful and tolerant to spellcasters could they give birth to tremendously powerful spellcasters. Judging from the attitude of Count Fuman, Merlin roughly guessed that spellcasters were indeed well respected in the Kingdom of Black Moon. They were able to enjoy all kinds of privileges that even in a sense, their identity almost equivalent to a noble title. With the nod of approval of Count Fuman, the guards of Raven's Castle naturally did not dare to trouble Merlin and others anymore. Therefore, after old Wilson and the others removed most of their weapons and armors, they followed behind Fuman's knights and finally passed through Raven's Castle successfully. Chapter 70, Plans I. Chapter 70, Plans I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin and the rest of the troop followed Count Fuman's knights through Raven's Castle into a small town inhabited only by soldiers. This site, which was built specially to provide supply for Raven's Castle, had war supplies scattered everywhere. The legendary heretic kingdom, the barbaric, evil, and the horrible Kingdom of Black Moon was now in front of Merlin and the others. Old Wilson, who had remained silent, appeared solemn, but Merlin noticed from his gaze that the complex surges of emotions must have emerged in his heart. After all, old Wilson had once participated in the extremely difficult and cruel Slaughterhouse battle, and fought against the heretics of the Kingdom of Black Moon for several years. However, here he was now, embarking on a journey to the heretic land. It was not surprising for him to experience feelings of uncertainty and change in the heart. Apart from old Wilson, the others such as Macy, Big-Breasted Madam, and Avril were curious and found everything exciting and interesting. They drew their curtains to check out the new environment eagerly. Count Fuman's knights gradually began to leave after returning to the small town. When they finally arrived at a white castle, there were only 100 guards left with the Count. "Commander Bane, please help Wizard Merlin's family to settle down." Count Fuman nodded slightly at Merlin with a smile. "Wizard Merlin, that's my castle in front, please come in." Old Wilson suddenly spoke in a deep voice, "Merlin, will you be safe?" "Father, we're at the Kingdom of Black Moon, the holy land of spellcasters. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen to me. You should all go to rest, and we'll start planning for the next step when I return." Merlin followed Count Fuman into the castle after reassuring old Wilson. There were many knights in Count Fuman's castle, making the atmosphere rather tense and murderous. Merlin explored the surrounding with his mind power and noticed there were more powerful knights watching his every move in the dark. However, what confused Merlin was that he did not sense any other spellcaster's mind power around. Old Wilson once mentioned that spellcasters regularly stationed in some military fortresses at the Kingdom of Black Moon, but Merlin did not find any spellcaster since he entered Count Fuman's castle. He followed Count Fuman into the grand hall, and soon, the warmth from the fireplace filled the entire hall. Count Fuman took off his heavy armor and sat on a wooden chair with ease. He waved at Merlin and said, "Be my guest, Wizard Merlin, please take a seat." As soon as Merlin sat down, the maidservants in the castle brought in small cups of viscous soup. Some black leaves and pieces of strange objects looked like fish scales floated on the surface. Soon, a scent of fish filled the warm air. Count Fuman smiled as he picked up the cup. "Wizard Merlin, try Raven's Castle specialty, the icefish soup." Count Fuman tilted his head backward and gulped down the soup in one gulp. He heaved a sigh of relief, though his face showed an unsatisfying pleasure. Merlin was not interested in such a strange-looking soup, but he could not help to be curious when he saw Count Fuman's indulgence in it. Hence, his curiosity made him take the cup and sip on it. The first taste of the icefish soup was slightly sour, but the aftertaste was an unexpected burst of sweetness on the tip of the tongue. When the fish soup went down the throat, a warm feeling quickly rose and spread rapidly in his entire body. It tasted so good that one could not help but felt comfortable. Merlin finished the soup in the cup with his eyes closed. Finally, he expressed his admiration. "Not bad at all, this icefish soup is really wonderful." Naturally, there was a massive difference in the cuisine of a foreign country. Count Fuman felt his body warmed up after drinking the icefish soup. Then, he asked casually, "Wizard Merlin, I can only imagine how difficult it must have been on your journey to Raven's Castle. What kind of plans do you have for the future?" "My plans?" Merlin thought for a moment before replying. "The main priority is to settle down before considering anything else." It was primordial to settle down in a foreign country and become familiar with the environment. A hint of brilliance flashed across Count Fuman's eyes. He suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "Wizard Merlin, you should be a free wizard. Why don't you join me in Raven's Castle and station here? There must also be some powerful elemental swordsmen in your family who can also join Raven's Castle. I give you my word that your family will definitely have a comfortable life in Raven's Castle. Join the army? My dear Count Fuman, I'm really sorry. Right now, we only want to settle down in the Kingdom of Black Moon. Moreover, we've just experienced some tough battles in the Kingdom of Light, hence, my family and I do not wish to join the army at the moment." Almost immediately and without thorough consideration, Merlin rejected Count Fuman's offer. Due to his former identity, old Wilson certainly would not agree to join the army of the Kingdom of Black Moon. Besides that, Merlin was thinking of expanding his force as a spellcaster in the Kingdom of Black Moon, so it was impossible that he would bind himself to the army. In addition, the current unstable situation in the Kingdom of Light meant a war might break out any time soon. If that happened, perhaps Raven's Castle would bear the brunt and face the chaos firsthand. Due to these reasons and at a time like this, Merlin would not join Raven's Castle, the army of the Kingdom of Black Moon. "That's a shame." Count Fuman shrugged. His tone filled with regrets. "My lord, Lady Countess wishes to see you immediately regarding an urgent matter." A maidservant dressed in grey hurried to the hall and whispered to Count Fuman. "What happened?" Count Fuman frowned and looked upstairs with a puzzled look on his face. Then, he stood up and looked at Merlin in the eyes. "Wizard Merlin, please be seated for a while. I'll return in a minute." Immediately, Count Fuman walked up to the second floor. In one of the rooms located on the second floor, a beautiful figure of a woman was pacing around the room anxiously, looking out of the door from time to time. "Madam, what's the matter? Why the hurry?" Count Fuman pushed open the door impatiently and noticed his countess pacing around the house looking uneasy. The countess was hesitant for a second, but eventually took a letter from the desk and handed it to Count Fuman. "It's a letter from my brother, Selin. Take a look at it yourself." "Count Selin? What happened to him?" Count Fuman took the letter suspiciously and began reading the letter. Gradually, Count Fuman furrowed his brows, and his face took on a ghastly expression with a hint of anger. Chapter 71, Plans 2. Chapter 71, Plans 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I can't agree to Count Selin's request. Count Fuman put down the letter and said coldly. There was even a trace of anger between his brows. The Countess' face sank. "Fuman, my brother is in trouble. Isn't there a few spellcasters stationed in Raven's Castle? You're the supreme commander of Raven's Castle. You can easily deploy some of the spellcasters to his rescue, can't you?" Count Fuman felt uneasy seeing his wife who has gotten irritated and explained helplessly, "You've seen how those spellcasters regard me with little respect. Even though I'm the supreme commander of Raven's Castle, I've no actual power to deploy those spellcasters at all. There's nothing that I can do." The Countess stood up angrily and shouted hysterically, "So you'll just watch in silence as my brother and his family is being killed?" Count Fuman paced back and forth in the room. He appeared as if the burden of the world had been put on his shoulders. It's all right if you can't deploy spellcasters, but what about those 4th level elemental swordsmen? I believe my brother will be very grateful for that too, the Countess proposed. Count Fuman shook his head again. The 4th level and above elemental swordsmen were all commanders stationed in Raven's Castle who was responsible for important tasks. Even if he was the supreme commander of Raven's Castle, he could not abuse his power and randomly deploy them for private affairs. If you're not willing to help at all, I'll go live with my brother. The Countess was extremely enraged. She stood up immediately and began to pack her clothes. Hang on, give me a minute to think about it. Count Fuman realized his Countess was getting genuinely infuriated. He knew that he would not be able to live in peace if the matter was not resolved. Suddenly, Count Fuman stopped pacing and looked at his wife in surprise. I've got an idea. There's just a right candidate for this task. The Countess turned around with an astonished look on her face, but Count Fuman had already left for downstairs right away. Wizard Merlin, sorry to keep you waiting. Count Fuman apologized to Merlin as he returned to the hall. Right, since Wizard Merlin doesn't want to stay in Raven's Castle, what if I recommend you to another place? Perhaps Count Fuman was showing too much enthusiasm that it made Merlin felt strange. Just moments ago, Count Fuman was still persuading Merlin to join Raven's Castle, the army of the Kingdom of Black Moon. Where's this place? Merlin asked politely, albeit feeling confused. Count Fuman replied almost a little too quickly, Prakosh City. This place is very suitable for Wizard Merlin and your family to settle down. The city owner of Prakosh City, Count Selin, is my wife's brother. I can write you a letter to bring to the Count of Prakosh, and it'll assist you to avoid loads of troubles if you wish to settle down in Prakosh City. Merlin stood up swiftly and bowed to Count Fuman. Merlin is extremely grateful for your help, my lord. Count Fuman smiled faintly. After a brief hesitation, he eventually said, the thing is, Wizard Merlin, Count Selin seems to be in a difficult situation recently. I don't know what kind of trouble specifically, but he had asked me to send some people over as assistants. However, there are too many responsibilities in Raven's Castle and I really can't send anyone over, therefore. Count Fuman looked at Merlin in the eyes. Merlin pondered on that for a bit. Their new journey in a foreign country like the Kingdom of Black Moon was definitely not going to be all smooth and easy. He had to prove his worth and value to settle down here. Therefore, Merlin nodded. Merlin is willing to help if it's not too much trouble. Ha, perfect. I'll write a letter at this instance for Wizard Merlin to bring to Count Selin when you arrive in Prakosh City. Count Fuman appeared elated. With Merlin's help, he was finally able to solve this tricky matter. As soon as Merlin returned to the residence Count Fuman had prepared for them, Old Wilson immediately called upon Merlin and Baron Parman so the three of them could discuss their next move. Merlin, we can't stay in Raven's Castle forever. Where are we going next? Old Wilson asked in a hoarse voice. At the same time, Baron Parman also looked at Merlin deep in the eyes. Unknowingly, Merlin had become the backbone of the entire troop. Merlin took some time to reorganize the thoughts in his head. Father, Baron Parman, the first thing we've to do is to settle down as we're not familiar with the Kingdom of Black Moon. Both Baron Parman and Old Wilson nodded silently to show their agreement. Merlin continued speaking, seeing they were on the same page. Raven's Castle is a military fortress, hence we must join the army to settle down here. Earlier, in his residence, Count Fuman invited us to join Raven's Castle, but I've rejected his offer. We can't stay in Raven's Castle, so we've to find some other place to settle down. Fortunately, Count Fuman recommended us to Prakosh City. The head of the city, Count Selin, seems to be facing a little trouble and needs assistance from Count Fuman. Without better alternatives, Count Fuman thought of me. I accepted the offer eventually after some consideration. Prakosh City should be our best choice if the problem isn't too difficult to deal with. I believe Count Selin will take care of us because of Count Fuman, and that'll assist us to adapt better if we decide to settle down in Prakosh City. When Merlin finished speaking, smiles washed over the faces of Old Wilson and Baron Parman. Merlin noticed that the tense look on their faces eased down a little. Well, we'll do as you said and depart for Prakosh City tomorrow. Old Wilson and Baron Parman nodded in agreement to show their support for Merlin's suggestion. Merlin finally got a chance to rest after a long day. He heaved a sigh of relief when he was alone in his room. He inspected the spell models for Fireball and Frost in his awareness. Both seemed to be working well in accumulating magic power. The growth of mind power was not obvious as it could not be seen in a short time. Merlin's present strength had reached a bottleneck. He did not discover any new spells, and the strength of his mind power had not reached the level to support a third spell model. The only thing he could currently utilize to enhance his strength was 3 of those mysterious relief sculptures which he exchanged with the bandits' leader. Merlin quickly probed into the ring using mind power and took out all 3 relief sculptures hidden inside. If he could practice all those postures on the 3 relief sculptures, including the set of postures that Merlin had previously practiced, his physical quality could perhaps be increased to a level comparable to a 4th-level elemental swordsman. A 4th-level elemental swordsman was considered an intermediate elemental swordsman where all physical aspects of the person would be significantly improved. Let's give it a try. Merlin selected a piece of relief sculpture at random. He concentrated completely to gather his mind power, and soon enough, a complete set of postures gradually emerged in front of Merlin's eyes. Chapter 72, Prakosh City Eye. Chapter 72, Prakosh City Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin had already woken up in the early morning. As soon as he woke up, he felt sticky all over his body and there seemed to be an unbearable odor coming from him. Sweating again? It was winter now, so chilly wind whistled by, bringing rain and snow with it. Weather like this could not possibly make him sweat. Merlin touched his hands and back. He was covered in sweat. A smile slowly emerged on Merlin's face. He had not had this feeling for a long time. When Merlin had attained his first relief sculpture, he was covered in sweat every day he woke up since he had practiced the posture for many days continuously. It was only when Merlin's physical attribute had slowly increased that the posture of the sculpture no longer had any effect on Merlin. Even if Merlin kept on practicing the posture later, he would not sweat anymore, nor would he feel any change. Now, after Merlin had begun practicing the second mysterious posture, sweat had covered his body again. This showed that the posture of the sculpture was effective on Merlin. Once he persevered in the practice, his physical attribute would surely be enhanced in the future. After that, Merlin let the maid bring him a basin of hot water. He washed himself thoroughly before walking out of his room. Phew! The wind was whistling out there. A thin layer of crystal had already formed on some parts of the ground. He had to be extra cautious when he walked on it since he might slip. Ha! Merlin faintly heard series of shouts nearby. He took a few steps forward and reached a wide yard. He saw old Wilson, wearing his heavy armor and holding his sword. The sword was glimmering a terrifying flame. Old Wilson was practicing his sword now. He had already reached the peak of a 2nd-level fire swordsman. He only needed a little more to become a 3rd-level elemental swordsman. However, this also could take some time, so old Wilson was not anxious about it. He was simply practicing his sword now. He controlled the flame well in his hands. With a slash, the whistling wind blew forward with flame, creating a strong impact. Merlin squinted his eyes and stared closely at old Wilson's figure. He saw old Wilson's muscular body suddenly expanded like a balloon. His swelling muscle almost made the armor burst. Swoosh! Old Wilson slashed forward and the whistling sound of the wind was especially sharp to the ears. The quick speed was beyond comprehension. The more overwhelming thing was old Wilson had not used any elemental force in his body. He was simply using the strength of his body. Father has gotten stronger, Merlin murmured lowly. Seeing old Wilson had paused, he strode forward. Merlin, the 3 postures you gave me are truly amazing. I've only been practicing for a few days, but I already felt my strength has increased at least 2-fold. Even if I don't use the elemental force, I can also fight against a 3rd-level elemental swordsman. The condescending aura given off by old Wilson was even more apparent. Even Merlin could feel it. Upon hearing old Wilson's strength had increased by 2-fold, Merlin was still surprised. After all, when he practiced the posture of the sculpture, his physical attribute had changed slowly. In a couple of days, there would not be any apparent change at all. However, old Wilson's change was great. All of this was related to the posture of the 3 sculptures Merlin gave to old Wilson. Maybe father's physical attribute is already excellent. The better the physical attribute, the better the effect of practicing the posture. Merlin thought about it. According to this speed, the time when old Wilson's strength became comparable to a 4th-level elemental swordsman would soon come. After a short while, General Pratt strode toward them in big steps and reported to old Wilson, "Sir Baron, it's all ready. We can depart any time." Old Wilson nodded and said to Merlin, "Let's go. The earlier we reach Prakosh City, the earlier we can settle down." Merlin returned to Count Fuman's castle and bid him farewell. Count Fuman then took a few identity cards and letter for Count Selin. With these identity cards in hands, they could avoid many troubles during their journey. After bidding Count Fuman goodbye, Merlin then followed the large team and slowly left Raven's castle. After 3 days, the team had arrived in an ancient city. The walls of this city seemed antique. Some of the bricks were seriously weathered. A small gust of wind was able to bring a little grit away. Prakosh. This should be Prakosh City. Merlin raised his head to see the few words on the wall. These words were written in Malta language because the Kingdom of Black Moon claimed to have inherited the pride of the Malta Empire, 3,600 years ago. Thus, they had even used the ancient Malta language as their own language. However, the Malta Empire had perished for 3,600 years and the Kingdom of Black Moon was only established 800 years ago. Rather than inheriting the Malta Empire's pride, they were simply boasting their own name. "We're finally here." Old Wilson, Baron Parman, and the others showed elated faces. They had gone through a harsh journey, running away from the Kingdom of Light to here. They were full of fear every day and had finally arrived at their destination now. If everything went smoothly, Prakosh City would be the home for the Wilson family and the Parman family. The team moved forward slowly until they reached the gate. A few fierce-looking guards blocked their way and said to old Wilson, "The Castellan, Count Selin, has given orders. The gate is currently closed. Without identity cards, no one can enter Prakosh City." "What's the matter? It's still all right yesterday. Why close it just like that? What happened?" "I heard something happened in Prakosh City." Many businessmen and civilians were full of questions. The gate was usually opened and could be entered at will. Today, it was suddenly closed and identity card was needed to enter the city. They were only normal civilians. How could they have identity cards? Identity cards were an identification that could only be given out by some nobles and large business guilds. Old Wilson was also in front of the gate. He waved his hands to bring the team to a halt. Then, he said to General Pratt, "Bring Merlin here." Soon, General Pratt brought Merlin to the gate. Upon seeing the tight security in front of the gate, Merlin frowned and said to old Wilson softly, "Father, don't worry. Count Fuman has given me some identity cards. Let me talk to them." Then, he strode toward the guards and took an identity card out from his pocket. The guard looked at the identity card repeatedly and asked in uncertain, "Raven's Castle's identity card? Why do you people come to Prakosh City from Raven's Castle? We're introduced to Prakosh City by Count Fuman. Why? Is this identity card fake?" Merlin did not want to give any unnecessary explanation, so he asked the guard with furrowed brows. The guards heard that they were related to Count Fuman, then carefully inspected the identity card again. After ensuring nothing was wrong with it, he handed the card back to Merlin and said softly, "This is Count Selin's order. We have to carry it out strictly. All right, your identity card has been verified. You can enter." The guard waved his hands and the gate slowly opened. Old Wilson strode forward first and brought the huge team to enter Prakosh City slowly. As opposed to old Wilson's excitement, Merlin was slightly worried. He looked back at the gate in tight security and murmured in a low voice, "Hopefully Count Selin is not in any deep trouble." Chapter 73, Prakosh City 2. Chapter 73, Prakosh City 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Prakosh City was a busy city. The bustling people all wore strange clothes. After seeing the large team led by old Wilson, many of them curiously gathered in groups, murmuring to each other. Old Wilson frowned. It would be difficult to settle down 2,000 people. A common location could not accommodate them at all. Father, I think we should get some hotels and settle down temporarily. I'll go to Count Selin. With his help, I'm sure we can avoid many troubles in Prakosh City. Merlin had a letter from Count Fuman with him. He should hand it to Count Selin as soon as possible so that it could be helpful for the Wilson family, and the Parman family to settle down in Prakosh City. Old Wilson nodded since they could only do that now. So, Old Wilson sent General Pratt to book a few hotels in Prakosh City and barely settled down his people. After that, Merlin walked toward Count Selin's castle alone. It was easy to find Count Selin's castle. After turning a few corners and walking toward the northwest direction, he could see a white, pointed castle. The castle took up a large space and was surrounded by greeneries. White walls encircled the castle and there were iron fences on the outer circle, guarded by around 10 tall guards. Often, a team of knights could be seen inspecting in front of the castle. Everything seemed calm, but a nervous aura surrounded them. These knights were the same as the city defense troop in Blackwater City. They were Count Selin's private armed forces. In fact, the whole Prakosh City was Count Selin's private land. During his journey from Raven's Castle to Prakosh City, Merlin had a brief understanding of the overall situation in the Kingdom of Black Moon. Even though the Kingdom of Black Moon seemed like a huge kingdom, it was totally different from the Kingdom of Light by nature. The Kingdom of Black Moon was formed by all the city-states. Prakosh City was a city-state which was ruled by Count Capro Selin. Once Count Selin was dead, his title would be inherited by others in the Capro family. Not even the king could intervene in this matter. Each city-state was the private land of a noble and the foundation of a huge family. The whole Kingdom of Black Moon was formed by thousands of these city-states, both large and small. The royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon was the largest noble family in the kingdom. They ruled the largest city-state and thus were named as the ruler of the Kingdom of Black Moon. Such a scattered system had existed for as long as 800 years without any serious problem. This fact had greatly puzzled Merlin. Merlin took the letter from Count Fuman from his pocket and walked toward Count Selin's castle. Stand there! After seeing Merlin, the castle guards immediately became alert. Merlin said monotonously, I came from Raven's castle. I have a letter from Count Fuman for Count Selin. These guards exchanged a glance, then their expressions softened. However, they did not let down their guards. They said in a low voice, give the letter to me and wait here for a moment. Merlin nodded slightly. His mind power sharply caught many gazes fell on him from the castle the moment he had arrived. This showed that the security in the castle was even tighter. Hidden guards were probably standing by all over the castle now. From such tight security, it seemed that Count Selin had involved himself in deep trouble. Otherwise, an honorable count, the ultimate ruler of Prakosh City and the highest marshal of a city-state would not be so cautious in his own castle. Just when the guard was about to enter the castle, a carriage came a halt in front of the castle. A sweet young girl alighted from the carriage. The girl was tall. Her medium-length blonde hair was lightly pulled into a ponytail, making her look cute and energetic. The young girl immediately saw Merlin as soon as she came down and asked, You came from Raven's castle? Merlin nodded and the girl asked, How's Aunt Shera doing? Shera? Merlin frowned. He had not heard that name before. The young girl seemed to have thought of something and hit her forehead. She said frustratedly, Aunt Shera is the Count's wife. Oh, Count and Countess Fuman are well. The girl nodded then said to the guard, Give me the letter. I'm looking for my father anyway. Of course, young Lady Shelley. The guard passed Merlin's letter to the girl. Wait for a moment. I'll pass this letter to father. Later I want to ask about Aunt Shera's situation in Raven's castle. Then, the girl walked toward the castle. Have you found any suspicious person in the city? Count Selin seemed to be burning with anger. His expression was dark. Sir Count, there are too many people coming into and going out of Prakosh City these days. We've not finished checking everyone, so we have not found anyone suspicious yet. A middle-aged man who wore silvery, light armor answered carefully. Count Selin was troubled lately, so he did not have a good temper. Many of his subordinates were scolded for no reason at all. Rubbish. Wizard Hill whom I ask you to look for. Have you found him? Yes, we found Wizard Hill, but he has a condition. Sir Count must give him some Zigan flower, the man in silver armor said carefully. Count Selin frowned and said, all right. Only spellcasters know the usage of Zigan flower anyway. If Wizard Hill is willing to come to the castle, we can give him more Zigan flower. After a small pause, Count Selin said hesitantly, the letter sent to Raven's castle should arrive already. Why haven't I received any reply? If Fuman can send some spellcasters to me, then our chance of winning will be bigger. Father, it's just dealing with a conceited man. I alone can resolve the issue. Why do we need spellcasters? There was yet another muscular, young man in the hall. He wore a heavy armor and gave out a ferocious aura all over him, beaming with confidence. Count Selin nodded slightly and seemed greatly satisfied seeing this muscular, young man. He said monotonously, Cook, our opponent this time is a mysterious yet powerful spellcaster. Even though you're a 5th level elemental swordsman, no one knows how powerful this conceited guy is. It's safer if we have a spellcaster with us. Cook continued to say, seemingly unsatisfied, Father, you're being too cautious. I've once killed an Icelandic wolf. Am I not able to deal with a conceited guy? It's fine if that guy doesn't come. If he comes, I'll surely tear him to pieces. Looking at Cook's confident expression, Count Selin shook his head slightly and did not say anything. He was already satisfied that he had such an excellent son, but this matter could not be taken lightly. He had to be ready in all aspects. Brother, you're here, too? Suddenly, a lively girl with a ponytail walked into the hall. Chapter 74, Deep Trouble I. Chapter 74, Deep Trouble I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The young girl was full of energy and youthfulness, easily causing others to be fond of her. Different from the muscular and cruel-looking Cook, the young girl seemed sweet. Both did not look like siblings when they stood together. Count Selin, who had a serious look on him earlier, immediately softened his expression when he saw the girl. He said with a smile, Shelley, Prakosh City is not safe lately. You should stay more in the castle. I call your brother, Cook, to overcome the hurdle this time. The young girl, Shelley, stuck her tongue out. Acting cutely, she said sweetly, Father, I know that. I'll stay more in the castle after this. Cook took a glance at Shelley and showed a hint of a smile. When she was about to leave, Shelley suddenly said loudly, Father, brother, there's a man outside of the castle. He said he's from Raven's castle and has a letter from Count Fuman. He let me pass it to Father. From Raven's castle? Cook, quickly get that person into the castle. Count Selin showed a hint of delight. He kept rubbing his hands as he mumbled to himself, finally here. He must be sent by Fuman. Count Selin got his man to deliver a letter to Count Fuman in Raven's castle, but many days had passed by. He had been hoping that Count Fuman could send some spellcasters to aid him. Finally, the aid he asked for had arrived, so he was naturally excited about it. Cook furrowed his eyebrows. Albeit unwilling, he still turned around and left. You're the person from Raven's castle? The muscular Cook stared coldly at the young man in front of him. This man was simply too young, even younger than Cook. Count Fuman actually sent someone like this? Upon thinking about that, Cook's gaze became even more unfriendly. His tone turned cold. Merlin seemed overwhelmed. He sensed that the muscular man gave off a fierce aura around him. Without even getting close, Merlin already sensed the danger. The aura of this muscular man was even greater than old Wilson's. Merlin could hardly resist the urge of getting away from this man. He gave an extremely dangerous feeling to Merlin. He's so strong. He must be an intermediate elemental swordsman. A 4th level or 5th level elemental swordsman. Thoughts flashed across Merlin's mind. An intermediate elemental swordsman was different from a beginner elemental swordsman. It could be said that an intermediate elemental swordsman was overall much better than a beginner, that he could give off a huge condescending aura. Moreover, once a person had become an intermediate elemental swordsman, normal 0-level spells would not have much effect on him. Merlin could sense that his normal fireball and frost would not threaten this muscular man by the slightest bit. On top of that, in such a close distance, it could be disastrous for Merlin if the man attacked him. Therefore, Merlin had put his guards up high against this muscular man. "Yes, I'm from Raven's Castle. My name is Wilson Merlin." Cook ignored Merlin and said in a monotonous tone, "Let's go. Father wants to see you." Merlin suddenly understood everything. This tough, beast-like man was Count Selin's son. Right behind Cook, Merlin stepped into the castle. His mind power kept inspecting the situation around him. There were many hidden locations in the castle and a few guards hid in these locations. Even walking behind Cook, their stare did not loosen up but stared at Merlin tightly. Merlin felt a little uncomfortable and furrowed his eyebrows, but he did not say anything. He followed Cook to a spacious hall. In the hall, Merlin saw the lively, beautiful girl named Shelley. Merlin nodded to her as an acknowledgement, then placed his gaze at a middle-aged man in the hall. This middle-aged man was holding a letter in his hands and appeared to have just finished reading it. He shot a complicated gaze at Merlin, faintly showing a hint of disappointment. Merlin immediately knew the identity of this middle-aged man, thus placed one of his hands in front of his chest and said respectfully, "Most Honorable Count Selin, Count Fuman of Raven's Castle send you his regards." Count Selin waved his hands and said, "Wizard Merlin, I've read Count Fuman's letter. You're not the wizard staying at Raven's Castle. Count Fuman introduced you to Prakosh City to settle down. It's all right normally, but Prakosh City is having some difficulties at the moment. I'm afraid." Hearing these words, Merlin nodded his head and said, "Before coming here, Count Fuman has briefly mentioned it to me. If it's not a huge problem, I'm willing to provide my aid to Count Selin." Count Selin nodded his head in satisfaction and replied, "All right. After this event, I'll think of a way to settle down the family of Wizard Merlin. I'm grateful towards Sir Count's kindness. Earlier, I saw that the security within Sir Count's castle is much tighter than the outside. The guards are all on an alert as well. What sort of trouble has Sir Count encountered?" Even though Merlin had promised to help, he still had to consider what sort of mess he was involved in. If it was too much of a problem that even he had no ability to help, he had to rethink the decision of staying in Prakosh City. Merlin's words brought upon a silent air in the hall. Cook took a step forward and asked, "Father, I haven't got the chance to ask as well. You called me back so hurriedly and even called for the return of the commanders of Prakosh City. Who exactly is this conceited man to even make father be so cautious of him?" Merlin felt a little strange that even Count Selin's son did not know of the reason. Count Selin took a glance at Merlin and smiled bitterly. His voice went low and deep as he said, "Since Wizard Merlin has asked, I'll naturally tell you this matter. 5 years ago, I dealt with Baron Nelson, who has betrayed Prakosh City together with his family. However, for some reason, Nelson's son, Merilung, has escaped. Now, Merilung is back and he sent me a letter. He said that he'll kill me in my castle with his hands in 1 month's time. Now, there are only 5 days left to the time limit Merilung has said." Merlin did not mind a certain situation where Count Selin had purposely hidden from his explanation. As the highest marshal in Prakosh City, he would not be soft-hearted to deal with his subordinate's betrayal. He must have used many unimaginable methods to do so. However, the old scores between Count Selin and Merilung were not something Merlin took note about. He wanted to know who Merilung was. Why did he have such confidence to threaten a count? Merlin set his gaze back to Count Selin. He believed that Count Selin had already gotten hold of all information about Merilung with his influence. Chapter 75, Deep Trouble 2. Chapter 75, Deep Trouble 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Count Selin heaved a long sigh as if he was overwhelmed with emotions. He was the actual ruler of Prakosh City, so it was natural for him to make many enemies. He was similar to old Wilson, where the latter had killed many people in his territory. However, having an enemy was one matter, but having a tough enemy was a different matter. Obviously, the fact that Merilung dared to seek revenge from Count Selin, after a short period of 5 years, surely indicated that he must have someone or something to rely on. "I've investigated this thoroughly. After Merilung ran away, he experienced something and became a spell caster. So, he thinks that he's strong and brave. That's why he sent the letter to threaten me. Count Selin appeared to be helpless. Little did he thought that dealing with the noble who betrayed him could bring him so much trouble in the end. Spellcaster. Merlin became serious. That explained why the security was so tight in the castle. It was a spellcaster who threatened Count Selin. Also, it appeared that Count Selin was extremely nervous. This spellcaster must have something up his sleeve. Even until now Count Selin could not be sure how strong the opponent could be. He still had to wait for Merlin to show himself a few days later to be sure. Father, don't worry. In 5 years, how strong can Merlin become? If he dares to come, I'll kill him myself to save us trouble in the future. Cook stepped forward and declared in a low voice. He was extremely confident with his own ability. He was a 5th-level elemental swordsman and had even killed an Icelandic wolf. He was naturally unafraid of any threat. After Cook finished his words, he looked at Merlin. Although Merlin had noticed Cook's gaze, he did not put much thought into it. He was still analyzing Count Selin's words. This was indeed a great problem. Being silent for 5 years and bearing the family grudge, he would not return for revenge without having a certainty of success. If Merlin was involved in this matter, he might put himself in danger. However, many masters were still hiding outside of Count Selin's castle. Merlin carefully sensed that there were at least 10 4th-level elemental swordsmen. On top of other elemental swordsmen and the strong Cook, this was a great force. They should stand some chance to win against Merlin. Thus, after thinking about it for a while, Merlin had decided to stay in the castle and help Count Selin. If they were able to overcome this crisis, it would greatly help the Wilson family and the Parman family to settle in Prakosh City. Count Selin, let me first excuse myself. After making the necessary arrangement with my family, I'll return to the castle. Count Selin nodded, then said to Cook, Cook, send Wizard Merlin out. The young girl Shelley quickly replied, Father, let me send Wizard Merlin out. Without waiting for Count Selin's reply, she pulled Merlin out of the castle. After Merlin left, Count Selin shook his head and said, Fuman still has not sent the spellcasters in Raven's castle. Those spellcasters are official 1st-level spellcasters and even higher-level spellcasters. If I have those people with me, why will I still be afraid of this Merlin? Cook let out a sneer. Father, it still depends on us to deal with Merlin. Let me arrange it. Spellcaster also has weaknesses. We can totally kill a beginner spellcaster with a strong crossbow. That's right. We still need to do this. Cook, I leave you in charge of this matter. Make all necessary arrangements inside and outside of the castle. Make sure not a corner is left unguarded. Once Merlin appears, kill him immediately at any cost. He. Please rest assured, Father. I'll let Merlin have a taste of despair once again. A hint of ferocity flashed across Cook's eyes. When Merlin returned to the hotel, he found that no one was there except General Pratt and a few knights who were waiting. Uncle Pratt, where has everyone go? Merlin recalled correctly that old Wilson had booked these few hotels. Pratt replied calmly, Young Master Merlin, Sir Baron asked me to wait for you here. Right after you left, Sir Baron found a deserted castle in the city. After sending people to ask about it, he found that it used to belong to a baron in Prakosh City. The baron died afterward and his family has fallen. The castle became vacant then, ready to be sold. Sir Baron thought that if the family needs to settle down completely in Prakosh City, we'll need a place to live. So, he spent 200,000 gold coins and bought the castle. Oh. So quick? Bring me there. Merlin had planned to help Count Selin to eliminate Merlin and raised some conditions to him. He wanted to let Count Selin map out a place in Prakosh City for the Wilson family and the Parman family. However, if old Wilson had found the place himself, this was even better. Soon, following General Pratt, Merlin arrived at the castle old Wilson had found. This castle indeed appeared as if it had been deserted for a while. The walls outside of the castle had completely crumbled. Wilting grass covered the land within the castle. However, the butler had brought the people to start cleaning the grass and snow around the castle. This castle was huge, even bigger than Wilson Castle. It would not be too crowded for 2,000 people. Moreover, with the presence of the people, it made the cold, lonely castle appeared livelier. Merlin came to the hall of the castle and saw old Wilson and Baron Parman ordering the servants. They were busying about the whole place, bringing many things from the carriage into the castle. Ladies like Macy, big-breasted Madam, and Avril were all full of smiles as well. They were filled with fear and worry while coming from Blackwater City, but now they could finally settle down in Prakosh City. It was only natural for them to feel happy. Even old Wilson and Baron Parman were directing the servants. They felt much more relaxed now. "Merlin, what do you think of this castle?" Seeing Merlin, who was standing behind him, old Wilson asked in anticipation. Merlin scanned the place. Although the hall was covered in dust, it appeared from the decoration that the previous master of this castle was also a noble. The decoration had an elegant style. Moreover, the area of the castle was large and there were many rooms. Not only the Wilson family, all of them and even the Parman family could fit in this place. To be able to buy such a castle in a foreign land was truly fortunate. Merlin nodded and said, "It's good. With a little time and some decorations, we can all settle in here." Old Wilson and Baron Parman were very satisfied with this castle. It definitely worth 200,000 gold coins. Until it was about time, old Wilson and Baron Parman called Merlin to the room upstairs, which was promptly cleaned just now. Old Wilson asked in a serious tone, "Merlin, after you met Count Selin, did you hear from him what sort of trouble he's in? Is there any danger?" Old Wilson and Baron Parman were concerned about the outcome of Merlin's meeting with Count Selin. If the danger was too great to handle and Merlin could not help Count Selin, it would obviously affect their plan to settle down in Prakosh City. Chapter 76, Wizard Hill I. Chapter 76, Wizard Hill I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It's not a big problem. Merlin thought about it and decided that it was best to first not talk about this matter. Old Wilson and the others were still indulged in the excitement of settling down. There was no need to let them worry over this matter. It's good if there's no problem. Old Wilson obviously became relaxed. In the next few days though, I'll probably stay in Count Selin's castle to deal with the Count's trouble. After explaining to old Wilson, Merlin returned to the room which was cleaned earlier. In the early morning, Merlin woke up and his body was covered in sweat as usual. After he continued to practice the posture of the sculpture, Merlin had felt that his physical attribute was improving slightly. Although it was not an obvious change, it was definitely improving. According to this speed, maybe in a few months' time, his physical attribute would be comparable to a second-level elemental swordsman. After changing his clothes, Merlin saw that old Wilson was still resting. Surely the harsh journey all this while had exhausted old Wilson. Now that they were settled down and he became relaxed, he could truly rest himself. Thus, Merlin did not disturb old Wilson and only spoke to General Pratt. He then strode toward Count Selin's castle alone. The guards outside of the castle had obviously received orders from above, so they simply pulled the iron fence open respectfully after seeing Merlin. In the castle, the monitoring gazes yesterday were still there, but there was much less than yesterday. The guards hidden in the dark had apparently acknowledged Merlin's identity. In the hall, Cook was not in sight. Neither was the young girl Shelley. Count Selin was sitting right in front of the fireplace, and a black-robed old man was sitting across Count Selin. Merlin habitually checked out the whole hall with his mind power, especially pausing his gaze at Count Selin and the black-robed old man. With mind power, he could clearly see the thin wrinkles on the old man's face that resembled an old tree's skin. Although he seemed energetic, his face could not hide his age. Didn't anyone tell you that it's rude to check people out with mind power? Suddenly, a hoarse sound rang. Merlin jumped. The black-robed old man turned around. Large black iron rings hung on his ears and his skinny hands were pale white, but there were a few fingers which appeared completely charred. It was the old man speaking earlier. Obviously, the man was also a spellcaster, or else Merlin's mind power would not be found out. Wizard Merlin, let me introduce you. This is Wizard Hill. Upon seeing Merlin's arrival, Count Selin stood up and introduced Merlin to the black-robed old man. More than 10 years ago, Wizard Hill has participated in that cruel slaughterhouse war against the Kingdom of Light. Slaughterhouse? Merlin frowned. The slaughterhouse war was too infamous not because it had any crucial effect upon the countries involved, but because this war was simply too cruel, even exceeding both sides' expectation. At that time, regardless of the Kingdom of Light or the Kingdom of Black Moon, both had sent millions of soldiers into the slaughterhouse war. No one knew how many wizards of the church and spellcasters of the Kingdom of Black Moon were lost in that war. A strong presence that could destroy a military fortress by himself would seldom lose his life in a battle. Just from this fact, it was sufficient to show how terrifying that war was. Those who were able to survive from the slaughterhouse, albeit only normal knights, were the best amongst the elite like Old Wilson. After he had returned from the slaughterhouse, Old Wilson was directly granted a noble's title. Moreover, the heavy-armored knights he trained were undoubtedly strong. Old Wilson was only a normal knight then. The black-robed old man had participated in that war as a spellcaster. Being able to survive that war, he must have his own specialties. Therefore, even if Merlin had not felt any terrifying presence from the black-robed old man, he still became alerted. He did not dare to look down upon the old man. He. What about the slaughterhouse? Now, aren't I just an old man nearing his end? The black-robed old man's words were filled with a lonely tone. There must be many stories about him that were unknown to others. In a while, the muscular cook came into the hall. Cook took a glance at Merlin and the old man, then said in a low voice, "Father, I've already made all arrangements. If Merilung dares to come, I won't let him get away." Cook's face was beaming with confidence. 15 4th-level elemental swordsmen. 68 3rd-level elemental swordsmen, and up to hundreds of 2nd-level elemental swordsmen coupled with special-made crossbow arrows. TSK. Sir, you sure have put a lot of effort into this. The black-robed old man, Wizard Hill, suddenly said that. Everyone's expression changed slightly, especially Cook. He had not taken his gaze off Wizard Hill, giving off an enormous aura. If Count Selin was not here, Cook would have attacked the old man by now. Merlin was also lost in shock. He was impressed by Count Selin's great force. At the same time, he took greater notice of the old man in front of him. When Merlin's mind power scanned the old man, he only thought that the old man could be an entrance-level spellcaster. He was not clear about the old man's true strength. After all, he had not seen the old man fight in battle. However, the old man's mind power had reached such a horrifying stage. His mind power could cover the whole castle and even pinpoint Cook's location. Such strong mind power had even gone past any normal first-level spellcaster. With such mind power, he could totally become a first-level spellcaster, but for some reason unknown, the old man had not become one. Count Selin felt a little awkward. The supposedly secretive arrangements were now out in the light due to the old man's words, but he soon calmed down. A smile appeared on his face as he asked the old man softly, "Wizard Hill, is there anything wrong with this arrangement?" The black-robed old man shot an emotionless look at Cook. As if he was not affected by Cook's ferocious aura at all, he said in a low voice with his cold tone, "There's naturally no problem with this arrangement, but to deal with Merilung, I'm afraid it's not so easy." "Oh? Wizard Hill knows about Merilung's ability?" Count Selin's eyes brightened and quickly asked. Currently, he only found out that Merilung was a spellcaster. He was not clear about Merilung's other information at all. Not only Count Selin, Merlin also desperately wanted to know more information about Merilung, since it was extremely disadvantageous to be unclear about the enemy. Chapter 77, Wizard Hill 2. Chapter 77, Wizard Hill 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merilung's situation. I do know a little about it. The black-robed old man's voice was hoarse and let out a hollow laugh. The sound of it was sharp to the ears. Merilung belongs to the Abyss Fort, the old man lowered his head and said in a calm voice. His sharp gaze scanned Count Selin's face and gave him a meaningful smile. The Abyss Fort. Count Selin's face turned instantly pale. His whole body began to shiver uncontrollably. Although he had tried to hide it as best as he could, Merlin caught that sharply. How can he belong to the Abyss Fort? Count Selin's eyebrows were furrowed and his face was slightly pumped red. Merlin looked at the muscular cook, who seemed confused as well. The latter obviously did not know what was the Abyss Fort which the old man spoke about was referring to. "Wizard Hill, can you tell us about the Abyss Fort in detail?" Merlin asked suddenly. From Count Selin's reaction, he faintly realized that there must be something with the Abyss Fort, or the usually calm Count Selin would not be so fretted. The black-robed old man looked at Merlin. His face that seemed like an old tree's skin showed a playful smile as spoke in a hoarse voice, "The Abyss Fort is a strong spellcaster organization. I believe Sir Count has heard about it before." After a pause, the old man set his gaze tightly on Merlin and continued, "Wizard Merlin, it seems you're the same as an old man like me. We're both free wizards." He he. "Oh, free wizards. Free and without worries. It sounds free, but is it so? We're just a bunch of roaming wizards. In the Kingdom of Black Moon, other than roaming wizards, there are some strong spellcaster organizations. These organizations provide spells, some knowledge, and experience of strong wizards regarding spell models, potions class, alchemy class, and more. In short, joining a spellcaster organization provides the opportunity to become a strong spellcaster. It's totally different from us, the roaming wizards." Merlin listened attentively. He had become a spellcaster according to Old Man Ether's spell manual. He was not clear about the situation of spellcasters in the Kingdom of Black Moon. Now that he heard about the spellcaster organization from the old man, Merlin slowly began to grasp the overall organization of spellcasters in the Kingdom of Black Moon. The most spread out, or the largest in number, was these free wizards. They were not bound to any force and were free. However, on the other hand, they were mostly entrance-level spellcasters and were weak in strength because they did not possess a new spell model. Without strong spellcaster teaching knowledge and experience about spell model, many free wizards could not progress any further. They could only forever be entrance-level spellcasters. Therefore, free wizards were also known as roaming wizard. They were the most pitiable group of people amongst the spellcasters. The second was spellcaster organizations. These spellcaster organizations gathered all sort of strong spellcasters and their influence was the greatest amongst others. They had many resources and could provide lessons for spellcasters. Thus, the spellcaster organizations basically had the largest force. Some large spellcaster organization even had the force greater than the whole kingdom. The third was the spellcasters in the army. These spellcasters were mostly roaming wizards. To attain some spell models or potions or casting tools, they had no choice but to join the army. After they served the army for a while, they could receive all sort of rewards. There were some spellcasters staying in Raven's castle. In fact, they were roaming wizards who have joined the army. In this case, Merilung belongs to the Abyss Fort? Merlin frowned. He raised his head and took a glance at Count Selin to find the latter was pale. His darting eyes showed restlessness in his heart. The black-robed old man nodded. With his hoarse voice, he continued, "That's right. Merilung belongs to the Abyss Fort indeed. He. He's a lucky one. It isn't easy to join a spellcaster organization even if the Abyss Fort is only a relatively small spellcaster organization. If he has no letter from the Abyss Fort or isn't valued by the core members of the Abyss Fort, he has no chance of joining the Abyss Fort." The old man did not hide his envy toward Merilung in his words. Maybe the old man wanted to join a spellcaster organization all this while but he was unsuccessful. That was all. "Wizard Hill, if we kill Merilung, will Abyss Fort support him in attacking us?" Count Selin, who had been silent all this while, finally asked. This was the most important question. Would Abyss Fort attack them? This was related to Count Selin's attitude toward Merilung after this. It was extremely crucial. The black-robed old man nodded and said in a serious tone, "Merilung is only the son of a normal baron. What sort of letter does he have to join the Abyss Fort? Thus, he must be valued by the core members of the Abyss Fort. That's why he can join them. If we kill Merilung on purpose, we can't be sure that we won't anger the core members in the Abyss Fort." Suddenly, Merlin raised his head and a smile escaped him. If the strong spellcaster supporting Merilung would really attack them, then would Wizard Hill still accept Count Selin's invitation? Therefore, the black-robed old man surely knew some hidden facts. After seeing Merlin's smile, the old man also knew that Merlin had guessed it. He no longer hesitated and said directly, although the Abyss Fort is scary, Sir Count, the Abyss Fort is truly too far away from Prakosh City. This place is not under the Abyss Fort's influence. Instead, it's under the force of the dark magic region. If a strong spellcaster from Abyss Fort dares to attack Prakosh City, that will bring about a detrimental consequence. It can possibly cause a war between the dark magic region and the Abyss Fort. A war between spellcaster organizations, huh? It's an outcome that no one can bear to have. Thus, Sir Count, even if killing Merilum can cause anger of a certain group of strong spellcasters from Abyss Fort, you don't have to worry about the spellcasters appearing in Prakosh City. When he mentioned the war between spellcaster organizations, a hint of fear escaped from the black-robed old man's face. Phew! After hearing the old man's analysis, Count Selin heaved a sigh of relief. His face slowly became flushed again and he smiled. That's right. Even though the Abyss Fort is strong, Prakosh City is under the influence of the dark magic region. Even if the dark magic region won't mind these little things, if strong spellcasters from the Abyss Fort come here, then the talks will be different. Upon thinking about this, a killing aura faintly leaked out of Count Selin's body. Chapter 78, Arrival I. Chapter 78, Arrival I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. So tired. The young girl Shelley was waving a huge sword that was not compatible with her figure. She waved her sword at full power each time, so beads of sweat appeared on Shelley's fair skin even on such a chilly winter day. After she was tired, Shelley put down her sword and took the hot towel from the maid. She wiped away her sweat lightly, then went beside Merlin. After such a long time, you don't move at all. Are all spellcasters this way? Shelley opened her eyes and stared curiously at Merlin. From the time she started practicing her sword, at least 3 to 4 hours had gone by. Merlin had sat there on the chair, eyes slightly squinting and unmoving. He made Shelley extremely curious about him. Merlin opened his eyes slightly. In fact, he was meditating earlier, but he could still sense his surroundings. He had already stayed in Count Selin's castle for a few days. Today was the revenge day Merilum spoke of in his letter. It was also the day Count Selin had ordered to eliminate all members of the Nelson family in the past. Merlin had naturally heightened his alert, so even in his meditation state, he still took note of his surroundings. No one could be sure how Merilum had planned to take his revenge. Young Lady Shelley, I also have a sister who's almost your age. Merlin did not directly answer Shelley's question. Instead, he mentioned Macy. Oh. Your sister grew up in the Kingdom of Light since she was young. Does she practice sword like I do? Shelley was interested as expected and immediately asked about it. In these few days, Shelley had taken a liking to Merlin and always wanted him to talk about the interesting stories in the Kingdom of Light. Interesting stories from a foreign country were always attractive to a young girl like Shelley. Merlin nodded and smiled. That's right. Macy is the same as you. She practices the sword since she was young. At that time, she learned from an elemental swordsman of the church. Merlin did not know much about Macy's stuff. However, any interesting thing about Macy could bring excitement to Shelley, especially when he mentioned that Macy had scolded Anson very badly once. Shelley's eyes gleamed with excitement when she heard that. Wizard Merlin, is Macy in Prakosh City? She must be incredible. She dares to hit your friend. I don't dare to hit my brother's friend. Shelley stuck out her tongue and seemed to be impressed about Macy's bold moves. Merlin shook his head slightly and said, Macy is still not an elemental swordsman. Maybe it was her aptitude or something was wrong with her mentality. Macy had not truly become an elemental swordsman until now. On the other hand, Shelley, albeit naive and young, was already a first-level elemental swordsman. Since she had not experienced any cruel battle, Shelley's sword technique still appeared naive. Not an elemental swordsman, huh? Maybe it's her cultivation method. My brother is a true prodigy. He's already a 5th-level swordsman now. He had killed a strong Icelandic wolf by himself before. I practice with my brother. That's how I have become a first-level elemental swordsman so quickly. When Shelley mentioned Cook, she was brimming with pride. It was obvious that she looked up to Cook greatly. General Cook? He's very strong indeed. Merlin also nodded. During his journey from the Kingdom of Light to the Kingdom of Black Moon, he had met many strong elemental swordsmen. However, Cook was the strongest of all by far. 5th level elemental swordsman was truly strong. The aura Cook gave out unintentionally had always given a dangerous feeling to Merlin. Even if Cook was not a spellcaster, Merlin would not underestimate him. Wizard Merlin, I heard you're a strong spellcaster. Even though I have seen one myself, but I don't know how strong you guys are. Are you as strong as my brother? Shelley tilted her head and asked in giggles. Merlin was a little speechless and did not answer. Shelley continued to say, surely, brother is stronger. You haven't seen him fight. He's too strong. This Merlin wants to hurt father in the castle. Brother won't let him go easily, so I'm not afraid. Shelley was confident about Cook and indeed seemed unafraid at all. After Shelley saw Merlin had fallen silent, she thought he was no fun and went back to practicing her sword again. Merlin placed his gaze at another side of the hall. The mysterious black-robed old man was not moving. Just like a statue, he sat cross-legged on the floor. Merlin still thought that the old man was full of mystery. His mind power had reached a high level, even comparable to a 1st level or a 2nd level spellcaster. However, having such strong mind power, the black-robed old man still maintained his mind power on a stable foundation, almost the same as Merlin's mind power, so it seemed odd to Merlin. Merlin stood up and approached the old man. The black-robed old man sensed Merlin coming toward him and opened his eyes. Wizard Hill, how high of a chance do you think Count Selin can deal with Merlin? Merlin asked calmly. The black-robed old man took a glance outside of the castle, his gaze distant. He said with a shadow of a smile, Count Selin has let General Cook make proper arrangement. More than 10 4th-level elemental swordsmen and strong crossbow arrows. He. So well prepared. What does Wizard Merlin worry about? Well prepared? Merlin snorted. Only a spellcaster could truly understand another fellow spellcaster. How could Merlin not know about the situation? Merlin belongs to Abyss Fort. If he brings some strong casting tools, Wizard Hill, I'm sure you understand as well how strong a spellcaster with casting tool is. What effect can these arrangements of General Cook bring at that time? Merlin said as he sneered. He thought of Wizard Jason back then. With just a spell scroll, he forced Merlin to give his all. Merlin even had to use Bell Pendant to finally defeat Wizard Jason in the end. If Merlin had strong casting tools with him, then Cook's arrangement in the castle would probably simply become a decoration. The black-robed old man looked at Merlin, impressed. He nodded and reached out his dried-out hands. He pointed at Merlin, then said in a calm tone, "This is why the Count has invited us. To deal with a spellcaster is needed to do the job." A hint of ferocity flashed across the old man's distant gaze. Merlin felt a small weight in his heart. It seemed both Count Selin and the black-robed old man knew that Cook's arrangement could not stop Merlin. The true trump card was this black-robed old man who seemed to be weighed down with age. Chapter 79, Arrival 2. Chapter 79, Arrival 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The sky slowly darkened. Drizzles of rain and snow were still falling outside. Often, gusts of chilly wind were blowing into the house from the door, preventing the hall from warming up. The flame in the fireplace was going strong, often giving out crackling noises. The crackling noises were extremely clear in the silent hall. There were only 4 people in the hall at this moment: Count Selin, the black-robed old man, young girl Shelley, and Merlin. Count Selin was leaning against his wooden chair and sitting beside the fireplace. He squinted his eyes and half of his face turned bright red due to the heat from the fireplace. He seemed calm, but his tightly clamped hands had betrayed his nervous feeling. The old man was still sitting cross-legged on the floor. His long black robe had covered his whole body. Since he did not move, a mysterious air surrounded him under the gradually darkened sky. The young girl Shelley was moving around the hall, doing nothing. Since today was Merlin's revenge day, Count Selin had called Shelley to the hall as well. He wanted her to stay with him to avoid any accident. Merlin had been meditating all this while. It was not suitable to practice his spell or the mysterious posture of the sculpture here, but it was all right to meditate his mind power. However, even if Merlin was meditating his mind power, he did not lower his guard toward his surrounding, especially outside. As soon as anything happened, he could awaken his senses from his meditation immediately. It was already near dusk, though. Why hasn't anything happened yet? Not only Merlin, everyone was confused. Could it be that Merlin would not be coming any more? Father, where did brother go? Young Lady Shelley asked with a long face. She was an energetic and lively girl. She was already frustrated that she was asked to stay in this hall for a whole day. Shelley, stay here obediently. It's not any normal day today. Don't. Just when Count Selin was attempting to scold Shelley strictly, a loud colliding noise came from outside of the hall suddenly. Bang! Following the loud bang, the outside of the castle seemed chaotic. Sounds of horses could be heard faintly and many people were yelling about. Did he come? Merlin was shocked and immediately awakened from his mediation. He immediately opened his eyes wide and looked toward the outside. Count Selin became tensed. Both his hands grabbed tightly at the chair's handle and stared outside of the hall. Even the calm old man also raised his head and squinted his eyes, looking outside of the door. At once, everyone in the hall became nervous. They stared at the door. Phew! A gust of chilly wind blew. Along with that, a tall figure appeared. Cook? What happened out there? Without lowering his guard, he asked in a deep voice while frowning. Cook's black armor was covered in snow. His bright red eyes indicated that he had not loosened his guard at all and was staying on guard outside. Father, a few horses in the castle are surprised and ran out of the stable. The horses crashed into our people in hiding, so it's a little chaotic out there. I've already sent people to control the surprised horses. The confusion is now under control. Cook explained what happened out there briefly. It was only a small incident. Merlin had not arrived. Maybe everyone is too nervous. Cook, stay on guard out there. The sky is almost dark. It's the most crucial time now. Everyone can't lower their guards. Count Selin waved his hands. When he was about to let Cook go outside, the calm black-robed old man stood up abruptly. He. Merlin is here. The old man suddenly sneered with his hoarse voice. Cook frowned. His gaze toward the old man was cold as he asked in an unfriendly tone, Wizard Hill, how will I not know if Merlin is here? The whole castle is completely closed off. Where does he come in from? Bang! When Cook had finished his words, a loud bang rang from the outside again. This time, the noise was accompanied with a few terrified shrieks. He's really here. Merlin took a deep breath and said in a low voice. He felt strong waves of fire element. That was the trait when a spellcaster cast a spell. Cook's face turned dark and immediately turned around. He left the hall in a stride. 5 years. Finally, I've come to see this day, Selin. He. That seemed 5 years ago. You surely won't forget about it. My father, mother, brother, and sister. All are put to death on your order. Ha, but I didn't die. I even became a spellcaster. Today is my day of revenge. Everyone in the castle has to die. A young man with short brown hair wearing an armor the same as other knights in the castle kept waving his hands. Balls of fire flew out from his palm and burnt each knight who came before him. No matter if they were first level, second level or third level elemental swordsmen, they could not block the fire. The intense heat had melted the snow around the man and lit up the grass hidden beneath the snow. At once, smoke rose, and the place was engulfed in screams, rendering a loss of direction. Merlin. In his black armor, Cook finally reached the place. His face appeared grim and he stared straight at Merlin who was slaughtering the people. Seeing Merlin's outfit, Cook instantly understood. Merlin had already come into the castle since the beginning. The incident with the horses earlier was probably intentionally caused by Merlin. His aim was to take away the people's attention and mess up Cook's arrangement. One had to say that Merlin had attained his aim. The guards hidden in the dark were all noted by Merilung and were cruelly killed after that. Even though Merilung appeared mad with his bloodshot puffy eyes and ferocious expression, he had not lost his reasoning completely. In fact, he was rather cool-headed. Every time he cast a spell, some elemental swordsmen were burnt from the fiery flame while he dodged around unaffected. Fire-type spell and wind-type spell. Wizard Hill in his black robe was also standing on the stairs outside of the hall. His distant eyes gazed at Merilung as if he was observing the latter's ability. Merlin was sending out his mind power as well. He stared right at Merilung. Just as the black-robed old man had said, Merilung had only cast 2 spells currently. They were fire-type and wind-type spells. Fire-type spell was greatly different from Merlin's fireball. There seemed to be no explosive effect, but it could form a sea of fire and cause a large area of damage. However, the thing that attracted Merlin's attention was Merilung's wind-type spell. Merilung's ghost-like figure was, in fact, the effect of wind-type spell. This was the support wind-type spell which Merlin had been looking for. Merilung. Suddenly, Cook howled like a beast. His voice echoed throughout the castle. Following that, Cook took big steps toward Merilung with his aura building up gradually. It was as if his aura was solidifying. It has begun. Seeing that Cook had walked toward Merilung, the black-robed old man, Merlin, and the others wore a dignified look. They stared at these 2 people fixedly. Chapter 80, Battle Eye. Chapter 80, Battle Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Boom! Cook strode toward Merilung. As his right foot stepped on the ground, it was as if the whole ground shook. At the same time, Cook raised his sword. When he came to a few meters away from Merilung, he shouted and slashed his sword at Merilung. Swoosh! A ball of bright light flashed. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to bring a biting cold with it. The snowflakes falling from the sky were immediately frozen because of it. K-A-chak! K-A-chak! Cook's sword suddenly became larger in size and a thick layer of solid ice crystals laid on top of it. With his enormous strength, this sword which was almost made of ice crystals suddenly exploded. Countless ice debris flew toward Merilung like raindrops. Cook was an ice swordsman and he had demonstrated his ability as a 5th-level elemental swordsman perfectly. He was able to bring out the power of ice element from a distance. This was the substantial difference between an intermediate and a beginner elemental swordsman. Other than possessing aura, an intermediate elemental swordsman could bring out the elemental force from a distance, causing damage to the opponent. In a way, an intermediate elemental swordsman had the ability to hurt a spellcaster. Cook was the same. He was a 5th-level elemental swordsman. If any of his ice debris had hit Merilung, it would cause great damage to Merilung. Even a slight hit could injure Merilung badly. After all, a spellcaster's body was only slightly better than Normier's. From Cook's aura, which seemed to solidify to releasing thousands of ice debris, everything was done swiftly in one movement. His strength as a 5th-level elemental swordsman was demonstrated perfectly. However, facing Cook's fierce attack, Merilung simply dodged to the back quickly, then pointed both his hands forward. Swish, swish, swish. Gusts of wind whistled by and 3 gigantic flames flew up, forming a large sea of fire. It blocked in front of Merilung and the ice debris could not penetrate this sea of flame which Merilung created. However, Cook's attack was not finished. His muscular body dashed forward in a sudden movement. As he waved his sword, a chilly aura a few meters long flew from the sword toward Merilung. Ice Seal. This icy aura was the ice element Cook had accumulated in his body for approximately 20 years. It exploded completely and the terrifying air had frozen everything in its way. Cook had relied on such sudden breakout previously to seal the movement of the Icelandic wolf, then killing the fierce beast in the end. Swoosh! Merilung's figure swayed and he had reached behind Cook in the blink of an eye. Cook had missed his hit. The enormous inertia had almost knocked Cook out of balance. D*MN. Too fast. Upon seeing Merilung's terrifying speed, Cook could not help but curse it. Even the Icelandic wolf he faced before did not have such quick speed. Merilung had reached behind Cook and without a moment of hesitation, he directly created a ball of flame. The scorching heat had given Cook a shock. Without having the time to think, he retaliated by slashing his sword. Ice element turned into icy aura and fought against Merilung's flame. Cook, this is just the beginning. Merilung gave a grim laugh as the wind element on his body kept vibrating. He then released his wind-type spell again. His figure flashed like a ghost to the point that Cook could only hear the whistling wind in his ears. During Cook and Merilung's short battle, Merilung only utilized fire-type and wind-type spell to take advantage of the situation battling Cook. These two spells were only 0-level spells. Merilung is still an entrance-level spell caster. After observing for a long time, Merlin roughly knew Merilung's current stage. He had not reached the stage of first-level spell caster. However, he was extremely experienced in casting spells. The combination of two spells had created a rather surprising effect in battle. I caught you. Ha ha. Merilung, die. Cook's face was pumped red right now. He was completely in a disadvantaged situation. Since Merilung's speed was too quick, he could not pinpoint Merilung's exact location at all. He was very passive. Thus, when Cook sensed that Merilung was behind him, he did not care about the scorching heat behind him and defended against Merilung's spell directly with his arms. TSK, TSK, TSK. The ferocious flame and white chili aura kept interweaving while half of Cook's arm was in the middle of the flame. Thus, even if Cook was strong and had covered his arm with aura, he was still burnt and injured by the flame. His previously white skin had instantly turned charred black. Enduring great pain, Cook had finally pinpointed Merilung's location. He had grasped the chance to seal Merilung's movement at the cost of his arm's injuries. The chilly aura in Cook's body immediately froze and Merilung's figure paused a little. The latter was obviously affected by the ice element released by Cook. Crossbow, do it! Cook howled loudly with all his might. Cook had arranged many crossbows in the castle. Their aim was to eliminate Merilung. After all, without special casting tool or scroll, a beginner spellcaster could be easily killed by a crossbow that had strong penetrating power. Swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of black arrows were shot silently toward Merilung under the dark sky. Cook had retreated beforehand and jumped away from the attacking region of the arrows. His right hand, which was burnt by the flame, was still trembling, but a hint of a smile had escaped from Cook's face. Many arrows were shot. No matter how quick Merilung could be, he had no way of dodging the arrows. Once he was hit by an arrow, Merilung would suffer great damage because of it. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of numerous arrows colliding rang. It sounded as if the arrows had hit the wall and Cook's expression changed. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. He's not dead? Cook mumbled to himself softly. These arrows were all shot from crossbows. Even he could not be sure that he could get out of the attack easily. Phew! A gust of wind blew. A figure slowly stood up in the middle of the region where the arrows were most dense under the dark sky. Merilung was not dead. Around him, rows of hard cob walls appeared without knowing when they had appeared, forming an unbreakable defense line for Merilung. Earth-type spell. 3 spell models. Merilung possesses all the conditions required to become a first-level spell caster. Merlin's current look had turned extremely serious. He stared closely at Merilung. Being able to create 3 spell models showed that Merilung had possessed the conditions required to become a first-level spell caster. However, Merilung was still an entrance-level spell caster. There must be some unknown reasons for this. Merlin shot a glance at the black-robed old man beside him unknowingly. He found that the old man appeared calm, as if he was not surprised about this at all.